Welcome, gamers, one and all, back to the Engage AEOS League India. My name is Lobo. I am joined by the one and only demon himself, Spartan Tano. Tano, my friend, it is good to see you again. How are you doing? We have gotten to be able to cover this incredible, I guess preseason league, if we want to call it, for the India region. I know you and I are developing a fond bond with this nation. So let me know, what have your thoughts been on so far, and let me know, what have we got in store for us today?
Well, you kind of covered it spot on there, buddy. We are very fond of this region in Pokemon Unite because they play some fantastic Pokemon Unite. It gets me very, very excited for the Championship Series because this region has been cooking so far. This league itself has been an absolute joy. INGAGE has been doing so much for the India region, and I absolutely love it, Lobo. It makes me very happy to be involved with all these teams. They've been doing so well. And then, of course, on the back of that, we have some invited teams to this tournament today that are the top of the India region. So what more could you want out of this? It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're kicking it off with one of India's most prominent teams in Seoul Esports versus one of our tournament favorites in IND Elite. So this is going to be a real nail biter right off the bat. But before we got that, we got a little bit of news for you guys. Tana, do you want to take that away for me?
Absolutely, chat. So we're going to be doing a giveaway for some Google Play gift cards today. So there's going to be 3 on the YouTube, 2 on the Twitch, and the way that we do those is if we hit 50 likes on YouTube, you get a gift card. If we hit 350 subscribers on YouTube, you get a gift card. If we hit 100 likes on YouTube, guess what? You get a gift card. That's free on YouTube. And then Twitch is going to be 470 followers and then the 500 follower mark. So if you want to get stuck into that giveaway, just make sure we hit those key locations today and they will be given out. Let's get stuck into it.
Yeah, absolutely. That is insane. I absolutely love what Engage is doing over here on with the Pokemon Unite scene, because we actually just get to do so much of this. It's a game you and I love, Tano. It's a game that a lot of people love. But let's not dilly-dally anymore. We're getting right into it, into the very first set of the day of the end phase. We've got Seoul Esports versus IND Elite as Umbreon and Gyarados getting picked straight off for the ban. Now, Tano, whilst we're doing this, do you want to remind our lovely viewers of the Fearless Draft?
Of course. So Fearless Draft Chat, one of my favorite things and one of my favorite new additions to Pokemon Unite for this league is the fact that any Pokemon picked in the game cannot be played by that team again. So all of these picks in this game 1 will not be played by that team. Now, just to let you know, obviously all the picks that Seoul Esports go for, India Elites can play that in round 2. It's just the picks that you chose that you can't play in the next game. And it's so ridiculously exciting because if we end up in a game-free situation, that is going to be a lot of Pokemon banned, Lobo.
Yeah, that's 10 Pokemon completely taken out of your move pool that you now have to make up, especially if you get into a game 3 situation. I myself was able to cast the very first Game 3 situation of watching this tournament last weekend. It was absolutely an insane matchup between, I believe, it was Flip It versus, I think it was IND Elite as well, was it not? But what a time that was. These teams are going so well. But we've got the Hooper being picked up. We've got Scepter on the Cerule Edge as Noara comes up on the Blazers. Scepter has been a big player for IND Elite in this tournament so far. But Seoul Esports, one of the top teams in India. Let's see, Tano, can the rookie upset the pro?
I mean, it's one of those where with Pokemon Unite chat, you just never know. This game gives so many options for people to come back into it. We know how powerful Rayquaza can be. And of course, in a region like India, where nearly every single team is a really solid squad in Pokemon Unite, it's one of those where you just can never tell. Of course, Seoul Esports are the top of that tower, realistically, in that region, so they will be difficult to beat. And I think one way of doing that is, of course, picking up not only the Blaziken, Lobo, but also the Cerulege and the Mamoswine. Probably 3 of the strongest mons right now, right?
Yeah, a Mammoth Swine has come out of obscurity to take that center stage alongside Slowbro as one of the premier defender picks, but not to be outdone. Soul Esports has decided to go with the very prominent Pikachu right now. The God of Thunder has now reclaimed its throne as the mascot is taking center stage once again alongside its fellow Kanto starter inside Charizard. But something that has become very strong right now that we've seen in this tournament Thunder is that Serena. All hail the queen. Whenever we've seen Serena on the field, that mon has been an absolute nightmare for its opponents. So who is going to get the best of this matchup? Is it going to be Blaziken and Ceruledge, or is it going to be the quartet of Slowbro, Pikachu, Serena, and Charizard? But also, let's not miscount Kyurem on that Hooper, that sneaky little trickster. Also, one of the best Pokemon supporters in this game currently.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, buddy. It's one of those Pokemon that really enables a team, even more so than they already have. I mean, let's look at all these all-rounders that are currently in this game that are usually banned. And as you've already mentioned, that Pikachu has really been forced onto the top of contention in regards to amazing Pokemon in this game. So I think they've got a solid comp on both sides. I am itching more towards Soul Esports just because of the Slowbro and the Hooper being the perfect support solution for that Charizard and Serena, but you can never count out a Mamoswine and an Eldegoss.
No, absolutely. Mamoswine's so tanky, even if in its little Swinub stage. But here we go, Tyler. The first game of the day, first match of the day, first set of the day. And this is going to be an interesting one as we've got Charizard heading on into the central area, Hooper heading on top lane, as we possibly got a Mamoswine heading right in to hinder the Fire Lizard, as Eldegoss is going to help out this Charcadet inside that central area.
I absolutely love the fact that we still get these invades, chat. Obviously, they made the changes to the experience in the jungle, but it can just waste so much time getting an invade, and the Swinub is the perfect mon for it. It's pulled in the Slowpoke right now. They're going to try and concentrate on the Charmander, but it can be so tough to take down, especially with that thick fat, and they're going to try and grab whatever experience they can while wasting all this time, Lobo. That Pikachu has been left in that bottom lane by itself. The top lane is getting pushed by India Elite. Look at the amount of time gone. We're at 9-8, a time you'd expect your jungler to be in the lane, but unfortunately they're not able to make it just yet.
No, that's incredible by that. But again, Piloswine doesn't really get hindered by staying inside that central area. But also, what hinders Soul Esports there is that Slowbro picking up that blue off, which means that Charizard is even further behind on levels, but also on time. So Ceruledge is there on time. Here we go. It's going to come up again. It's got that bit. Is it running that Bitter Blade moveset? Charizard is just going to fire it up. Espeon is here. We've got a 4-person here. Serena's just going to head on into that bush. Going to have to back out as Electro Ball, no matter what, it finds its target. Unfortunate, India Elite unable to establish the lead picked up just because of that Mamoswine delay there. But Soul Esports proving why they're one of the strongest teams of the region, because any other team probably would have capitulated to that onslaught pressure.
Yeah, definitely, mate. And I love the fact that it's actually the Psycho Cut on the Ceruledge, my favourite moveset. I know Bitter Blade is really good, but I love that moveset, so I'm very excited for that. But as we take a peek in that top lane as well, we see the Combusken has managed to get that Evo, so they're getting quite close to that powerful power spike in regards to the Blaziken. We've got the mid birds that have popped up, and it seems like everybody's there. Charizard has got themselves to that ultimate level. They just need to grab some more for their ult, but the Ceruledge is going to be a nasty thing for them to try and take out of this fight. It gets weak, but they are managing to get on out of there. That's pretty good for India Elites.
Yeah, absolutely. Charizard's something you really didn't want to get online, but you can see Soul Esports do have a lot of nice little late scalers there when it comes to Serena and the Charizard. Both unites that take opponents out of the fray, but Charizard is just going to burn everyone's stored power coming on in from the Espeon. Charizard's going to have to back on up here. Eldegoss taking that front line stomp coming from the Serena, but Eldegoss healing itself up. This is a really dangerous combination. There's the Volt Tackle onto the Combusken Fire Punch, almost finishing it off, but Combusken Blaze kicking its way out. Soul Esports is putting on the pressure. Here we go. It's a defender clash down bottom as well, as India Elite managed to get out without losing too much. But Tano, 7 minutes, no points scored.
Yeah, it shows how close these teams are right now, buddy. And I love the fact that like Seoul Esports have put on so much pressure to the India Elites. They've had to go into that jungle and share that out. They now have the Blaziken online just due to that happening. I think we're going to have a bit of an all-rounder off in this top lane chat with the Cerulege coming up. They're going to put a lot of precedence onto this Lecky, while the bottom lane's got the slow road defending. Are they going to rotate down or rotate some mons up? It looks like Charizard's coming up. They want to put a lot of presence onto this Lecky. We've got a rip coming in from the India Elites. The Cerulege does manage to grab it, and they drop a lot of damage onto Seoul Esports, but of course, it's a Charizard Unite move. Look at the damage getting dropped onto there. We see the stomp from the Serena coming in, but the Queen, unfortunately, does fall to the damage from that Cerulege, and so does the Charizard. It may not be a Dragon type, but it has gone back to the Pokemon Center right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Charizard just going to have to really fall back on. Cerulege popping its Unite move there. Psychic Solaire coming out from the SB on 2. India Elite are just putting on the pressure. 4 KO streak for the Cerulege is going. Serena's going to go after the Elder Gods, getting her back on 1. There's the Penta coming out from the Cerulege, but in the bottom lane, the Fire Chicken and the Piloswine are just going to rake in those points. Unfortunate, but India Elite proving that they are not going to get pushed around. The new boys on the block going to make sure that they make a name for themselves, but Seoul Esports not out of this yet. 0 points, 148. My goodness, Tano, the Charizard Unite so powerful, but with Cerulege's ability to get in on out in tough situations, that's probably why I really like its moveset. You mentioned it went for the Bitter Blade. No, not the Bitter Blade. The Psycho Cut. Psycho Cut moveset, but probably the dash is going on in here. Cerulege having a lot of mobility coming out and able to get away from that Charizard Unite.
It's 100% my favorite moveset, buddy. They do miss the Unite move onto Charizard, though. They tried to give that an attempt. I do like it. Mamoswine pushing them back in, but there's a seismic slam from the Charizard, and they're not going to be able to get anything off because we got the high horsepower from the Mamoswine itself, and they're going to be able to score a massive amount of points here, Lobo. Look at that. That is a 46 overcapping that bottom lane. What more could you want from a T1? Ridiculous plays coming in from India Elites there.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw what kicked off that play was the Blaziken Blaze Kick right into the Slowbro, and it took it out before that fight even started. But what I do enjoy, India Elite, even though they missed the Unite on the Reggie, they still went and decided we're going to rip the Reggie. We're going to rip the Reggie anyway because it was low. India Elite doing exactly what they needed to do. They turn whatever they have to do into a winning position. Serena's going to find its way caught out here, gets stored power down. It does no choice. It's going to fight off the Elder Gods, but Blaziken and India Elite don't care what kind of pressure they have. They have just gone for every single objective that they want with 71 points and 208. That's not a big difference. 130-ish points, 140-ish points, Tano, with 4 minutes left to go on the clock. And the levels looking quite good for India Elite with that Cerulege sitting at level 13.
It honestly will not surprise me, mate, if they hit level 14 before we come into this. I mean, they're halfway there already. We've just seen a little bit of a screenshot. They're halfway to level 14. That's going to be crazy. The slow beam coming in from Slowbro. It seems like Seoul Esports really want to push on to this T1, and they're going to pick up the Elder Gods, and with that Charizard Slam, they're going to pick up the Espeon as well. They're in a really good position here. Cerulege has been backed on out of there, yeeted as far back as can be. We get the 31 score point into that top goal. Seoul Esports now in a better position, 102 to 208. Will Mamoswine go down, though? That is a mammoth that takes a lot of damage, but it does go down with the help from Serena and Pikachu. Now, if we do have another Lecky, I'm not sure if we did. I didn't keep an eye on the time there, Lobo, but it does mean that they've got more of a presence to go there for both teams, with T2s being the only things in that top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Tier 2 being super important. I don't know if we'll get another Regieleki at the moment, but it's going to be an interesting one. Cerulege is going to come on down, try and get this Regice. That's going to be really helpful going into this raid fight in about 50 seconds, and it doesn't seem like Seoul Esports want to go for it either. We got level 14 Cerulege, level 12 Charizard, level 12 Serena, level 12 Blaziken. Getting that Blaziken to level 13 is probably going to be the most important thing for the next 40 seconds as Hooper gets caught out in the enemy team's jungle. Is it going to get out with that hyperspace hole? It is, but it does not want to come back. Otherwise, it's going to be in a very, very tricky position here. But 30 seconds left to go on the clock. We do have another Regieleki with 12 seconds until it spawns. It's going to be a quick timer, so we could get a very, very early Ray fight going on here with 15 seconds left to go. And it looks like Seoul Esports are just going to rip this one.
That's interesting. They may decide this is the Rayquaza fight. It's down to half health. We have an Espeon just out there. That side beam will be huge for Secure. And it's a Serena managing to lock in the Lecky there. So India Elites are going to have some consideration or just let that in. They do not have a choice. That'll be easy points. And it seems like Serena kind of wants to show their face to that, get the risk and get the hundo dunk. If they do, they will then be in the lead. A good position for Seoul Esports to be. Of course, they have that Hooper. They can use the Rings Unbound to pull anybody back. So it's a good position to be in. Serena's there, going to get that hundo dunk straight in, Lobo. We don't have an engage yet. They want to concentrate on the Serena. Cerulege is going for it. Blaziken has also been pushed that way. We have an engage on the bottom of this Rayquaza pit. We've got the telekinesis onto the Mamoswine. Can they pick up the tank? Nope, they decide to back on up. And there's the Hooper Rings Unbound. They're going to pull everybody through. Serena is still up and kicking. They may be half health, but at least they've been able to get into this Rayquaza pit. We've got Hooper trying to cause some distraction with the CC at the moment, but we don't quite yet have a big engage, Lobo. I'm not quite sure what the decision's going to be. Of course, Seoul Esports are in the lead, but they won't know by how much. It is incredibly close right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just been told it's a close battle. Neither team knows exactly what's about to happen. And Hooper just getting those resets, and Cerulege lurking a bit in that bottom path. Possibly going to go for a score, possibly not. They need to see what they're going on. So far, not too many Unite moves have been used. Only the Hooper Unite has been used. The Cerulege Unite has been used. When there is the Thunderstorm engage coming on in. The Psychic Solera is going to go out. Eldegoss is going to pop it. Unite. The Conquer Crash is going to go on. Hooper going to get missed that hole. It does kick everybody back. And Charizard and Blaziken going at it in the top lane by themselves. And Charizard takes down the big fire chicken. There it goes. The Slowbro has gone in. Cerulege almost managing to take out the Hooper. Mamoswine pushing anything away. The Queen falls. It's Espeon all by itself here. Slowbro gonna try and see what it can do, but Cerulege possibly looking for a sneaky back dunk. It's gonna get in. That thing is gonna be impeded, and it's gonna be one hundo going in. Can Charizard be stopped? Charizard is stopped at the very last second, and Cerulege gets the 100 points in. No Rayquaza taken this time round, and that is gonna be game one. Tano, what the hell just happened?
Oh my god, buddy, for that to come down to the back cap at the very end. I love the thought of the Serena over on Seoul Esports. All Might had a really good decision to go and push that hundo in. You know you've got your Hooper Portal if you want to come back. But wow, be a really good shout to get that back cap in. 190 points scored just by them, and that's going to pull in the Elites round on the first game. What a way for that to come down, though, but literally to the very last seconds with no Rayquaza secured. That's bizarre.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for me. Again, it's really interesting. The Serena gets caught out. Both Blaziken and Cerulege going to go after the Serena. Cerulege using its Unite move on the Serena. I believe we saw it off screen. And then everybody coming back in. As soon as that close battle was said, every Unite under the sun was popping. I thought Seoul Esports had this one with the way such a scattered Ray fight, but it came back. Beautiful work by the Mamoswine. Beautiful work by the Mamoswine, just displacing and moving. Again, I think the Cerulege move set worked out very well for Indie Elite.
Yeah, I completely agree, mate. And as we look at these stats, there's not any damage stat that's really popped off. There's a lot of damage taken across the board regarding how low the damage stats are. But that just shows how close of a game this was realistically, Lobo. I mean, when it came down to it, they were really tactically farming and then grabbing whatever lane was getting pushed. They were going into the other lane. There was a lot of importance put onto the Lecky in this game by both teams, which is quite interesting. Usually you don't see that, but it really played out quite well for either team there.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate the Pikachu wasn't able to pop off as much as we have seen Pikachu pop off too much. It did go for that Volt Tackle build, tried to stun lock Scepter and Furia on the Cerulege, but Doc proving too good on the Mamoswine. Possibly could have gone the Thunderbolt situation here instead of allowing those two monsters to actually come right up at you and like be that oppressing force. But again, this is what we wanted to see, because now that Fearless Draft is in the way, none of the 5 Pokemon that were selected by their teams can be used again, which means India Elite cannot use Cerulege, they cannot use Blaziken, they cannot use Mamoswine either. So we're really going to see how deep every single player's move pool is, and I am here for it. Now, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it with the move pool, with the move selection of Cerulege. The move, obviously, Bitterblade is the more prominent moveset. We know that it's done with Phantom Force, but I think in this instance, the quickness of Psycho Cut and Flame Charge, obviously getting the Cerulean Edge in and out, as opposed to if you're seeing a Volt Tackle Pikachu come at you, I think that's a smart decision, don't you?
I do, mate. I personally, I know that people like the Phantom Force because you can avoid damage quite easily with it if it's not on cooldown, but I will 9 times out of 10 always go for Flame Charge Psycho Cut just because I find it a much more fun moveset for me personally. But I love the speed and maneuverability that it gives you, mate. I feel like in a game like Pokemon Unite, where CC is ridiculously heavy, having dashes and having maneuverability on your Pokemon can make a massive difference. And it kind of really showed in that game. Picking that moveset on Cerulean was a huge shout by Fiora. I'm really happy with that one. And I kind of hope we see more of it because, you know, I like seeing the movesets that aren't typically used. And having said that, I also feel like if we do get some more Pikachu, Soul Esports have banned it though, so we won't see it in this game because, of course, they used it previously. I want to see some more Mage build Pikachu today, chat, because it pops off. I know Volt Tackle does offer a lot, but Mage build Pikachu is really slept on. It pops off.
Yeah, look, both Pikachu variants banned out this time alongside Blaziken and the Hooper. A Hooper's such a menace sometimes, but the Hooper portals, if they're planned well and done really well, which we've seen, they've been played to perfection in that side of this tournament, has been great. Soul Esports and Rex and Kyurem going to pick up that deadly and really somewhat annoying defender supporter composition of Clefable and Umbreon. We've got Gyarados plus Urshifu and the Blissey coming up for India Elite. And now this is what I like about Fearless Draft, and I guess it's the only time that we can actually do something like Fearless Draft is when we have this many Pokemon inside the game, and so many Pokemon that are just top tier right now, like a Gyarados and like an Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, what more could you want out of locking in both of those all-rounders that are huge, and then Blissey being one of the best supporters outside of Hooper? That's a really good lock-in, but I do love Soul Esports picking up that Metagross. That is definitely slept on right now. It's really strong in regards to all-rounders, but if you can also back that up with that Venusaur, if they go Beam on that, you have got a really good front line for that to be able to just let loose and burn down anything with that Beam.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the front line of not only Umbreon, Clefable, but also a Metagross is going to be incredibly hard to poke past. But Gardevoir is going to be trying to sit behind a Gyarados and a Trevenant, as well as, but it also, Scepter now has another Cerulean Edge that has to go and that has to deal with. And whether we see the Dash moveset for once again, or we see the Bitterblade moveset, it's going to be an interesting one as to how India Elite are going to counter this, because Soul Esports have got one scary team on their side right now.
They do, and I'm kind of feeling for India Elites here because I do feel like they have a slight better draft with this at the moment. But of course, you know, anything can come down to Pokemon Unite. We know that some of these players will be amazing on these mons, but I think Cerulean is going to have an important job of trying to get on to that Gardevoir, and I think either moveset will work quite suitably for it because it's going to be a tough mon for India Elites to stop. If they can get into that backline onto Scepter, it's going to be a difficult job for that Gardevoir to drop out that damage a little bit. I suspect we might even see the Moonblast coming from Gardevoir to try and get some stun.
Look, Moonblast is probably a really, really good shout here because even at short range, it stuns for such a long time. The Moonblast Psyshock combination is going to be really, really important. But what's really important right now for India Elite is they have two of the hardest mons that I've found recently in this competitive era, with a lot of stuff like invades and everything else going on to get online, because that Magikarp is going to be important to get online, as well as that Kubfu. And I love to see this. We've got the Trevenant in the invade here, one of the best Pokemon to invade, but unfortunately unable to secure the blue buff away, as Umbreon's going to come and help it out this time around. But this gives so much time for Kubfu to go unevaded, so we should see an Urshifu heading back into the lane, but managing. Oh, unfortunately, I thought the Charcadet was going to go down. Invade unsuccessful this time around. Tana, not too many successful invades that we've seen so far.
No, definitely not, buddy. But you said it right. You were spot on. I love the fact that it at least distracts anyone from invading the Kung-Fu, because that is always a difficult situation. You do suspect an invade on a Kung-Fu as soon as you see it hit that jungle area. Ralts had a bit of an interesting one in the bottom lane because they were up against a Bulbasaur. That is a tough matchup, being one-on-one in that lane. But here we go. We're going to get these birds right now. We see the Cerulean going straight on in. But of course, Shifu is there. Blissey grabs the evolution. So they're going to be able to provide some healing support in this top lane. It seems like they're just going to wait for some sort of ambush. They're trying to go in onto the Metagross. Are they going to be able to pick it up? It's Rapid Strike Shifu that we're witnessing here, Lobo. That gets me very excited. I have seen that pop off in recent games, so I'm excited to see how they do on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Rapid Strike here is probably one of the best bets trying to get that Magic Up online. It's such a oppressor inside that top lane, so if it's able to get a takedown, which it wanted but wasn't, unfortunately unable to get. We've got Umbreon heading on into Invaders. That gets cut. It cuts me off super quickly. Umbreon going down as it tries to get away. Venusaur trying to provide any kind of assistance. We've got Metang evolved as everyone is heading into the central area. Beams are galore as Beam manages to take out an unevolved Phantom, and that is a triple takedown in the mid area as Seoul Esports are proving how deadly this combination is.
And this is a difficulty, right, of providing that invade over on the Phantom, because it's meant we have a nearly level 8 Venusaur coming before the first objective, and that's tough because that beam is going to cause so much issues for India Elites, unfortunately, buddy. So it's one of those. We do see the Bitter Blade moveset getting picked for Cerulean. I was suspecting it. They're probably going to try and concentrate on taking out the Curly, although they're not worried about it at the moment. It's interesting we have a Giga Drain beam coming from the Venusaur, though, because usually you would expect to see the Sludge Bomb, but I think that's due to the fact that they're expecting that Gyarados and Shifu to be diving on them quite a bit, Lobo. So it's a good option to pick that Giga Drain, give you some more survivability in those battles.
Yeah, absolutely. The big Horn Leech and Woodhammer's coming on in. Cerulean's going to use its Unite move. Clefable's there to provide the gravity. Cerulean almost getting out here, and Blissey, Clefable, sorry, gets taken down. One pink blob to another. Cerulean just going to have to fight away from this Urshifu as it gets taken down, but then a Woodhammer knocks it into a stun. Gyarados is still there. Is it going to be able to hit the final hit to take down this Cerulean? Because this Cerulean is slashing anything that moves. The Forest of Trevenant gets chopped down and burnt into pieces as Cerulean just proving how strong it is no matter what moveset you go. But again, across the board, no matter what, India Elite did have a little fallback. They decided to focus on that top lane. Gyarados going in with the bounce, and Cerulean hiding with that Phantom Force. Gyarados getting the secure. Umbreon popping its Unite move. Umbreon, Venusaur is heading down. Metang still not evolved into a full Metagross yet, but there's the Verdant Anger coming on into everybody, but everybody was already taken down, and it's now just the Venusaur left to stop this Regieleki from walking in.
I like the decision by India Elites not to push that, because I honestly feel like the Venusaur would clean them up with how weak they were at that moment. I think they're probably going to push this bottom goal, though, chat. They want to get some more points in. They know that they're currently losing in regards to score. And, of course, we have the Clefable and the Umbreon here to defend. Very strong mons to do just that. Cerulean is coming down. Clefable has gone down. We've got the Unite move from Shifu. They're going to concentrate. There's the Gardevoir Unite move, but it doesn't pick anybody up. They put it on the goal, but they were off it at that moment. There goes the Umbreon. Shifu is cleaning up. Is that going to be a triple? I believe it is. No, the Gardevoir secures it, but look at these points going in, Lobo. What a push from India Elites there. Some good defense from Seoul Esports, but not enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate. I don't know what I saw there. I saw the Cerulean run through the Fairy Singularity. I don't know why it wasn't picked up. Possibly full heal if that was what happened there. Unable to get stuck by the Fairy Singularity. Venusaur providing the backup. We thought the Urshifu was going to jump on it when it can. Metagross is online in that top lane, and that Trevenant has done a fantastic job as soon as it's online. Gyarados going to go hunt for the big metal supercomputer, but Clefable is just making its way around as it looks like Seoul Esports are just going to focus on this Registeel at the top, but India Elites are just going to try and take as much farm on the map as they could. The levels look good across the board for both teams, Tony. We got Urshifu level 12, we got Gyarados level 12, we got Gardevoir level 11, who's got that Unite move back already. Excuse me? That's probably going to be one of the quickest returns of those Unite moves that I've seen. And then we've got double nines with the supported defender, as Seoul Esports do have double nines as well, but they've got 11s across the board. No level 12s yet. So India Elite, even though they're a little bit behind, they're a little bit ahead on levels, as Gyarados is going to try and fight. It's going to try and bounce its way up, but it gets me. Look, there's the Dragon Current. Who's it's going to go after? It hits the Cerule, and Suraj Phantom Force hides in air, but the bounce is just too strong from the little carp that grew into a big carp. But this time, Urshifu is going to unite onto the Venusaur, but it gets taken out by the Metagross Unite and the Verdant Anger this time round.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. You pop your Unite move thinking you're going to lock down that Venusaur, but unfortunately it gets pushed onto the pad and ends up surviving, and it picks up the double KO. Wow, Seoul Esports are coming back together, but I tell you what a close game this is, chat. Obviously, India Elites managed to secure the first one. Nobody grabbing the Rayquaza. We are a minute and 25 seconds away from the Rayquaza spawning, and look how close this game is. This Lecky is going to go to the side of Seoul Esports. India Elites concentrating on grabbing all of those yellow dots. They've gone Pac-Man mode. They really want to get those levels up and tasty coming into the final battle. But I tell you what, I can't predict who's going to win this game. It's a crazy one.
Yeah, look, 2 minutes left. That Regieleki is walking it down. Gardevoir making sure that that bottom pad is protected, as Clefable is there, going to try and get some scores in. Metagross is going to head on back, but Clefable only scoring 2 points that time around, as the rest of the points are distracted. But Gardevoir, oh my god, beautiful chase down of the Clefable, and that's going to be good experience for the Gardevoir as it hits its level 13. India Elite, apart from the Trevenant, who hasn't gotten its spike just yet, but every single one of their powerhouses is sitting very tight, with 2 level 13s at level 14, 3 level 13s across the board for Seoul Esports. Every single mon hitting their spikes this time around, and Beam. These beams are doing damage. I don't know what's going on, but this accuracy from this Venusaur is so on point today, as Seoul Esports are going to head on into this final Ray fight. My apologies, with a Regirock buff. Shout outs to the Rock, as we've got 7 seconds. The big green dragon is about to come online as we are headed into the final 2 minutes of our second game. Here we go.
I'm nearly getting caught out there. Dragon Current going straight in. Look how weak that Gyarados is. That Dragon's yeeted back to the Pokemon Center by a beam. And look at the mean look on the Trevenant. They're going to try and do some CC damage onto Seoul Esports here, but I think that's going to be a tough call. We've got a backup coming in from the Shifu, but they're a little bit too late. They've popped their Unite move, but are they going to be able to do anything with that gravity up? It is unfortunately not going to do anything here, Lobo. A difficult situation with a Verdant Anger cleaning up the Shifu in return. It's just the Gardevoir here that can really drop some damage onto these mons. The Trevenant and the Glissy really trying to predict it. We've got a little bit of a rip coming in from Seoul Esports. They know they have the stronger mons here at the moment, but the Gyarados has arrived. That's got some fantastic rip on it. They have to bounce on out of there because, of course, we do have that Metagross. The Gardevoir Unite move doesn't pick up anybody. Fairy Singularity not being that useful there. Is there anything that can happen from this? Because it seems like Seoul Esports are concentrating on this Rayquaza. It's getting so ridiculously weak. Who's there? It's the beam that locks it in. No, it's not. It's the dragon. The dragon from the deep itself securing the Rayquaza, but with nearly the entirety of India Elites down low. But what can you do? It's just the Shifu. They, of course, have true damage, but they've gone to defend against the Umbreon. The 50 points are going to go in, but Trevenant is there to answer. And with that CC, I think that might be enough for India Elites to pull this one through. We have 27 seconds. We need a big push from Seoul Esports here, chat.
Seoul Esports have 20 seconds on the clock. Dragonite securing it against the Solar Beam. I don't know if that was a Dragon Breath. I don't know if that was a boosted order. I don't know what that was, but it managed to secure it, and beautifully, the Trevenant came back, but his Venusaur Clefable, they only need a short amount of points. Umbreon is scoring 33. No! Managing to get it on out, and India Elite are gonna take game 2.
Oh my god. Buddy, I don't know. Like, how has this set ended the way this has ended? These two teams were so close to each other, and it came down to literal seconds in both of those games, chat. But India Elites have managed to pull themselves through with a 2-0 win over the one and only Seoul Esports right now.
Oh my God. I am speechless.
This is the first set of today's games, chat. This is round one, the very first game you're witnessing on stream, and that has been that close. That's insane.
I literally have no words. If we could have a look at the damage numbers, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. Whoa. Oh my God.
I'm not surprised that the Venusaur there, buddy.
I'm not surprised at the Venusaur at all.
I was suspecting that all the way through. Snowy did a fantastic job on the Ceruledge. And to be honest, across the board, though, like Shifu was really oppressive against Seoul Esports. And we see that reflected in the damage numbers as well as the damage taken. Same with the Gyarados. I do think Scepter had a bit of a difficult job on that Gardevoir. It was getting concentrated on, and the Unite moves were really difficult for them to pull off. There was a lot of sort of CC prevention over on the side of Seoul Esports. So it is a difficult one, but oh my God, they've managed to pull through with a 2-0.
I mean, Furia 86, Noah 89, Doc with that amazing 81k damage tanked, and 32k self-healing. Sahil going with the 70k, but 92k from Kurum, 90k damage from Snowy. Venusaur hitting that 100k mark, and I
know.
I have no words, my friend. I have absolutely no words to describe what I had. That Rayquaza was down to minuscule when that solar beam tick damage, and even you, my friend, you thought the solar beam got it. And I usually I let you talk. I was just gonna let you talk. I was like, but seeing the Dragonite, sorry, not the Dragonite, the Gyarados come up out of nowhere with the secure for the Rayquaza, and then a beautiful defense on the bot lane. That Trevenant coming up at that exact time, because Urshifu went top. So Trevenant had no other choice but to go bottom.
And I liked the Shifu going top because I actually don't think the Umbreon had 50 points. I think they had less. Which meant that really, because of how long it was going to take to score the 50 points, I think Shifu really needed to concentrate on taking out the Umbreon, because obviously they've got true damage, so they'll stop them from scoring. Whereas it's going to take a while for that Metagross to score those 50 dunks, and obviously the Trevenant was there to stop them. So that, I don't know whether it was on purpose, but if it was, that is incredible macro coming from the team over there on India Elite. But I mean, Seoul Esports are not out of it yet, chat. Of course, we have a double elimination bracket today. So they're going to go down into the losers bracket. And of course, they are the number one seed. They are a ridiculously strong team. So they may make it all the way through. What a strong battle that was.
The number one seed of the tournament, an invited team of the team, an invited team just got taken down by India Elite, who have been playing over the last 2 weekends with us and have fought their way here. And not only that, they fought their way through one of the best losers brackets, I believe, from last weekend. And they have just put on that performance against Seoul Esports. That is levels of insanity. But I think you and I probably need to get a little bit of a breather based on that. So we are going to throw to a quick break, because I think Tano and I are just a little bit speechless at the moment. So we're going to go grab a drink. You guys go grab a drink. Go grab yourselves a snack. If that was the first game of the day, I think we're in for a show. So we will see you guys very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of the AEOS League India presented to you by INGAGE. See you guys very shortly.
Hello everybody and welcome back to this battle off of the India region. Spartan Tano here, and we have a new arrival, the hottest talent from the NA region. It is Husky Star with us today. How are you doing, Husky?
What is up, gamers? I wouldn't call myself the hottest talent from NA, but if you want to call me that, then that's fine.
I think we're gonna stick with that. I think we're gonna stick with that. The hottest star from NA. You know, that's what we're gonna stick with.
The star.
So how you doing, Husky? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Excited to be here. Happy to cast these next two games, but I wish I got to cast the last set because wow, the edge of my seat the entire time in both of those games really could have gone either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you and I get to cast this next one. Tana, you get to take a little bit more of a break, my friend. Husky, I haven't had a chance to chat to you about this, but one of the most unique parts of this tournament so far is the Fearless Draft. I'd love to get your thoughts on the Fearless Draft. Did they make the games more exciting? Did they make the drafts more interesting as we get further and further on in this tournament, as well as getting to Game 3 situations?
Oh, I absolutely love Fearless Draft. I feel like that should be the official competitive way of playing the game because it just keeps everything so fresh and interesting. You have to be a versatile player. And I think it also works really well in the India region because all these players are so versatile and very aggressive play styles as compared to NA. So they all have like Pokemon that they want to take into the Fearless Draft. The strategies are great. So yeah, I love it. I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah, I love that you put that on because we talked about this last stream as well. I think early on that we thought the Fearless Draft should be one of the main talking points and one of the formats that we see in the actual professional season because, again, it's such a cool name, Fearless Draft.
Yeah.
It fits right in with Pokemon Unite. But before we get on to our next game, which is going to be our second and third seed, both invited teams, which is going to be True Gravity Zenny Game Squad. Before we let you have your little break, Tano, tell us what you think, what your thoughts. We've seen these teams play before. I'm gonna get your prediction. 1, what is gonna be the first Mon banned? 2, are we gonna get to see a Mimikyu because I know you love Mimikyu? And 3, are we gonna get ourselves a Game 3 situation?
First Mon banned is obviously going to be a Charizard or a Blaziken or an Umbreon. Like
that's easy. That's an easy one. Throw us some wild prediction.
It couldn't be any easier. I tell you what, the first Mon banned is going to be a Greedent. We're going to see the first Game 3 situation of the day because these teams are going to really bring it down to the wire. And I think we're going to see a Gengar absolutely cook in this game.
Yeah, okay, I like it. Hot takes.
I feel like Mimikyu's going to cook as well, man. You know, those ghost type Pokemon are so strong. Husky, I'm going to ask you the same questions. Firstborn ban, is Mimikyu going to be one of the best Pokemon played today? And are we going to go to a game 3 situation?
I'd love to see a game 3 situation, so I'm going to vote yes for that one just because I want it to happen. And I am a ghost type enjoyer. They're my favorite types, so I do also want to see Mimikyu cook.
Yeah, let's go. And then the Firstborn band? Who's the mon for you? Who's the mon for you that spends the most time in Banjo and you think deserves to be there?
Trevenant.
Trevenant?
I ban Trevenant every game. I hate that thing. Even though I do love my ghost types, I hate playing against the Trevenant. Unless someone on my team's ready to pick it up, I ban it.
See, for me, a mon that doesn't get banned but really deserves to be there, in fact, probably deserves to be deleted out of the game, is Comfy.
That's a given.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel okay. Let's get into this conversation as we wait for these teams to get on board. A comfy combination that we have seen time and time again throughout. Even in as soon as the mon was released, Zoroark Comfy. Comfy for me with any type of mon that is to quote unquote broken. We've seen Comfy Blaziken, we've seen Comfy Urshifu, we've seen Comfy everything. So, you know what? I think we're just going to agree. But we're into the draft phase straight away. Tano, we'll see you a bit later. Husky, Hooper, Mimikyu, Umbreon, and Blaziken banned with Ceruledge getting picked up, Charizard getting picked up, and Urshifu and Serena getting picked up for the side of True Gravity. These teams on paper are very strong.
I mean, all right, so not the Greedent ban that we thought was going to come out, but that's okay. We also didn't see the Charizard banned, and we also didn't see it first picked. So that means Zenigame has both Ceruledge and Charizard, which I think is an insane combination of your main damage dealers. They also picked up the Alolan Ninetales, which I think goes particularly well into something like a Pikachu, because you can kind of fight back against the really strong CC that Pikachu has as a mage damage dealer. So this should be an interesting one. We also do see the Trevenant coming out on the defender side for True Gravity, so that's going to be fun as well.
Yeah, look, Swifty on that Trevenant's going to provide a lot of CC. That Ceruledge is going to have a little bit of a hard time if he gets caught in either one of those Horn Leeches or the Wood Hammer. Same with Charizard, possibly the same with the Alolan Ninetales. I do love what you mentioned about the Ninetales being almost a direct counter to the Pikachu if it decides to go for that Electro Ball and Volt Tackle combination. Urshifu we saw in the previous set, very, very strong. We did see it run the Water Urshifu build, which is the Rapid Strikes build. It is running a full heal as well, so I believe we might see that that Water Urshifu once again. But unfortunately for me, Mimikyu didn't make it out of the ban jail. But Zenigame versus True Gravity. This is our old rivalry here in the India region. Let's get it started as we see Ceruledge and Kubfu both heading into the central area with no looks of an invade just yet.
Yeah, we have not surprised to see Ceruledge in the central area, and Kubfu as well. Just it needs that level 5 as fast as possible. It'll be interesting to see the Water Bear versus Dark Bear. I feel like we were talking about that before as well. Could kind of go either way. I feel like people are really prioritizing the Dark Bear for secure, but we could see it. We do have an invade in that central area. Kubfu is one of the easiest Pokemon to invade, so not surprised to see that there either.
Yeah, look, two Pokemon heading straight on in to their Clefable is trying to get as much, to stall it as much as possible. Ceruledge is online. Serena, little bounce speed has evolved into Steenie, the Rock Tomb, getting a stun on the Phantom as we see Pikachu's just going to go back and get those two Bunnelbys. So far, very even, 14 versus 12. They just let each other stack this time around, showing a little bit of respect. The history of these two teams, they must have faced each other a lot of times, coming in second and third as these middle Altarias are about to spawn in the bot lane, and it looks like Pikachu's Thunder is just going to soak all of that right up.
Yeah, the Pikachu Thunder is really strong. I wonder if we'll also see Volt Tackle for the extra CC, because Volt Tackle Thunder seems to be that really prominent build right now. And we do have a Water Bear, so not a ton of secure on the side of Zetagame, but there's always Egg Bomb, you know? So there's always an Egg Bomb.
We love seeing an Egg Bomb secure. I do like it though. Ceruledge, such a decent secure that Unite Move doing such a good job when it does need to secure at the right times here. But they've also got Charizard's Seismic Slam on Unite, which allows it to do big damage. So possibly Zenigame Squad looking for a just an all-out brawl this time around instead of a secure game, as Urshifu back inside that central area. And it seems like Trevenant is online. Thunder doing a big problem. But Serena just got those stacks unevaded inside that top lane for the side of True Gravity. Gravity. I think that's going to come back to bite them as we head into the central area as the Altarias go through. And once again, Pikachu just taking all of it for itself.
Yeah, Pikachu, one of the benefits of that mage-style Pikachu is they can just kind of stand back. We do have the Thunderbolt. That's my favorite way of playing. So still the CC with the Thunderbolt, but it gets to play from more of a range. And that's the benefit of having a Pikachu. It can just kind of stand back, rain in damage, and nobody can touch it, especially with a strong front line. So you do have a little bit of a skirmish breaking out in this top path. A bit of a push here from the Water Bear, which is known to be able to push really strong into this top path.
Yeah, absolutely. The damage with the Water Bear, those Surging Strikes are going to go through with the Serena Stomp. But Ceruledge managing to take down the Water Bear as the Pikachu gets caught on the Serena gets caught on with the Avalanche as well. It's got nowhere to go. It's going for that Bitter Blade and Phantom Force combination. Great defense there. Unfortunate push for the side. Their two main attackers going down as we've got a defender off in the bottom. Crossword versus Trevenant. Ceruledge is going to come on up. Serena's going to head on in. Clefable is up there as well. The Gravity's going to stop that stomp from going on through. As Ceruledge is going to try and rip this to pieces as Serena's just going to wait. Could we see a Thundersteel coming on in? No! The Alolan Ninetales managed to secure from that one. Egg Bomb stunning them away and only allowing them to push. But Charizard is lurking menacingly in that top side. But 15 points to 20, Husky.
I don't mind the just the kind of rip there in the top path from True Gravity. That's not a bad play at all, especially because you have something like Bitter Blade. It was the Alolan Ninetales to secure because it's always the Pokemon you don't expect. But it was a good play, I feel like, just to go through it. We are seeing, again, this priority of the Regieleki. Instead, it's Ceruledge picking up that double KO, moving in for more. But Trevenant is going to get 30 as a consolation prize there for Xenagame.
Yeah, absolutely. He just picks up all those orbs, gets a few more then, leaving that top pad on 11. My mistake, leaving it on 9. It doesn't seem like it's too very bothered, but Clefable just picking up that little orb so it couldn't get any more. Trevor just looking to possibly try and just break this top pad as Ceruledge is going to try and come and help it out. Ceruledge versus Trevenant in the battle of who can actually withstand this onslaught, the heaviness from the Clefable just being able to heal. Volt Tackle, Thunderbolt is going to come on in. Ceruledge just had to back off as we've got a 4-person push into that top side. Trevenant doing some scouting, but it looks like Xenagame squad is going to get pincered here, but they decide to turn and face onto the Crustle. The Charizard is there. There's the Seismic Slam. The big damage coming off from the Charizard as the Phantom Forest is going to come on out as well. Clefable's going to pop its Unite move too, but unfortunately not any takedowns coming from that, but great defensive use of the Charizard Unite.
Not a single KO on either side in that fight, which is really interesting, but I think what True Gravity really wanted to make sure that happened is they do not lose that Charizard. They did have to use the Seismic Slam, but as we know, the cooldown on that is ridiculous. We do see Trevenant pushing and defending against this Clefable score, and the huge Thunderstorm takes down both of those Pokemon, so everything I just said about not losing Charizard can get immediately disregarded.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Pikachu being used as such a good engage with that Thunderstorm Unite move. Blizzard just pushing everybody off the base, not for long very much, but Urshifu goes on with its Unite move onto the Ceruledge. Ceruledge managing to go down. Crostle is the only one left standing as Serena's going to score 40 in the back pocket in the top side, and Xenagame squad are now pushing on aggressively. They seem to have a bit of momentum here, and they are just going to go take what they can for themselves. Good levels across the side on a Xenagame squad with 10s and 11s, but a few 9s sitting on the side of True Gravity. With 4 minutes left to go, nobody's looking to touch that Regieleki this time, Husky.
We do have a lot of Unite moves on both sides, so we could see a fight break out somewhere. We are seeing a bit of a push from True Gravity in the bottom path. Clefable getting another stack of 5 points, but it seems like both teams are kind of figuring out where the fight is going to go, and Ceruledge has now started this Regieleki. They're just chipping at it, but here goes that Charizard Seismic Slam, and they do take down the Urshifu right away, Lolo.
Yeah, Seismic Slam into the Ceruledge Unite. Phantom Forest is going to come out. Queenly Majesty gets thrown onto Charizard as well, disrupting it out of its Unite move. I do believe we saw a Blissey Unite as well just off screen. Egg Bomb using everything again. Snow Globe coming out for the Alolan Ninetales as the CC does stop the Queen in her tracks, but the healing from Blissey keeping it barely alive. The stomp damage, the regeneration, the Rock Tomb traps off the Trevenant, but they just walked into the Queen one more time as Ninetales Blizzard Avalanche decides to throw them away. But Husky, that Regieleki was not touched at all, as pretty much all the Unites were used in that little skirmish.
It seemed like Zenigame was on a roll there with the Serena just kind of rolling through everybody, but the true hero on True Gravity seems to be that Clefable with those gravities. Crustle now getting caught. They have to throw up another Rock Tomb. They do get the X-Scissor in. They are a bit interrupted by an Egg Bomb. But luckily, again, Zenigame continuing to live. All the teams just too tanky, depending on the healers. And here comes that Thunderstorm engage you were talking about, forcing every member of True Gravity to have to back off.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pikachu getting caught out, having to pop its eject button. That Thunderstorm engage wasn't able to select anyone with the Volt Tackle, so not too much damage coming out of that. But with that engage, the Thunder are managing to stun the Charizard. Regieleki doesn't seem like it's going to get touched, but True Gravity in a good position to possibly try and rip it this time around, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to go for. Alola Nitro is going to set itself back on in to the central area to get some levels, because it's only sitting at that level 11. Possibly want to get its Unite move back as well. Zenigame Squad have a problem with the Regieleki heading towards that to that top path, but we could see these teams wait it out, or are they just going to fight each other this time around? Regieleki walks into the top path. Crustle Rock Tomb almost catching out the Serena this time around, but it looks like a waiting game for both teams.
They could kind of engage here. They could stall. Neither team knows who is in the lead right now. But look at Cerulege going for that 48 back cap. That's going to be at 96 points. And Trevenant looking to be caught out here, but that's a tanky tree. They still do have the Unite move as well. But once again, those gravities from True Gravity making sure that Zenigame can't engage too hard yet, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. Great defensive play from Zenigame Squad. They are 100 points almost to the bad. They need to get this Rayquaza, or they need to go and try and do a nice little backup. Cerulege has not moved from that bush, just waiting for someone to come to it. The Fire Punch onto the engage, onto the Trevenant. The Seismic Slam goes down. They want to take out the tank, but Charizard moved way too far away instead of taking out the Trevenant where it could. The Blissey almost going down. The X attack popped on the Charizard. Not the most effective Unite move we could have seen, but Charizard getting caught out and gets Thunderstorm for its troubles. This time round, Zenigame Squad is in the lead. 5 people to 3 as we are waiting to see how this goes. The Bliss Unite gets popped. Cerulege has gone in. Pikachu is just managing to get out, trying to pop anything that it can. It gets stunned. Cerulege gets stunned, gets taken down. No, it doesn't. It manages to force out on 1 HP. But Zenigame Squad is super low. So is this Rayquaza. And they manage to take the big green dragon, but the problem is they have to score. They have to score. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a matter of if. I think it's a matter of when they manage to get these points in.
That Charizard Unite was just the beginning of the end there for True Gravity. They went in on the tank, who still had the Unite move up, and Trevenant is just too tanky to take down, even with that X-Attack Seismic Slam. And that's going to be a Zenigame Squad win. I think that the Charizard really just misplayed in that final fight, and they didn't know who to focus. They didn't end up getting anybody, and it just kind of spelled the beginning of the end for them.
Yeah, look, that it seemed like a decent idea at the time with the Trevenant getting caught out with the Rock Tomb and Blizzard Avalanche combination. We saw its health just dwindle, but Charizard walked away from the Trevenant instead of just pushing that fire onto it, and then Charizard caught out in no man's land and got absolutely four-manned by Zenigame Squad this time round. Again, look at Vulcan with that 93k healing versus the Blissey with the 121k healing. The support's really on show this time around for both of these teams, but that was only game 1, Husky.
Yeah, we still have more to go, and I like the prioritization of these type of healers, the team-wide traditional healer type of Pokemon. You have the Moonlight, you have the Soft-Boiled, but neither team is going to be able to use these Pokemon again because of Fearless Draft. So we've already seen True Gravity's Cerulege, which means Zenigame, if it's not banned, could pick that up. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I personally still think, even after the nerf, Cerulege is absolutely ridiculous. So we could see Zenigame grab that. They can't use any of the Pokemon that they've already used. So it's going to be interesting to see the strategy that both of these teams go for in our second game.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this at the very start when we were joined with Tano. The move pool that Fearless Draft forces you to have, the Mon pool, sorry, not the move pool, the Mon pool that this draft forces you to have. But I think a lot of understatement went for the Pikachu. Again, we talked about the Pikachu buffs. We talked about how good the Thunderstorm was. we're starting to see, especially in this region, where it is the engage off of the Pikachu, because that Thunderstorm does so much damage, and then being able to Volt Tackle onto one of the targets, or if you're playing the Mage build, able to stun. You Thunderbolt, Thunder, and then hit your Thunderstorm, and
Yeah.
you're right in the middle of what Pokemon that you're surrounded. So it's
Mhm.
super, super interesting. But Husky, apart from these games, we have got a giveaway that we are running right now on the Engage channel. So over here on Twitch, when we hit those 470 followers, you get a giveaway. We got a giveaway that's going to happen. When we hit the 500 followers, there's another giveaway that's going to happen over on YouTube as well. 50 likes, and there's going to be a giveaway as well once we hit that. And then once we get to 350 subscribers over on YouTube, there's going to be another one. And when we hit 100 likes over on YouTube, there is going to be another one. So a lot of giveaways going on for this. So not only for the fans to watch, but also these teams putting on a performance. So guys, remember, hit that like, hit the follow, and really show your support for these amazing teams that are out here.
Yeah, there's so many ways that you can try to get us to the goal of the giveaways that you can get. So just go subscribe, go like, go watch on Twitch, follow. There's plenty of ways you can contribute to getting us there. So we're excited to be reaching some of those goals. I imagine we will soon. And yeah,
absolutely.
I'm excited. I'm excited about it.
So like this is one of the first times you and I have been at the caster desk together. It's really interesting to see. Obviously, this off season and even the preseason before Worlds has just been filled with all of these grassroots style tournaments. We've seen obviously stuff with the Unity Clash happening. We've seen stuff in different regions happening as well. How important do you think this kind of stuff is for our Pokemon Unite scene, for players from not only other regions to see this, but also from players from all the regions to participate, experiment as well as before we saw India Elite take down one of the top teams here on their way in such an impressive performance. Give me your thoughts on what you think about these grassroots style tournaments and how you think they're going to change our professional season going forward.
I have so much to say about this, but I'll keep it brief. But Pokemon Unite as a competitive game has actually so much interest in it from the official Unite Championship Series side. We see so many people coming out to the live tournaments, so many people joining in on Unite actual official championship series events. So I really think that grassroots helps boost that, especially for players who can just kind of join in on teams, join in tournaments, see how competitive goes, build up their ability to make it into these huge Unite Championship Series official tournaments. So it's really important to see, especially in different regions or across regions, a lot of these grassroots tournaments taking place as we do get into the draft for our game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Gyarados and the Queen herself get banned up by Zenigame. Umbreon and Blaziken are being banned up by True Gravity, but we're seeing the Mimikyu get first pick. That makes my little heart so happy to see the Mimikyu get picked up and let out of the ban jail. But Mew is a very interesting first pick for the side of True Gravity.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Mimikyu, but it does surprise me to see the Mew. Not that I think Mew doesn't deserve it, but Mew just doesn't seem to be prioritized as much recently, which makes me think that it must be a comfort pick for this player. So many players were playing Mew, and they've learned how to play it really well back when Mew was a definite pick in every single match. So I think it became a comfort pick for many players. So we are seeing the Metagross coming out as well for True Gravity. That's an exciting pick, I feel like. It's picked in some of these later games in the Fearless Draft after some players have expended some of the Pokemon in their Mon pool, but it's still a very, very strong pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Mew is just going to be able to sit behind the absolute wall that is going to be a Trevenant and a Metagross combination. We're seeing Hooper and Crossel coming in for the side of Zenigame Squad. And we know how annoying these two Mons can be. We see Hooper invades a lot of the time because it's such an annoying Mon to deal with, especially when you're on an invade side. And Disapple and Leafeon are going to be picked up, as well as a possible Dojo pick. Now, I like the combination of Hooper and Leafeon because if we see a Hooper invade, that Leafeon, as soon as it gets a red buff and level 5, is going to head straight on into that central area and try and stop whatever's going to go on in the opposite team.
I do love that, and I do love answering a speedster with a speedster because nothing really counters a speedster like another speedster. But Dodrio is going to have to run into some rock tombs, so they're going to have to be really careful. I imagine they'll be going tri-attack here. Drill Peck's a little dangerous, especially with a rock tomb fire spin that we're going to be seeing on Xenagame. Unless they go flame charge, but I imagine we will see a fire spin because that move is still broken.
Yeah, the cooldown reduction on that move, the fire spin just happens every single time. Like I said, the combination with Leafeon inside that central area, Delphox with that blue buff is going to be incredibly annoying to deal with. But with all the trap downs that Xenagame squad have on their side when it comes to the Rock Tomb from the Cross or the fire spin from the Leafeon and even the stuns from Hooper, it's going to allow Obito on that Mimikyu, if it's able to hit its Shadow Sneaks, to just play rough anyone into oblivion. We could see the Shadow Claw moveset, but usually I think play rough is a little bit more common inside this region. But to deal with a Metagross as well as a Trevenant, Shadow Claw just allows the Mimikyu to stay in there a little bit. But the Hooper Portal healing is going to be super, super important for Xenagame squad. But here we go, Husky, as we do see the Leafeon heading on into that central area.
Yeah, the Leafeon's going to be able to grab the level 4 very quick, and like you said, just kind of run and start harassing into the central area. We do see the Eldegoss following the Dodrio around. They're going to likely take that red buff, but with EXP share, the Dodrio will still be able to hit that level 5 early. We do have the Phantom and the Mew looking for some contested farm. Mew does get a lot of damage onto that tank early, but here we do see the Leafeon coming up for that early gank.
Yeah, that's interesting. The blue buff has remained untouched as they are just going to focus on probably getting these Mimikyu. It stacks inside of the bottom lane. Beldum all left by itself. That blue buff not been taken yet. Maybe they're waiting for the Delphox to come back and take it, as it looks like it's just retreating back to pad. Dodrio is online this time around, but 26 points to the good as Xenagame squad are just going to have their way now, and Leafeon is heading back possibly into the central area. I'm not sure what's going on with that blue buff just being left there by Xenagame.
Yeah, I wonder if Delphox is going to go take it to try to get their closer to their level 6, but we will have to see. Dodrio slowed down by the Rock Tomb. They're going to have to run away as these birds have now spawned. Tri-attack is out. So exactly what we would expect, the Dodrio kind of fighting more from a distance and waiting for the engage. Leafeon is going to finally go back and grab that blue buff, so eventually it gets taken, but I wonder how they're planning on getting that Delphox to the level 6. I really do think they could send that into the jungle, but we will have to see. Mew, now taking into its level 5, has access to its passive.
Yeah, absolutely. Electro Ball's such a good secure, but Hooper and Leafeon going to head on in to the enemy team central area. Dodrio is going to get hunted on down by the Razor Leaf, but it gets sent back by the Hooper Hyperspace Hole. I'm really interested about that blue buff because that blue buff was just essentially wasted experience this time around instead of getting the reset on it. But here we go. We've got a fight coming on in. Dodrio is going to go in. Electro Ball's going to go in. Crossel's going to take a reset. It feels like True Gravity's knocking on their door, but they're finding it hard to get on in as the Altarias come up this time around.
Yeah, Mimikyu, I didn't see a Shadow Claw come out, so I can only assume that it is play rough. It looks like Xenagame's going to grab most of those birds in the central area. True Gravity just going to have to back off. They're much later scaling team composition than Xenagame with the Leafeon gets online early. The Mimikyu's already level 7, so they're going to have to wait for the Metagross to hit that level 9 and those power spikes that it gets to be really as effective as they could be. Now we do have Delphox going for the blue buff. I've just been watching it like a hawk waiting for the Delphox to be able to take the blue buff. It's actually just going to walk away from it. You know what? Never mind. Never mind.
It's just going to walk away. I think
going back. There it goes.
I think Delphox did a thing that it was trying to get it went into the blue buff, but then came back for the Altarias, managed to get a good chunk of them and also help fend off the Trevenant down the bottom. But we've got this core of Mimikyu, Leafeon, and Hooper inside the top path, going to try and take on this Metagross here as the Regieleki has spawned. Crossel has come back top lane, leaving the Trevenant down bottom. There it is. It is the play rough combination this time around. Emerald two-step's going to come on out as Leafeon is just going to provide the distraction. Here we go. Eldegoss has nowhere else to go as this is going to walk right on in. They've just left it. They've just left it and decided to go for it. But this is super important because of the Hyperspace Wall. We've got the Hooper Highway coming on in as now True Gravity are going to have to do whatever they can to break this movement that Xenagame squad have got.
I'm not really sure why Hooper was holding the hyperspace hole to the bottom path. Maybe they were just trying to avoid any damage from the scores that were coming in from True Gravity, but I really think they could have gone down a little bit earlier, maybe scare them off from getting those scores. But regardless, Zenigame is off to an early lead, as Metagross is just going to have to stay in this top path for True Gravity. They cannot get as online as they likely wanted. They're going to have to get some more stacks. And Zenigame is going to take the Registeel, which is going to be big. We could see a push here.
Yeah, absolutely. Zenigame managing to take that Registeel, then sending the Hooper straight up top, but the Hooper does not care anymore. It's decided to go and take the buffs inside the central area, and I think it does not have access to its Unite move just yet, but it's probably looking to pull the trigger on that Unite move, as True Gravity are doing a great job. But there's the fanciful fireworks on to the base there. Emerald two-step's going to come on in, almost taking down the Trevenant, but Trevenant is a big bulky tree and managing to pick up a 2 KO streak. Good use of the ult there for Delphox to save that, but again, Metagross is still just getting its stacks in the top lane. They're probably going to want to send someone top lane before they lose access to this Hooper Highway. Beautiful X-Scissor combination, and the Trevenant finally goes down.
I really did not like that play from Zenigame to send Hoopa into the top path. I don't know how close they were to their 9, but that just seemed kind of like a throw from them, because True Gravity was able to push in a little bit further and leave Metagross in the top path, as well as send Dodrio up there, and it's now a tie game in terms of the score. And look at the levels as well. True Gravity now has a level 11 Dodrio because of that push, so I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. But regardless, Regieleki has spawned again in the top path, and the teams are still kind of spread out over the map, trying to figure out where they would like to go. We do have access to a Rings Unbound, so we could see one of the biggest fights break out here as Mimikyu does pick up a KO on Metagross.
Yeah, Dojo popping into Unite as well. Mimikyu going down. Leafeon getting caught out as well. That's super unfortunate. True Gravity is playing really well off of the back foot. Hooper does have its Unite move, so these two mons are going to come back up in about 2 to 3 seconds. So Hooper could pull the trigger on the Ring Unbound and manage to take this Regieleki, because that's what they want. And that is exactly what they've done, as Crosswell gets a score in the bottom. Rings Unbound has been pulled, but Mew managing to get the secure there this time round. It does not seem like Zenigame squad is doing the best job here protecting Metagross, using its Unite, but gets spun out of the way. The Rubble Rouse are coming from the Crosswell, but it just gets forced fed an Electro Ball by the Mew. Metagross is using the Gyro Balls to do whatever it can, but it is fighting inside that fanciful fireworks, and in the space of about 20 seconds, Husky, both tier 1s gone for Zenigame squad, which means that Hooper Highway has been broken.
Yeah, it's definitely important to break goals as early as possible when you have a Hoopa on the opposite team, because it just limits the access to that mobility across the map. We do have Mew and Trevenant just farming now. Eldegoss went for a 40 in that top tier 2, but they were not able to get it. Hoopa luckily was there. We're just kind of seeing teams float around the map looking for some experience, trying to make sure that they can get some vision. Metagross and Dodrio, as well as Mew, are all level 12, as Dodrio does take into level 13, so True Gravity is pulling out a lead in terms of levels right now, but there goes Eldegoss looking for that 40. This time they will get it.
Yeah, they're pulling out a lead in levels, but they're also pulling out a lead on the scoreboard as well, 145 to 212. I do agree with you. It seemed like Zenigame squad were really in control of this game within the mid game, but a few misplays when it came to Hooper taking buffs, something like that. This could be something to do with the Fearless draft, like we said, where the roles and stuff, the mons that you have to choose, a little bit confusing. They've obviously got experience on these mons, but just the way that they're playing them, there are a few too many chances to give True Gravity a way back into this game. But like you said, a late scaling game, especially with the Metagross, that is proving to be a big problem. But I'm liking the Mew pick more and more every single time. The Solar Beams, the Electro Balls, providing big damage for the side of True Gravity. But we won't have to wait long. 20 seconds until the Rayquaza spawns. Where do you see this one going? I think True Gravity have the momentum.
I think that Zenigame squad was a little excited after winning that first match, and they're just making a lot of macro mistakes so far. So if they can lock in and not make any more mistakes and get caught out, they have a really good chance here. But True Gravity has more poke damage with that Mew, and they will start throwing it onto the Delphox. Oh my goodness, that Horn Leech made that Delphox just in the worst position possible. True Gravity getting an early pick in this fight. They may just go ahead and convert on this Rayquaza.
Yeah, absolutely. With Delpha being down, they don't have to worry about the fanciful fireworks going out. Hooper's going to send both the Crossel and itself back. Rayquaza is proving that it is a one Angry Dragon. It's down to half health. Leafeon's going to get a 50 score in the bottom pad, which puts them in the lead. There's the Rings Unbound. Phantom Forest went out. Who's going to get the secure? It is the Unbound once again. Oh my god.
Absolutely never punished. Never punished. And True Gravity's just gonna go ahead and give the GG. I like the play from True Gravity to kind of turn on to Rayquaza, but they just had to rip. They had to
Yeah.
just rip. They couldn't be dancing around it the way they were. They needed to commit to the rip and just go for it. And unfortunately, they just gave too much time to Zenigame to be able to stand there and just throw the best secure moves they had on it. But that is going to be a 2-0 victory for Zenigame. So we will not be seeing a game 3 as predicted, but we definitely could have.
Yeah, absolutely. That is super, super interesting. We saw the Leafeon come back with the 50 dunk in the bottom. That put Zenigame squad up by only not that much, by about 30 points, 35 points, I think. You're right. They needed to commit to the rip. Again, unfortunately, Obito not being able to do too much damage there. Again, I said this I said this at the very start. I don't think player off works very well into these hyper bulky teams. You need to be able to stand there. You need to be able to juke it out. And I think Shadowclaw does a much better job of that. Also being able to chase down. It could have been to the Dodrio, but Dodrio also suffered in that very low damage game all around. Most teams feeling each other out. But even Metagross, I say that a very low damaging game all around as we really do look at these stats. But again, a great decision by Zenigame squad. They got the 50 points and then they decided to use the rings unbound from the Hooper.
Yeah, we saw a game that I feel like is not as common in the India region with all that low damage. I feel like India tends to be very focused on just constant brawling, constant fights. But like you said at the beginning, these are teams that likely have a lot of respect for each other and have played each other quite a lot. So they know the strengths and weaknesses of the other teams. So standing back and being patient was kind of the name of the game until that Ray fight, of course, where both teams kind of ended up just flipping it and seeing who got that secure. So that was an interesting couple of games that we saw, and Zenigame is going to be moving on through our winners bracket. This is only the first round of the Phase 3. So we saw so far, if you had missed it, we saw SAEOL and IND Elites. SAEOL dropped to the losers bracket, and we will be seeing them in their losers round 1 in the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's so interesting to me the contrast between this game that we watched and the one I watched with Tano just before. Nail biting action from both teams, but that last game was a little bit more of a who blinks first. And
Yeah.
I think that seems to be the difference when we see these invited teams, these pro teams, as well as having one of the grassroots teams come through. Come through as well. The difference in games that we're getting.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be moving right along here with the next match that we're going to be able to see, but we are saying goodbye to Lobo. Let's bring back in Tano so that we could talk to him for a second, and then we're kicking Lobo out. I mean, we're letting him.
Hey, what? All right, you know what? We'll take it. Yes, unfortunately, I am going to be heading off, but Husky was absolutely fantastic to get to cast. One of the first games, the first time I get to cast with you, hopefully, is one of the first of many. But I have seen this man way too many times for my liking. Tano, welcome back. Before I head off, I just want to get your thoughts on that game before I head you guys into the second game and I say goodbye to you both. Give me your thoughts, mate.
Well, I gotta say, the fact that came down to just that Rayquaza rip, we could have had a game-free situation, like, just like that, if it wasn't for them managing to secure that with Zenigame squad. Like, crazy that this is how these games are sort of getting resulted, but, you know, what do you expect? I absolutely love Pokemon Unite because of just that, buddy, but you smashed that on the casting front. It's good to see you going, matey, but you've been really good today, so it's been a pleasure casting alongside you.
Yeah,
it was also my first time casting with Lobo, so a good time for sure. I'm sure there'll be many more casting opportunities to come with us together. We are going to miss you, but we will, don't worry. In your stead, we will continue to bring justice to the games that we have.
Look, as long as you both take the Mimikyu love to the next couple games and you really You really manifest that coming through, and I'm obviously going to feel it inside the Pokeverse when we see a Shadow Claw moveset played. I'm going to feel it when we get a Gengar played this time around, and I'm also going to feel a disturbance when we see a Trevenant come out onto the field, because Husky's just going to be super, super annoyed to see a
Yeah,
Trevenant out on the
exactly.
field. But thank you guys so much for having me. I'm going to head on out, and I will let you guys take it away. Guys, enjoy the rest of your cast. I will catch you guys later. Bye-bye.
See you later, Lobo. We are gonna move into our game very, very shortly. So we're gonna be seeing Seoul Esports, or SAUL. I was told both are fine, so I guess it's whatever we feel like at the moment. We're gonna see them again. It was very surprising in that round one to see them go down to IND Elites. They still looked very strong, but IND Elites was just able to take over those matches. So it's gonna be interesting to see them again in our losers bracket. And now, Tano, is the losers bracket best of 3, or is it a best of 1 losers bracket?
I believe it's a best of 1, but we'll wait for production to confirm that to us. And what is very interesting there, Husky, is that we have 2 of the invited teams today in the losers bracket right now. 1 being the number 1 seed and 1 being the number 3 seed. So we've got some really strong teams down there. It's a bit crazy, really, but yeah, we're just waiting on 1 player for this next game to kick off, chat. But wow, we've already had some amazing games today, Husky. It's crazy how good this India region is, right?
Yeah, they're very aggressive. They're very back and forth. The fearless draft as well just kind of makes it really, really interesting. And I really just feel like this is the best way to play the game, right? Like, you have to have new strategies. You can't just run it back every single game. There are Pokemon that are, of course, better than others. We always do see that, obviously, like Cerule Edge. But otherwise, we are seeing teams that have to figure out different ways to approach the game. We see like some games with speedsters and a ton of dive, and some games with a heavy backline, and it's just really interesting way to see the game played.
It is. There's so many teams that kind of give themselves an identity with one comp built into this. We see some of the indie teams, they go for having that range with a strong front line. We've seen some teams going for the CC comp. So they really do develop a kind of identity. But the difficulty is here, Husky, is that there is so many Pokemon that are so good in this game. And obviously, when it comes down to when we start the championship series, EX Mons are no longer EX Mons. So I know they don't practice with them in this league at the moment, but it just means that more Mons are going to be playable. This is why I love Fearless Draft, because you can't just rely on your go-to secure Mons, the go-to Mons that you play so well on, because you are going to have to play those other Mons. So you've got to have plenty of practice across the board on all roles, realistically.
Yeah, you have to have more flexibility and more options. And I think that India practicing this way in the Fearless Draft kind of gives them that advantage moving into the competitive season, because they have practice with a lot more strategies and a lot more Pokemon in a competitive setting. And I mean, I'm sure that teams practice plenty with different strategies in scrims or in ladder practices, but it is different when you're actually in a tournament, which is, again, why, as me and Lobo were talking about earlier, that these grassroots tournaments are so important to the competitive scene, because it gives teams this opportunity to try different things out. But yeah. I'm excited to get back into what we've got for the rest of the day. There's still some Pokemon that I haven't seen that I would like to see. For example, Meowscarada, but I don't know if we will see it. And the Shadow Claw Mimikyu, of course, Lobo. I'm sure they felt that somewhere.
We have to call for the Mimikyu, chat. We're going to manifest that Mimikyu into all of these games. But yeah, we have had an update. It is a best of 3 for the losers bracket, so that's going to be an interesting one. We're going to get a really interesting game here. Seoul Esports taking on Vilixum, so best of 3. That's going to be pretty exciting, Husky. I mean, Seoul Esports ended up losing 2-0 in the winners round, but they're such a strong team. I could see any of these games realistically coming down to a game 3 situation.
So it is Vilixum. I was waiting for you to say it because I didn't
I'm not even sure. I just gave it a go.
We'll go with Vilixum until we're corrected inevitably. But I was scared. I was like, I don't know what I should say, so I'm gonna wait for Tano to say it, because I don't want to be the one that I don't want to be the one roasted for it. I'll let him be the one roasted for it.
I'm gonna get cancelled now. No, I think it makes sense. I look at that word and Velixum comes to mind. Obviously, we've casted quite a bit of the India region, not much of that team for myself and Lobo. And this is a thing, chat, that you need to remember. Have a look at the rest of like the action going on in Pokemon Unite. The World Championship Series kicks off earlier than ever this year, with November being the sort of kickoff month. But there is regions all over the world that are competing in certain leagues. We've got the India League here. We also have the INGAGE Weeklies that happen on a Friday that myself and Tins cast. That's for the EU region. We've also got plenty of EU leagues. There's a lot happening in NA. Just have a look at what's going on in the Pokemon Unite scene, because people are really cooking and teams are really learning to compete at a high level. And you're just going to witness these regions really improve before we hit that November period.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting as well because the first couple years of Pokemon Unite esports, it kind of seemed unattainable to reach the goal of getting to the World Championships or playing in the Unite Championship Series. And I think that as the game progresses and more people learn how to play this game to the best of their abilities, it becomes easier, or not necessarily easier, but it becomes more attainable for new players with different types of play styles to be able to reach that goal. So people are practicing in these grassroots tournaments and people are forming these new teams, and every team really does have a chance of making it through to the championship series. And I think that this November start kind of gives different regions a lot of opportunities to really make sure that they get what they need to get, or they get what they want to get out of the championship series. We also will have LAIC this year that Pokemon Unite is going to be going to, so that's going to be super exciting as well. And my light unplugged, so I'm going to fix that.
So while Husky ducks out to fix that light, yeah, 100%. And as viewers, it couldn't be any more exciting because you are literally witnessing these teams improve as all these tournaments go on, chat. So I'm excited as a caster. I'm excited as a player, as a viewer. I'm sure Husky is too. This is Pokemon Unite, and it is just going leaps and bounds every single year that this game is out. So it's an exciting game to be a part of. I'm a massive Pokemon fan. I love MOBAs anyway. You can see all the Pokemon merch around me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's like that's the casting corner that we've all got to make for ourselves. We are getting into our game number 1, and it is SAUL on the left, so the overlay shows it a little bit differently, but SAUL is going to be our purple team, and Velixum, is that what we decided on, is going to be the orange team. We are seeing some standard issue bands coming out in the first game: Umbreon, Charizard, Gyarados, and Blaziken.
Yeah, not surprising that yet again a lot of the all-rounders are yeeted out of their Husky. It's interesting that the all-rounder sort of defend all-rounder meta is a thing, and I don't think we're going to get away from that anytime soon. As if to confirm that to us, we see All Might locking in the Cerulege. I think Solar actually on the purple side, looking at those tags. So I think we'll just get an update on that in the moment, chat. But yeah, Cerulege picked up straight away. Really not a surprise.
Yeah, Cerulege is still absolutely crazy. We do see the Mimikyu as an answer to that on Velixum, so they are going to pick that up, as well as the Hoopa. So in response to being able to first pick the Cerulege, 2 really strong picks are going to go over to Velixum as well. So we're going to have to see what Soul's strategy is against that. Could be seeing a Pikachu here. Maybe they go with their tank pick. Neither tanks haven't picked, and they do go with the Slowbro, which I haven't seen yet today.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Slowbro at all. We have seen quite a bit of Pikachu. We know how strong that Mon has got recently, so I'm actually excited for that. I love seeing Pikachu on the field, but yeah, Slowbro has not been that common, and that Unite move is so important. But I tell you what isn't common at all, Husky, is that Wigglytuff. That makes me very happy to witness.
Yeah, the Wigglytuff, one of my favorite Pokemon. It's just great. It's so annoying. It has Sing, it has Cute Charm, it's the most annoying pink blob out of all the pink blobs. in my opinion, but I do love it. And that, of course, is an answer to Cerulege. You want to try to use the Unite move of Wigglytuff, the Starlight Recital, to mitigate the damage of the Cerulege Unite move. And we do have the Meowscarada, as I was saying earlier that I wanted to see it. We will be seeing it on Soul.
I tell you what, Husky, we are manifesting so much today.
Literally.
We got the Mimikyu in, we got the Masquerada in. It's almost as if they're listening to us and going, all right, bet. I heard you, casters. Let's call it out. And the Queen has been pulled onto the field as well. Double all-rounder over there on the side, opposite with Velixum. I like that. I think if the Mew, we witnessed how strong that was in the previous game, with how good it can be with switching those moves. So I think the front line that they have there, as well as the Mew that can do the damage from range, is going to be a really good comp that they've built over on Velixum.
Yeah, and it does look like it's a double all-rounder, double support for Velixum, but actually Wigglytuff is going to be played as that tank role. We see a Focus Band, we see a Buddy Barrier on that, and Mimikyu is likely going to be played as more of a dive speedster with Shadow Sneak. So even though the backgrounds are telling us that we have double support, double all-rounder, I think Velixum's strategy is going to be to use that Wigglytuff and that Mimikyu outside of their roles a little bit. But the thing I am most excited for is we are going to see the Slowbro. I feel like the Trevenant, the Crustle have been prioritized a little bit more in that tank slot, so it's going to be interesting to see the Slowbro come out. That's going to be able to grab the Serena, grab the Mimikyu, stop them in their tracks in all of these big fights, and let Meowscarada do the work.
Yeah, and you don't even have like a Charizard to stop the Slowbro doing that. I believe, does Serena's recent patch mean that you can grab the Slowbro in the Unite move? I think you can now, but if you concentrate on that as Rex on that Slowbro, you're in a really strong position over on Soul Esports. So I am with you. I really love that pick. Obviously, Cerulege being as strong as it is recently is going to be a tough one for them to handle, but you have the CC, right? That's the thing that Cerulege really does struggle with. So it's going to be interesting to see how that develops coming into this game.
Yep, absolutely. We are seeing the game as we get into it here. All Might and that Blissey going to be heading into this top path. We are seeing Meowscarada take the early jungle, which does make sense. We could also see Cerulege taking it, but Meowscarada is one of the speedsters that needs much more experience to get online early, so giving it that early experience is definitely beneficial. We are just going to see All Might walk right in for some stacks. They know that Hoopa is down there in that central area. They did not end up picking up the red buff, which is usually what you'd expect them to do here. And Cerulege having to use that eject button to run away right there.
Yeah, not very plus ultra of them, but it does make sense. You don't really want to be going down that quickly on the little Charcadet, so that's valid. They are so close over on the side of Velixum at the moment to getting that evolution on the little Serena, and they do manage to do so. Charcadet is going to have a difficult job up in this top lane, but there we go. We see the Masquerada coming into the lane. They've got that level 5 Evo. That's a pretty strong gank, right, Husky?
Yeah, it's a strong gank if it has its passive up, which I'm positive that it does. It is hiding in this bush. Mimikyu walks through it. Likely they did see that Florigato sitting there, and they are going to run into these birds. Meowscarada getting very low right now. They're going to have to back up. Again, I believe their passive was popped, so now it's not as good. But it's a Shadow Claw Mimikyu, so wow, I feel bad for Lobo. He doesn't get to cast this one, but Mimikyu picking up all of those KOs, Serena getting one, and Mimikyu getting the other two. And they're just going to have to back up now. Velixium is going to have a chance to stack a little bit here. 4 members now in this top path, and the Hoopa can just kind of run around into the enemy central area, look to see if they can get an invade.
I love the fact that the Mimikyu is channeling their inner Lobo. They were really strong coming into that top lane. We've seen the Slowbro go into the jungle over on the side of Velixum. They have eventually gone down, but it depends how much they manage to grab out of there. Hooper's going to try and get out of here on the portal, but unfortunately the Florigator is there, or the Masquerada even now, alongside the Blissey. So we're having non-stop action from the get-go here. 90 points for Velixum. A massive beam coming in from the Mew to secure majority of that. The Masquerada getting the rest of it as well. These teams are feeling pretty strong right now, but I feel like the levels are really getting there over on the side of Velixum. Level 8 on the Masquerada. It's not going to be far off its Unite move coming into this first objective, Noski. That's pretty good.
And it is a flower trick. I imagine we'll see double team as well, which is the only way that I allow myself to play Meowscarada, which is going to be super fun into something like a Mimikyu, because you could potentially bait out that Unite move without it actually being on top of the Meowscarada. So you could bait out potentially Serena, potentially Mimikyu Unite moves on top of the clone instead. We are seeing the Hoopa rotate everybody down into this bottom path. Serena is going to stay in the top path, try to defend this goal. Mimikyu now does have their level 9 Unite move, but neither team is ready to make an engage yet. Actually, 3 members of Blixen going to head to the top path instead.
It's interesting that teams are putting a lot of importance on this Lecky in the top half right now, chat, although they do want to just break this pad to do so. They're going to try and take out the Cerulege, and we see their Come Play With Me hopping straight onto the Cerulege. They're back to the Pokemon Center. We're going to see this 30 try to go in, or at least baiting the Blissey to stop them doing just that. A 36 overcap is exactly what you want to see on a T1. They may open that XP for Seoul Esports to lock in, but you have a decent overcap. Interesting that they're going into the bottom lane here, Husky, rather than taking the Lecky. They want to defend their T1. That bottom objective has gone to Seoul Esports already. That was an interesting decision coming in from Veluxum.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that play. Now Cerulege is going to be able to go into the top path. I know that the Hoopa can just bring everybody back up, but they're not even on the goal pad to be able to do that. Meowscarada using their Floral Flourish, they take out the Hoopa immediately, so now Hoopa can't even bring everybody into the top path. Meowscarada getting another KO and looking for a third as well. The Pikachu, I believe, is the one to pick up that third one and grab a double for both of those players. And the Regieleki in the top half does go to the Cerulege, so they are going to get some points there. I imagine they will break this goal. Hoopa going to try to potentially stop them from doing any more damage. They do use their Hyperspace Highway right there. Blissey looking to push, but either team just kind of spread out a little bit too much. Nobody is really ready to commit on anything right now.
I'm with you. I'm not sure about that. Any sort of advantage that you gained in that top lane with that push on that T1, you got a nice overcap. You've just given back to Seoul Esports. They've managed to get that score even healthier for Seoul Esports, and I'm not sure what the plan was around any of that. I really hope the Lixum do decide to really commit to an objective coming into these next ones, because that's the kind of thing that's lost them the advantage at the moment, chat. They do have the tasty levels, but of course, Meowscarada and Cerulege have managed to get themselves there as well. We have a bottom objective spawning. Are they going to rotate down there to show their face for it? We see Seoul Esports really wanting to push this T1 objective up on the top lane. Hoopa and the Mimikyu are there to distract it. Looks like Mew's going to get their way onto there as well. The bus has been portaled up on the goal, but nobody's there to grab it. I think they're a bit divided at the moment of the Elixir, in my opinion, Husky. I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, I don't really know what's happening for either team or the way that they're positioned. I know it's important to have some presence all over the map, especially that you can do that with a Hoopa. Where are they going? They're going to let Cerulege go ahead and score 37. They do break this tier 1 pad, and they are going to go for the Unite move on the tier 2, but 4:15 on the clock, and Cerulege is there. They're going to be able to try to defend this. They go in with the Revenant Ram, but it is cleansed immediately by the Wigglytuff, and that's why you pick that Wigglytuff. They want to go for this push for some reason, and Wiggly's going to jump in with this saying, try to save their Mimikyu from going down, but they do not. Hoopa also going down. Wigglytuff getting chased down as well. Another double KO from Meowscarada.
Yeah, another situation where I'm unsure on that one, chat, because obviously they were just going to push your T2 in the bottom lane if you did that. I don't feel like they got enough out of that to be justifiable. So, I don't know. Hopefully Felixum do come together. They grab this XP and come down to this Rayquaza fight. We're going to see a rip on that top objective from Seoul Esports. We also see them going for this Regice. It doesn't seem like Felixum are going to show their face for it. Serena is there on the T2, but I think Slowbro's going to go and buy them some space while this Lecky is getting pushed into the T1. Is that Mimikyu going to go down? They do manage to get... No, they do! Meowscarada cleaning that one up. Back to the Pokemon Center for you. And Pikachu locking in the Regice. That's a double KO for Meowscarada. What a push into that first lane. Ooh, baby, a triple. Mom, get the camera. We have a quadra. Let's
get
go.
It.
Are they going to get the Penta? We're calling for it.
Blissey steals the Penta. The Blissey takes the Penta. Well, I'll count it. Level 14 Meowscarada now, but there are the downside of that push is that the Unite moves were used, but they were used on both sides, so it's not too bad here. Serena now moving in onto the Slowbro. They're going to try to punish AEOS for doing what they got away with, but again, we're noticing, I feel like a lot of miscommunications on Felixum or something like that, because we saw the Wiggly in the bottom path and the Hoopa tried to portal them up, but then they based beforehand. So I think there's just a lot of miscommunications about map presence. I feel like you think that you have it with a Hoopa, but unfortunately with all these goals broken, the Hoopa does not have the presence on the map that they normally would have. But there are 5 Unite moves on the side of Elixum heading into this final fight, and there are only 3 right now on S8UL, so that could be the opportunity for them to really engage on this fight and try to get something done. We do see Mimikyu with 36 points. They could be going for a bit of a back cap on this bottom tier 1, but look at Slowbro and how forward positioned they are. They want to force the engage out of Elixum.
Yeah, there's going to have to be an engage here. All Unite moves are now up. We see the Wigglytuff going down. That is a massive loss straight away. A double KO coming in from the Ceruledge chat. There's a Rings Unbound. We see the Thunderbolt coming out from the Pikachu. Masquerada also popping their Unite move. We are losing Mons very, very quickly. Mew trying to survive, but the telekinesis is going to drag them right on in. And we see the majority of Elixum getting KO'd. There's the Hooper gone. Wigglytuff is going to run on in. Are they going to be able to do anything? They're going to sting people to sleep. We see the Starlight Recital. Who's going to get the lock, the double slap? But no, it's Masquerada there to answer. Goodbye, Green Dragon. Goodbye, Elixum. You are back to the Pokemon Center, and we can get some Hundo Burgers locked in here, Husky, with a fantastic lead for Seoul Esports.
They do manage to break the shield on the Slowbro, but here comes Masquerada. They do not break the shield on them. They use the double team to make sure that they can get in there. They're going to go for the Mimikyu. Look at how big those flower tricks are. Here comes the Bliss Assistance onto them to make sure that they don't go down. Slowbro, after getting damaged by like 4 players at once, they're still hanging on to half health, especially with that Oblivious passive, and I think that maybe we're seeing why Slowbro should have some more priority in these matches, because they are just hanging on 1 HP constantly and healing up to half with absolutely no problem. It doesn't look like Elixum's gonna be able to come back in this match. 666 to 186. They would have to score they would have to score 500s. So that means they would have to take down every single member of Seoul Esports with only 15 seconds left. That is just not possible. The Floral Flourish once again coming out. And I feel like maybe people should be using maybe people need to put some respect on the Slowbro and the Meowscarada's names, because those Pokemon look incredible in this game, number 1.
100%, but I tell you what, we have Fearless Draft Chat. That means Seoul Esports can't use this combo coming into this next round. Slowbro is not going to be an option for them. Will they ban it out because they won't want Elixum to take it, or not? Because obviously that Ceruledge was also able to just let loose in that game alongside the damage mons that they had. Seoul Esports really managing to get a handle of that. But I gotta say, Husky, it honestly felt like Elixum got themselves an advantage so many times in that game and just didn't capitalize on it. Kind of threw it away and gave it back to Seoul Esports so many times. But yeah, what a battle we had. That was a strong one. Look at the damage coming into this one, chat. We have 69k, going on to the Masquerada there. 63 on the Ceruledge. 72 on the Pikachu. Pikachu really showing how strong they are as a Pokemon after those most recent changes. Really, really strong. And I tell you what a battle that was. Elixum had some good options there. They had some really good fights as well. The Mimikyu, did a really good job, but it was such a difficult situation. It honestly did feel like they had some good advantages. They tried to take them at the points that they did, but they kind of just didn't capitalize on them. We saw them go into that top lane. They really broke that T1 pad with a massive push. It was really strong from them. But then they just leave the Lecky to be grabbed by the Ceruledge to score the points in the T1. They weren't going to get that bottom objective anyway. There was no option for them to do so. So it was kind of like, why have you just gone down into that bottom lane to throw that away? And it honestly felt like Elixum did that multiple times during that game. It's a shame. I'm hoping when we come into this next game that they will have a much stronger fight. It's going to be really close, I think, if they do that. But yeah, what a game that was.
Yeah, that was a wild match. I think that Elixum really needs to fix a lot of the macro mistakes that they were making in that fight. And they're not going to be able to have access to the Hoopa anymore, so they're going to have to use a different macro strategy regardless, considering that we do have Fearless Draft. So neither team will be able to select anything that they've picked so far in this tournament. Or in this set, rather. But S8UL looking really strong. They're kind of ready to show why they deserve to be in this tournament at seed number 1.
Yeah, it was a really strong fight from them. They really capitalized on any opportunity that they got, chat. Elixum opened the door for them a couple of times in that match, and Seoul Esports closed it. They went straight in. They slammed through that door. And I mean, All Might coming in there, plus Ultra straight away, managing to do a fantastic job there. So that is going to be a tough team to beat. They don't have access to that comp anymore, though. They're not going to be able to use some strong mons that they picked up there. So it's going to be interesting to see how they rotate into this one, Husky.
Yeah, I wonder if SAUL will go for the Ceruledge ban just to make sure that Velixum doesn't have access to that Pokemon. But it seems like they were going for a comp that they wouldn't normally use, especially with the Slowbro coming out, the Meowscarada coming out in that first game. So there's still a lot of really crazy good picks that SAUL could go for in the second match that they haven't used yet. And it seems like, I don't know Velixum very well, but it seems like Velixum kind of pulled out all the stops with that one. Picking the Serena, picking the, they had the Wigglytuff on their side. They had a lot of really good picks early. And we do see the Ceruledge ban coming out from Seoul, so finally, Husky makes a correct prediction.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it does open that Slowbro that we were so certain was so good in that game, Husky. I'm with you 100%. It tanked 68k damage, chat, the most tanks on the team, and it is an impressive mon. What's going to be locked in first by Velixum? Of course, the Charizard, the Dragon mon that isn't a dragon type, has locked in straight away.
Mm-hmm. Well, if it megas, one of the megas gets a dragon typing, so maybe this is a sign that Unite should be adding more megas instead of just that dumb thing Mewtwo. Well, I guess it's not as cringe anymore since EX Pokemon have been taken out of the game, which is another thing we haven't seen. We haven't seen many EX Pokemon getting played yet. That will be an interesting thing coming into the competitive season, how those former EX Pokemon prioritize. And SAUL actually going to go for the Snorlax Clefable as the core frontline. So that's an interesting selection here. The Snorlax is really strong, but it is just that traditional tank. It really can only tank and disrupt. So that's going to be fun to see into something like a Charizard Gyarados on Velixum.
Yeah, that is really interesting. You have nearly all of the defender pool available to be selected there, right? Umbreon's the only one banned, and obviously whatever you played in the previous game, so you can't run the Slowbro. But yeah, that's a really interesting one. But I love the Delphox picks there, Husky. Mm-hmm. Both movesets are very strong on Delphox, sorry, but you cannot be upset about the Fire Spin when you are using that. When you are level 13, you're around about a 2-second cooldown on Fire Spin, which is illegal. That is crazy good.
Oh, that move is absolutely broken. Delphox is still my most played Pokemon in the game. I have like almost 800 battles on that thing, and I can absolutely confirm that Fire Spin is stupid broken. But it is going to be going against a couple Pokemon with unstoppable moves, so could potentially prevent the Fire Spin from doing as much as it could with the Bounce on Gyarados, the Volt Tackle on the Pikachu, the Horn Leech on Trevenant as well. And you can't Fire Spin a Charizard in the air. So that's going to be interesting as well to see. But I do still love this Delphox pick, especially with how low the cooldown is. And to round out SAUL's composition, we're going to be seeing the Urshifu come out. And of course, All Might's signature Serena. He is just insane on this Pokemon. So the Queen is back for game number 2.
The Queen is back, and they will not be wanting to let go of that crown. They are such a fantastic player, All Might. That's going to be a scary thing for you to see if you are the Luxem. But I do like the comp that they've built over there. Pikachu showing just how strong they are in the previous game. And I tell you what, we're really getting to the bottom of the all-rounder pool with these games. If this goes to a game-free situation, Husky, we're going to be seeing some very interesting all-rounders. Maybe the return of the Lucario itself.
Yeah, that's very true. And that's the interesting part about Fearless Draft as well, is if we go toward more games, if we have these more, game 3s, that's the word that I'm looking for. If we go to game 3s more often, then we see more interesting picks come out, and I think that's what SAUL is kind of preparing for, picking some a little bit slightly off meta picks so they could save some of those more meta picks for a potential game 3, but we do see that this Snorlax player is a blue ribbon, so they are very, very comfortable on the Snorlax, but they are going up against a gold ribbon Trevenant, so potentially even more comfortable on the Trevenant on the side of Velixum as we get into our game number 2. Here we go, Tano.
And I tell you what, that Trevenant is so strong, you do not want to see somebody on that gold mon. It's going to be very scary. We see Charmander grabbing that jungle rotation. They're going to try and get Charmeleon really early, get themselves a nice power spike coming into the lane. Kung-Fu is going to be left alone over there, chat. We have a battle in this bottom lane. Tackle from Snorlax does so much damage, but the Phantom gets a lot of healing from their passive, and they usually run a focus band with it. Who's going to be able to take out who here? Oh, nice, got a jet button to pick up the citrus berries. That might be it. Phantom's going to have to yeet themselves back to their own goal. We've got a push coming in from the Pikachu. Are they going to get caught out? That tackle's going to be coming up. Look at the damage going down. Unfortunately, they do get back to the goal there, Husky. What a fight in that lane straight away.
That was a Snorlax passive win, if I've ever seen one. The Snorlax getting extra speed when it's near berries, and it was able to showcase that. Both of the Pokemon in that fight had to use their eject vines, but Snorlax with that extra speed was able to heal up on those berries. But neither have a focus band now going into this Altaria fight. Both are going to try to fight over these bottom path birds, but we do see in the top path, Urshifu gets taken down by just a little Gossifleur that does evolve them into an Eldegoss, and Gyarados, already a Gyarados. You never want to give up those assists or KOs to a Magikarp, because now Gyarados can just start running away with this match.
Big fish is on the field. That is going to be scary for anyone. Snorlax trying to get an invade into this jungle, but they see the big dragon coming at them. They're going to have to get on out of there. That red buff is going to go to the Gyarados. I tell you what, they're going to try and distract them down here in this jungle, but you're not going to do much against an Eldegoss and a Gyarados, unfortunately. They might get caught out here, chat. I suspect they're going to. They're going to try and jump over the wall. Fantastic micro coming out from the Snorlax there. That's what we like to see, but Serena, the queen, has arrived on stadium. We do see the birds going to the Shifu there. Gyarados trying to concentrate on grabbing some, but not in time. That's going to be a lot of experience that the Shifu can take.
Level 7 Gyarados is just absolutely crazy. And you did say that it was a dragon, but again, another Pokemon that is technically not a dragon type. So 2 of those on Blixum. It's a flying water, somehow not a dragon, as they do jump in, but the water bear is there to try to prevent it, and the queen is there as well! But look at them, everybody going down right there. The Cerulege, or not Cerulege, I'm crazy. Serena and Urshifu both going down, but they did get the level 8 Gyarados. So that is big for S8UL to try to come back into this. Clefable now getting very, very low as well. Charizard does take them out, and the Snorlax looking to be taken down next, and they do. Charizard with a double KO in this top path, and that goal is gone.
And we've got these objectives spawning now, chat. We don't have any Unite moves on the field just yet, but that Charizard is getting pretty close. They're left alone in that top lane. They could grab that Lecky whilst we have a rotation from Seoul Esports onto this bottom Reggie that has now spawned. I'm not quite sure what that is yet. I'm sure we'll get a peek of it very shortly. 10 going in from the Clefable there. It is a Reggie. Shifu managing to lock that in with the Delphox. What are they going to do here? They could push onto this goal. Sometimes that is quite risky, though. The Charizard has rotated down. They've got their Unite move alongside that Gyarados. Are we going to see the action breaking out here? We do get a Trevenant getting caught, but it is a Trevenant. It takes a hell of a lot to take them down. The bounce from the Gyarados comes in. There's the Dragon Current. Are they going to be able to pick up anyone with that? The Clefable has gone ridiculously weak, but they're on the Flux Zone, Husky. The fanciful fireworks is down, and with that Queen Majesty, that Charizard is back to the Pokemon Center, and now we have a retreat from Flux Zone. They're going to have to back on out because Seoul Esports are here to clean up.
The Charizard there going for Unite. It was a really good play in the fanciful fireworks especially, but the Serena was just able to make that look like it wasn't, like the Charizard is not as broken as it is, but here they come. They're going to try to defend this tier 1 goal zone. They're looking for that Snorlax, who's doing a great job of zoning out as the Serena able to pick up a 40, and I didn't see the exact overcap, but I'm just going to go with it was a good one, as it looks like Seoul Esports taking the lead right back, even though they are facing against a level 10 Gyarados and a level 10 Charizard.
You've got to try and capitalize on having those extra levels there, chat. Unfortunately, it seems like Seoul Esports are giving themselves the comfortable lead. They've got 200 points in now. That Lecky has been reset up in the top lane. If they want to go for the rip on that, they can do so, but they're going to have a lot of mons coming their way. We see Kyrium there grabbing themselves some vision in that lane just to see where the rest of the Lixum are. They may get caught out here. They use the follow me to get themselves away whilst the rip was going down into the Lecky. That was perfect distraction from Clefable, allowing Seoul Esports to lock in that objective.
Look at this, Gyarados jumping in on the Clefable. They did zone out quite a lot, and now Gyarados wants to punish them for it, but here comes the Serena as well, looking for that Unite move, and the Pikachu is able to run away. Here comes the Cotton Cloud Crash onto that Urshifu. Look at the Cotton Cloud Crash pushing it away, getting Charizard that KO on the Urshifu. And Vlixum fighting a little bit too far outside of their goal zone. And now here comes the Thunderstorm. As I say that, the Thunderstorm is able to take down everybody. We were talking about how good that Engage is. Gyarados with a triple KO. And maybe this thing should have stayed on the ban list, Hanno.
Maybe so, and I feel like Seoul Esports may wish that that was the case. Ooh, baby, a triple coming in from the Gyarados. Really strong there. This bottom Reggie has also spawned. We've had a lot of objectives on the map for a lot of time here, Husky. Nobody wants to go for this just yet. Seoul Esports are in the position to do just that. Level 13 on the Gyarados. They may have been caught out there. They've got the yawn. They're put to sleep. Are they going to get away? They use the bounce to yeet themselves over the wall, but Snorlax is there to answer. They're going to get away with the assistance of the Elder Goss, and we are now going to get some zoning from the Seoul Esports while Shifu rips that bottom Reggie. They have 1:30 before we have the spawn of Rayquaza, so they're not going to use that advantage coming into it, but still, you get that extra XP. Pikachu on the back end of that Queen Majesty, and the Stomp sends them away. Will they get the 50 dunk in? It's going to be risky because Gyarados is going to be there to answer, and they might want to run away from this. That's not going to be the kind of mon that you want to battle on your pad, because look how quick it can rip, and I think that might be it for All Might. They're trying to answer because they can't get away, but there's the bounce, there's the Dragon Breath, there's the KO.
We need to see what's going on in this bottom path right now, too. We had a push coming in from SAUL Esports where we now had 2 members going down there. And again, I just do not know maybe these teams know something I don't. I don't know what's up with these late game pushes on the tier 2 pads, because it doesn't seem like it ever works. Eldegoss answering back with a score right there. Charizard looking for 50, but every member of SAUL is moving down into this bottom path. Delphox getting very, very low. They have to back up, and the Dragon Current coming up from Gyarados, and now SAUL is dropping like flies. Charizard just burning everything down, and the Gyarados as well with that huge Unite move. That was absolutely a crazy push. Vlixum now taking the lead, but they expended quite a few Unite moves in the process.
Yeah, they only have the Trevenant one over on Vlixum with this Rayquaza spawning in 10 seconds. We're getting Unite moves coming back over on Seoul Esports. They have the Fanciful Fireworks. We know how that cooldown works, and of course it's a very vital Unite move coming into it, and it seems like Seoul Esports are really going to have the advantage from that Unite move front. Pikachu Trevenant being pretty strong with theirs. The Yawn does put the Trevenant to sleep. They're not going to get caught out though. They do manage to get themselves back, and it seems like Seoul Esports are on the aggressive side of this Rayquaza pit at the moment. We're waiting for the Charizard and Gyarados to come in. They don't have enough vision yet to Seoul Esports, so they're not making the decision to go for the engage. Serena's trying to see that vision. We see the bounce onto the Serena. The Queen is going to have the battle. They're going to get on out of there. Trevenant in the meantime and the Snorlax just distracting each other. We don't yet have a fight going on. It's such a close game. Nobody knows who's currently in the lead because of how close it is right now. I don't think they've made the decision who needs to go for the engage here, but there we go. Gyarados with the bounce onto All Might, and I don't think they're going to be able to do much without the assistance. The Queen Majesty coming out is going to be enough. The Dragon Current does save them there, Husky, with 1 HP, but all they could do is jump back onto the Serena, and that's going to be them. That is a lot of damage you no longer have in this fight. The Fanciful Fireworks goes down. There's the engage, so the Charizard's using their Unite move. That's a lot of damage that they can put on. There's Pikachu's Thunderbolt coming down. Are they going to pick up the Shifu? I think that Pikachu and Charizard Unite move is enough to turn this fight, but Serena has come to answer. Oh my god, they nearly take them out. A quadra for Charizard, but Snorlax was there. 27 points from Pikachu could win this. They're going to get that in. Snorlax was trying to get back there to defend. Oh my God, I think Felixum has done enough. They've got 25 seconds, Husky. That was ridiculously close. That fight was never ending.
There were just so many mistakes from Seoul Esports there. They waited until every single member of Felixum got the Unite moves back. They threw so many right before the fight. Seoul Esports had their Unite moves. They just needed to engage and they win that fight easily. But instead, they stayed back and let Felixum get the Unite moves back and win that fight. Though the Fanciful Fireworks was really, really good, it took out a few members of Felixum early in that fight. The Thunderstorm was really the put away for Felixum. They were able to take down 3 members of Seoul Esports with that. And the Pikachu, the hero play there, the 27-point back cap wins them the game. Don't try this at home, chat.
Definitely not, but I tell you what a battle that ended up being. So much damage coming out from the Charizard. That Unite move from the Charizard and the Pikachu worked so well in that fight, but they came back against that Serena and the Snorlax, and they really managed to lock that one out. But I tell you what, if the Snorlax decided to go for a score, maybe we'll have a different situation rather than trying to defend it, but I do understand why you would do that there. You're not quite sure how the cooldowns are in regards to the spawns, Husky, but what a close game that ended up being.
Yeah, and it really shouldn't have been either. I was sitting there like twiddling my fingers like, no, please don't do that. You just have to, there's one thing you have to do. Just please engage. You have to. But they didn't. Instead, they let the Gyarados and the Charizard run away with that game. And maybe, like I said earlier, the Gyarados needs to remain on that ban list. So, but as with Fearless Draft, neither team will be able to play any of the Pokemon that they've selected, and this is the first Game 3 we're seeing on stream today. So it's going to be interesting to see the strategies that these teams bring out. We haven't seen SAEOL get the Charizard, so if that's not banned, they could go ahead and get that, but I mean, that's a lot of Pokemon that neither of the teams have access to in game number 3.
So true. And as we mentioned previously, so many all-rounders have been played already from that pool chat that, I think they're really going to end up going to the bottom of this all-rounder pool at the moment, which isn't a shame because nearly all the all-rounders are in a pretty decent condition coming into Pokemon Unite. So Charizard is going to be the biggest one. If nobody's played that yet, as you mentioned, they will 100% pick that up. They could ban it, though, over on the side of Felixum if they know that and they don't want to get them to pick it. But it's going to be interesting to see what mons do get chosen here. This is the joy of Game 3 situations in a Fearless Draft scenario, chat. It could be anything that comes out here. Maybe even a Greedent. You don't know.
Bro, you are stuck on this Greedent, and I'm sorry, but I don't think the thing is coming. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't think that Greedent is going to be at the top of the list for these players. But who knows? We could see it. Tano just really likes Greedent.
You never know. It's cute and it's annoying. That's what I love about it. And, you know, it's one of those mons that you just can't stop watching in Pokemon Unite because of how much teams really try to stop it. And that's what I love when we witness it. But I think you might be right, Husky. I don't think we'll see the Greedent.
I mean, there is another specifically cute and annoying Pokemon that we could see, which is Sableye. That hasn't been played yet. And that's kind of one that I feel like teams pull out later in a set just because of the different way that you have to play against it. And it kind of keeps teams on their toes. But we do have the ban of Charizard coming out from Felixum, so they don't want SAEOL to get that, but instead they're going to give away the Blaziken, which is arguably better, and Felixum is going to go ahead and take the Slowbro Blissey for their core frontline in response to that Blaziken.
What a pick for this final game, chat. Like, that is the kind of core that you want in your team. Slowbro Blissey, you can never go wrong with realistically. In any comp you come up against, they're usually quite suitable. I do like the Crustle pick from Rex there. Crustle is one of the defender mons that goes under the radar a little bit. It does a considerable amount of damage, and the CC is really strong coming into any game.
Yeah, and the Eldegoss as well as the main healer. SAEOL hasn't yet used the Eldegoss, so that's a really solid pick. You also want to make sure you keep the Blaziken alive. You get a little bit of extra CC if they go the Cotton Spore route, and Candle is going to be locked in for Felixum. A really interesting backline choice, and like I said, when you get later into these Fearless Draft sets, you get some really interesting picks. The Metagross also coming out for them.
Yeah, I love both of those picks. I feel like Chandelier does such a massive amount of damage with that flamethrower. 2 second, like the cooldown timer. If you hit something with that, the AoE is really good. Overheat is also really strong, but that the imprison to try and handle the Blaziken, that means Blaziken's going to have amazing micro to really time when they have that unstoppable, right? Because imprison's tough, but oh my god, Husky.
Oh, look at this!
We have a Gengar!
The Gengar is out for Velixum. Their last chance in this tournament. Both teams on their last leg. It's 1-1. And whichever team loses this match is out. So they're going to bring out everything they have. And they want the Gengar. Which, honestly, into a double attacker composition that SAUL has, I don't mind this Gengar pick at all.
I honestly think this Gengar pick is a stroke of genius. If they go for Hex here, they're going to feel pretty strong because obviously the Dream Eater does a fantastic job of deleting any squishy on it, but I feel like the Hex will also do quite strong against the Crustle and the Blaziken, that they're going to be the biggest worry for with Gengar in this. But the recent changes on that Husky are so strong. It is a gold badge Gengar. I am so excited for this. I can't contain myself.
I mean, SAUL is the team of the tournament, right? They went to Worlds, and they took 2 years ago. They took a game off the off Luminosity. Like, they're a really, really strong team, and they are gonna be up against this Gengar. And I kind of hope that Velixum takes this game just because of that Gengar pick. But Seoul Esports gonna have to show why they continue to deserve to be here with that Kramer, and I imagine they're going to be going Dive to try to avoid any of that extra damage from Gengar, and we'll have the Solar Beam as the main backline damage dealer on the Venusaur.
But here we go. It is the third game in this losers bracket round 1. The loser from this will be out of the tournament. And I tell you what, it does take a little bit for that Gengar to come online, chat. It's not that quick of a rotation through the jungle, so it's going to be important to see how Seoul Esports utilizes that advantage. Torchic in this top lane is going to grab themselves some nice farm. They were going to go stack, but I really like the decision to not do that, knowing that the Velixum were concentrating on being there and stopping any stacking that was happening.
Yeah, I did not like that Blissey push in for that stack. I feel like as a supporter, you need to be back with your top laner, just making sure that they get at all the levels that they can. Now they're alone to have to defend this tier 1 gold by themselves. Venusaur, little Bulbasaur pushing in onto this Slowbro, but they are still just as tanky as expected in the early game. And no one will get any KOs right now. But 3 members of SAUL already shown in this bottom path.
We do have the Haunter on the field, chat. We see Cramorant running, sprinting themselves, waddling away up into that top lane. Will they get there for the mid-burst? Let's see who manages to grab these. And it is Hex, of course. They take down the Combustion. Are they going to grab the Elder Goss? They do. Goodbye. And that is going to be a triple KO from the Haunter from the get-go. If that is going to be how this game is going to turn out, Husky, I am so excited for this.
I love seeing that early game Gengar pop off like that. They're just making that broken Combuskin look like nothing. We have 2 members of Velixum in the enemy central area. I don't think I really like that play. I don't want to give up any of the experience that was just gained on that push in the top path. It does leave Combuskin up there to score and stack by themselves. But this Metagross, still just a Metang, gonna have to make their way back up into this top path. Slipper looking for 9 points, unable to get it, Tano.
I can't believe they've let that Blaziken get their Evo. That is such a risky move because of how strong that carry can be. Really good wall going up there from Crustle, but unfortunately they did manage to get onto the pad. The overheat coming in, but they're not damaged yet, so they can't pick up the Citrus Berry, and that's just going to give it to the side of the Crustle. But here's the Gengar. The Hex is popping out. They are so close to level 9. They're going to have their Unite move before this 7 objective, and that's going to be crazy for Velixum. That's going to be really important for Seoul to try and handle what's going on with this Gengar right now.
I honestly would have expected the Chandelure to be going flamethrower, especially with that not as much mobility on the other side. But here we go. There is a fight breaking out immediately. The Gengar does get their level 9. They're going in with the Hex. They take down Crustle and just barely on 1 HP. They're going to have to be forced to use that Unite move to make sure that they don't go down. But that's exactly what you want. You want to make sure that you're not going down and giving up those levels. Blaziken, however, is also level 9, so they have access to their move stance change. And they will be engaging with that immediately, Tano.
We see the Metagross going into the backline, or the Metang at least, trying to get themselves some space for their team, but I'm not sure if that was the answer. The beam comes in from the Venusaur. That objective has, I believe, gone now. I'm not sure who managed to secure it, but it seems like Seoul Esports having a really good push here. The steal did go, thanks to the beam coming in from the Venusaur, and it doesn't matter what's going on in a game. That Solar Beam will always be a difficult move to handle.
Yeah, the Solar Beam is just able to get that secure, and if you can't dive in on that Venusaur, then it's just going to be doing a ton of backline poke damage. And that Gengar is going to be able to focus in on those backline damage dealers like Venusaur, like Cramorant. So the goal here for S8UL is to kind of keep that Gengar from doing so, as we do have a bit of a skirmish in the top path, but both teams are going to be backing off. Metagross, now level 9, has access to the Compute and Crush, looking to steal away some of that farm. But look at the Solar Beams, almost half healthing that Metagross with one hit.
So strong, isn't it? Blissy's going to have to really concentrate on healing up the damage from that, and it's so tough to do when it hits more than one mon in a group. It is just the best ranged attack in my eyes. I mean, I know that the move from Inteleon, the snipe shot, does so much damage, but it can be difficult to land, whereas you don't really have that with the Solar Beam, and it seems like both these teams at the moment are just passing blows while they're waiting to see who goes for the objective. The bottom lane seems like Gengar's cooking on down there. We see the Bliss assistance coming in. It's going to pick up some healing for the Metagross, but unfortunately it didn't do enough damage. There's the Compute and Crash coming out. The stadium has been risen, but it doesn't pick up anyone because of the Eldegoss Unite. That's really strong from Seoul Esports, and they've got nothing out of that engage just yet, Husky. So the Lixum are on the back foot up in this top lane, and it seems like the bottom has also had a good advantage for Seoul Esports right now. Telekinesis on the Cramorant. They dive on out of there in the perfect moment to not end up going down, and they're kind of stalled right now on this attack. The lock-in on the Lecky gets stolen by the Blissey. I wish we could have seen that. There was a rip on the Venusaur, but it gets stolen by the Blissey. And
I don't know how you let that happen. I don't know how you can let that happen. Again, with a Venusaur Solar Beam, I don't know how you let a Blissey steal that. But they somehow do. We are seeing the push now from Felixum on the bottom path and the top path. They pushed S8UL off of both paths. I have no idea how S8UL is letting this happen right now. The double push from both teams. Metagross continuing to put points in the top tier 2. It's now 206 to 167. And for some reason, we are just seeing the candle farming. But there is a bit of a push in this top path. Cramorant trying to chase away that Metagross. And they do take down the Blissey as a consolation prize. Metagross will get out. But the Cramorant is already level 13, even though S8UL has been not looking as solid in these fights against Felixum.
It's going to be a tough one. I really like the level side of Soul Esports for that Cramorant, and of course the Blaziken, but it's Gengar level 13 right now, Husky. They've got their plus moves, and I feel like it's been cooking in these team fights. They're going to have to concentrate on taking that out. They try and grab the Blissey here. That was really important. The Rebel Rods are all picking up the Chandelier. They can push onto this bottom pad. It's on 5. They can get a good score if they want. There's the Compute and Crash. We see the Eldegoss Unite coming out, trying to protect them as well. The Verdant Anger. There's the Gatling Bolt Missile, and I think that's going to be enough to clean up the Lixum, though. They have the Slowbro. The one mon that they need to protect against is on that goal, and they can't do anything. And I tell you what, that Gengar got a triple KO, and I didn't even see where that was coming in there, Husky.
Yeah, I don't even know if I could follow that entire engage, but Felixum, you need to back up. You should not be pushing right after you won that fight. I do think S8UL did win that fight, but they weren't able to get the push that they wanted because Slowbro was just way too tanky. But that was kind of the last fight where the teams could be using their Unite move. So I think they wanted to try and gain some of that momentum back. But we do have level 14 on the Cramorant, but level 14 on the Gengar as well. It's going to be really interesting. Final fight, the Cramorant taking down Chandelure in the bottom path. All the while, Blaziken able to secure the Regieleki in the top path. Cramorant looking for 50, but Blissey is there with an Egg Bomb to stop them. And now S8UL, they're going to be the ones to try to go on this double push on both sides. The Hex Gengar ready to stop that, as we do have 8 seconds until Rayquaza hits the map.
This Blaziken's in a really aggressive position. In fact, Seoul Esports as a whole, are they going for a rip? It seems like Cramorant is diving. They're going for the rip, Husky. Here comes the computer and crash, the verdant anger, and of course it's the Blaziken locking in the Rayquaza. What a decision by Seoul Esports. They knew that they pulled a lot of Volixium to defend that bottom goal, got themselves in an aggressive position, and managed to rip the objective. We do see Hex Gengar ripping down the Crustle. They go down though, and these are going to be hundo burgers galore with a little bit of sides for added boost, and that's going to be a surrender from Volixium. That was such a good opportunity by Seoul Esports. What a decision.
There was just so many questions that I had throughout the game on both sides as to why did they do that. And in the final fight right there, the why did they do that question was, why did Volixium not position themselves in the pit as early as possible, knowing that there's an overheat and a solar beam on Seoul Esports? Because you are not securing that away. The only chance you have is your Blissey Egg Bomb, and they just weren't even there to be able to try. They went for the Bliss Assistance, but they were not able to get it. And that was a clean S8UL rip. You can't secure against an overheat and a solar beam. You really just had to be there and start picking members off, and they were not. Clean win there from S8UL.
Yeah, that was really smart. I love the decision. And I tell you what, Volixium were having a good game. That Gengar, it makes me happy. Darkrai had a really good game, but they were there to answer with Seoul Esports. And it just shows how good these secure moves are and how important they are in these games, Husky. Because, like, when you have, like, 2 good secures in a game, and you also have the good rip of the Cramorant as well, that was probably the smartest decision for them to do. And
yeah,
wow, what a battle. I tell you what, Seoul Esports managing to pull on through, though.
Yeah, I completely agree. They were able to take that rip. They capitalized on the opportunity, and they executed on it. It was a really good play. We see 83,000 damage from the Cramorant. I don't know why we haven't seen as much Cramorant recently, because that thing is still pretty insane. We did see a really good game from Darkrai on the Gengar. It's sad that the Gengar lost, but they played really well, and it really did just come down to that final fight, and the rip capitalized. That opportunity capitalized on by S8UL. Really good playing from both teams, but S8UL, the number 1 seed in this tournament, is going to go on into losers round 2. And all the while, we're going to be bringing in our third newcaster of the day. We're gonna see Ravage coming back, and that's who's going to be joining us for the rest of today's games. So yeah, excited to continue.
What a blast these games have been. Hello, Ravage. Welcome in, buddy. How are you doing? Have you been watching the games? How have the games been for you?
I've been doing pretty well. And looking at the games right here, it's been amazing because I just watched the S2L game versus Volixium. And I would like to point out 2 things here. First of all, this is what happens when you see an experienced team coming onto the field. They had the vision from the Regieleki on the top lane that there were at least 2 people defending that. The Blaziken was already in their jungle, covering anyone who's coming from the jungle to the pit, and they knew there was at least 1 player defending at the bottom tier. So the players are spread out; they cannot make it in time. And by the time it was 2:05 on the clock, the entire S2L team was already in the Rayquaza pit.
Yeah,
the second part is, I'm not sure if I'm the new guy. I have been here all along.
Our newest person.
New for the day.
New for the day, yes.
Yeah, new for the day, buddy. You are the OG, but new for the day. 100% Ravage. I kind of like alluded to that as well. When you have the vision of the other team and you know that they're not there, and you've got those secure mons that you had, as well as the Cramorant for the rip, that was 100% the right decision by Seoul Esports, and it showed that it was with how well they managed to lock that in. And it's kind of an opportunity missed, unfortunately, by Velixum.
Mm-hmm.
No, completely agree. So this is what you have to do. Once either you're defending the Reggie Lecky, so it's so important to make sure that Reggie Lecky either does not stay for the final 2 minutes, or you take it for yourself. Once it's down, you either give up a goal zone, which is a 100% 100 dunk there, or you give up the fight in the Rayquaza bit. There was no the one thing that I'm not sure why Wilson did that. There was no one in the Rayquaza pit for the final 10 seconds taking info for their team, so they had no idea SE12 was already there.
Which is risky.
exactly.
Like, it shows how important vision is in Pokemon Unite, honestly, especially when it comes to an objective as important as Rayquaza, the one objective that really decides the games when they're that close. You've really got to be making sure you're there on time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a really that was definitely an interesting game to see, but really good from SAEOL to capitalize on the opportunity to rip that objective. And we did see the GG coming out there from Velixum. They were like, "Oh, they got us. We weren't there." They realized as soon as the objective went down, they were like, "Yeah, all right, they got us." But really interesting games. We're going to be seeing next True Gravity versus Maka Believers. And I'm going to be taking the break for this one. So we're going to be giving it over to Tano and Ravage. And I know that they will do this match justice, but I will be watching in the background and I'll be taking some notes.
It's going to be a good one.
Notes will be required for this match, I'm pretty sure. Because this will be True Gravity versus Matka Believers. True Gravity, I know it's a very old team that has been in the Indian gaming scene for quite a while now. Matka Believers is a recently formed team, but the players are some players who have played with each other before, like I mean with True Gravity players. So it's going to be an interesting battle between friends turned foes. It's definitely going to be one you need to take notes for.
Absolutely, and I will be. So I will see you guys shortly. I'll be in the background, but have fun casting this one. I'll be back shortly.
I mean, this is whoever wins this bracket here, whoever wins this set here, are going to be going up against Seoul Esports in the losers round 2, Ravage, and that is going to be one hell of a battle. Of course, True Gravity are here as the invited team. They're going to lock out the Umbreon from the get-go. Mimikyu getting banned. I'm sorry, Lobo. Matka Believers do not want to be seeing that little ghost on the field.
So we just saw the Snorlax coming out from Rex last match, right? There was a time in Indian gaming scene and Unite especially where we were all terrified of Tensei playing that Snorlax. He's that good with it. So I hope he does bring it out because 2 defenders have already been banned. There's no Umbreon, there's no Slowbro. I was about to say Snorlax. But yeah, so there's an opportunity that we'll see Snorlax in this game. Because let's see, Psyduck finally taking one of his favorite top lane picks, which is the Gyarados. And with the big fish already on their side, True Gravity is already looking strong.
Yeah, it seems like these all-rounder picks are so important coming into these games, Ravage. Everybody wants to lock in an all-rounder straight away with how strong they are in the meta, and Matka Believers doing the exact same there, locking in the Blaziken. Picking up the Mamoswine would be a good shout, but so is the Hooper. There's one of the strongest supports in the game just because of how much it provides your team, and I really like that pick there.
Just as we were talking about it, the Snorlax comes in. And I'll tell you what about the all-rounders. In here, we actually depend a lot on our all-rounders. For us, it's as important as the jungler of the game as the one who goes in the middle. So it's the one Pokemon that will initiate the fight for you. So you need to be as strong as possible on that all-rounder there.
It'll be interesting to see how it rotates in the meta once the all-rounders do eventually get a little bit more nerfed, but that's not where we're at the moment. Cerulege getting locked in by True Gravity. Of course, we do have Fearless Draft, so they're not going to be able to use that in any of the next games, but you are giving yourself a very solid, strong team for this first game. Sableye, one thing people don't realize about Sableye, Ravage, is that it can surprisingly tank quite a bit of damage. It's got fantastic CC, but you'll probably see that coming to the end of the game, tanking just as much damage as that Snorlax sometimes.
Oh, definitely. Sableye is a very annoying Pokemon. It can like disrupt the gameplay so many times with all those balls it can throw on the ground. And looking at True Gravity's team, it's not a very conventional team that we see in these tournaments with Dodrio, Snorlax, and Sableye. But it's definitely going to be interesting because this is somewhere where the comfort lies. And I believe we were talking about this last week as well. If you're comfortable with a Pokemon, you can make sure it comes in the meta and be as useful as the other ones.
Yeah, you're 100% right. If you are comfortable on that Pokemon, then it doesn't matter where it is in the meta because you are the meta on that. So I'm 100% with you there, buddy. We see the Leafeon getting picked up by Matka Believers. I think until there is a substantial nerf on that mon, it will always be one of the best early game mons you can have in this game. You're going to have to really protect yourself against that because, of course, Dodrio is going to need those free Evos. So is the Gyarados is going to need the Evo as well. So if Leafeon can have a strong early game, it might be a tough one for True Gravity.
Oh, this is definitely going to be a tough one because looking at True Gravity's team, their early game is quite weak with a Magikarp and a Doduo. Ceruledge also needs to evolve as soon as possible. Snorlax is one of the better secures in the early game with its tackle. It's very strong. It's very reliable with Hoopa on Matka Believer's side. If you're taking such a late game comp, you need to make sure you push at least one lane to shut down as much as the transport that's available to them in the form of Hoopa right now.
I like the fact that Sableye's going straight for the invade. The Leafeon is a tough one to invade against because of how good it has with securing. We've got a nice battle going on in the top lane. Snorlax providing support for the Magikarp. If they can get a KO, they're going to be really strong on the Magikarp. They've not just managed to get it, Torchic getting out with the littlest bit of HP, but it was the Leafeon that got the better advantage in that jungle. They've got their Evo. They're going to try and go and take out the Charcadet. That's a good amount of pressure coming in from the get-go, and I tell you what, Matka Believers have at least had a decent early game so far, although the Ceruledge has just got the Evo there, Ravage.
Right, and Ceruledge coming into the game is going to be really important for them. It's the first Evo that they have on their side, and they need to make sure they make the most of it. With the Sableye already gone somewhere around the map, it's finally back in the bottom lane, I believe. But it's always going to be tough for the bottom lane. Actually, Sableye takes on that Hoopa. That's going to be big. With no rotation here, this is their time to push. They might be able to push the top lane here, but it seems like they're going for the invade again. The Dodrio is still not online, and they're going to tackle that Leafeon in the jungle.
And I tell you what, though, the Torchic is still level 4 here, chat, so they're not having a good lane because they're up against the Gyarados now, and that's going to be difficult. So that the Leafeon does go down, the Snorlax tackle being a bit too much damage for it. Swinub has had to come in and provide assistance, and True Gravity is really locking in on Matka Believers now. They are struggling at the moment. 71 points scored. We've got a lot of stacks going in. They're feeling pretty strong in the top lane, and of course, we finally got the Dodrio up and online, dropping a lot of damage onto Mew, but they are going to be able to get out of there. We see the mid-bird spawning right now. We've got the most of True Gravity here. They've got the Ceruledge with the Bitter Blade, but I actually feel like it's the Leafeon, that managed to lock the majority of that Ravage. That was really needed by Matka Believers.
Oh, completely. So after you got the control of the early game, you cannot let Gyarados come online so early. So right now what I'm seeing with the comfort picks, True Gravity is actually looking at a more comfortable situation in terms of levels, in terms of the map positioning they have, the amount of map control they have. They're pushing the top lane. This is not going to go well. But with that, the bottom lane is empty. Pillarman is the only one that's defending that. He might not be able to defend it as much. But Cyril is coming to the rescue on the top. Takes 2 down. It's still 1 left. It's probably the Kamba skin. Yes, it's the Kamba skin. And it's going to be 3 for Cyril. True Gravity bring it back on the top lane and still defending something in the bottom lane.
Fantastic by Ceruledge there. That has given True Gravity a fantastic advantage up there as well. They can make a decision to break that goal and go for the Lecky if they want. We're going to see a rotation coming down from the Sableye and the Ceruledge whilst the Gyarados goes for a rip. That's really smart. That's what we want to see. They can push that for the T2 because this bottom objective is getting ripped by the rest of Matka Believers. And are they going to be able to get anything on it to do so? We see the Heavy Slam coming in from the Snorlax, and I don't think they managed to do that. Of course, the Ceruledge locks it in, Ravage, so you get both objectives for your team. You take out the Leafeon. Are they going to be able to grab the Pillow Swine? I believe with the assistance of Sableye, they do. Another double KO for Ceruledge, and they can break this goal with a nice overcap. If they do the math, and they have, with the Snorlax providing the assistance with the Yawn, and True Gravity give themselves an even bigger lead right now.
It's looking like the best of both worlds for True Gravity right now. They got both the objective, and they were able to take down both the tiers on Mudcubeliever's side, which means the Hoopa is completely nerfed out right now. Until and unless it has its Unite, there's not gonna be much rotation, which means with the Dodrio, they have as much match control as possible. Look at that, Gyarados going crazy over there, taking 3 knockouts for itself. Dodrio coming in, making sure it does not get the Ace, because that's obviously important, and getting the second one for itself as well. Pretty low on HP, but it seems like none of the Pokemon on the side of Mudcubelievers is able to clean up those low HP Pokemons, which we saw Ceruledge do in the last top push.
I mean, it seems like True Gravity are really getting themselves a strong position in this game. Mudcubelievers have got a lot to do if they want to catch up, if they want to go for the win. Of course, the Rayquaza is going to be the decision in any game if you are not at least 400, 500 points ahead of them. Piloswine, unfortunately, is going to go down. They're not at that Mamoswine yet, and that's not a good position for them to be in. We're at 5 minutes in this game, Ravage, and they're really struggling for levels at the moment. Any piece of farm that spawns, it seems like True Gravity is taking it away from them.
I'll be completely honest, at the beginning of the game, I thought Mudcubelievers will have a good lead in the early game. Look at their comp. Look at this. This is complete destruction. Right now, it's just bullying. This is not even just pushing for objectives, or there was something that they wanted to do. This is just bullying at this point. They're just bullying Mudcubelievers. But yeah, coming back to my point, at the beginning of the game, I believe we were convinced that Mudcubelievers had a more stable comp. Yes, there was a Dodrio, there was a Sableye, but it's not very conventional that you see them every day. So I believe that with the Leafeon, they should have had the control. They had the Leafeon early in the game. But for some reason, it was True Gravity who was roaming all around the map, whether it was their jungle or the opponent's jungle. They were just everywhere on the map, and Mudcubelievers just never seemed to recover from that.
No, and it seems like they're not giving in. True Gravity yet again putting the pressure onto them. Of course, any Lecky that spawns now will be heading towards that bottom pad. The Emerald 2-step comes out. They do pick up the Gyarados with that. That's going to be a huge mon not to have in this battle down here for True Gravity. And we see that because they've had to back up. Here's the engage coming in from Mudcubelievers. Can they zone out the Ceruledge enough? They do. A nice secure there for Mudcubelievers. That's really important XP for them. Leafeon getting so weak, but they do manage to get out of there using the Leaf Blade to be able to provide them with that shield in their Ravage. And wow, I can't believe how True Gravity are really pushing in on any advantage they get, and they're going to try and score even more points into this T2, and we're now just down to the home pad for Mudcubelievers.
So at this point, I believe True Gravity doesn't even need to wait for Rayquaza to ascend, because you just get 2 or 3 people into the bottom pad, dunk a few hundreds there. And even if the entire team of Mudcubelievers dunk after that, he won't be able to reach somewhere around 600. So this game is looking pretty one-sided right now, but this shouldn't have been, because we have been seeing Mudcubelievers for so long, and they have been able to come back. But with this Gyarados going down, there's some levels finally coming to Mudcubeliever's side. A level 13 Blaziken is going to be important in the final 5. There's 30 seconds to go. Level 13 on that Leafeon, but that Mew is really struggling. At level 11, I have no clue what it's going to do to a level 15 Ceruledge or a level 13 Gyarados. With the Solar Beam coming in, it's a good chip damage, but it's not going to be enough.
We see the Power Nap coming out from the Snorlax, so that's a Unite move they're not going to have for this Rayquaza fight, Radish, and that's important. And there's the Stamp coming out from the Dodrio as well, so we have seen 2 Unite moves used by True Gravity as the Rayquaza spawns on the field, and that is going to be a lot of damage that they're not going to have. We see the scores going into the home pad by Dodrio. I honestly feel like they have got themselves such a fantastic lead right now that I don't think it's going to make a difference to them. I think even if this Rayquaza gets ripped, with the Hundo Burgers they can score, I don't know. I don't know it's going to be enough. There's like 499 points difference here, Ravage. We're going to see a push onto the Rayquaza, but look at True Gravity. They honestly don't feel like they need to go and defend the Rip. They've got some good secure. We're going to have to use the Dragon Fruit from the Gyarados. They're going to pop up onto the Blaziken. The Blaziken is going to go down with a bounce. Emerald Two-Step comes out to answer, and Gyarados has been taken back to that Pokemon Center. A nice rip with a secure from the hoop, and here we go. So Rulage in the top lane to defend with that true damage, but I don't think they'll be able to get that pad off. They've got a good shield there. That's going to be a Hundo Burger in. We've seen one going into the T1. No, they missed the T1 in the bottom lane, Ravage. They have to see the Mammothswine jump onto it, but as we said, I don't think they've got enough AEOS energy on this map to win this.
That was always gonna be a problem with them. Hoopa only had 40 for some reason. I have no clue why. There was still some remaining on the center pad there where Rayquaza spawned. However, the problem is that what's going on with your communication, Matka believers? How can you miss an entire pad that's standing in there? Two people going in. It's gonna be a good fight, but with the Hoopa's portal, they're gonna be safe for now. They need to come back though. There's only 20 seconds left in the game. Don't you picking out one more knockout for that Blaziken. It's not gonna spawn in this game anymore. A second one, and I think the game is done and dusted. You never had a chance to come back. And I believe in the top pad as well, so Ceruleus never needed to defend that. All you needed to do was sit back on your base, and if someone comes for your home base, that's when you defend, and you would have still got the game.
I love that massive Snorlax yawn picking up 3 Mons on the pad there. That was huge. But honestly, Ravage, I feel like that game was decided as soon as that Gyarados got that Evo and they still had a Torchic in the top lane for Matka believers. I think that really sums up how that game happened. It's such a tough thing for them to come up against, but if Gyarados gets online that early, you are not going to have a fun game against that Cerulege as well.
I'm not sure how you lose both the lanes against a team who's invading. So you're a 2-2-1 split, right? That's the basic split that you're playing with one in the jungle, 2 in the top lane, 2 in the bottom lane. If there's one person who's invading your jungle and you're winning the jungle, the Leafin won the jungle, it got its Evo, so it was not in a very bad position. But somehow, Matka believers actually lost both the lanes. They never had a chance to come back because even if you see the first 81 score, that came when there was a push going on the top side when they lost the complete fight on that birds. So there was something, I believe there was some communication issues going on because even in the last final seconds of the game, we saw they completely missed one tier and there was no one who was coming to defend that Leafeon in this jungle at the early game. So that's going to be something interesting. Look at the Gyarados here doing 79,000 damage, which is obviously good. And with Cerulege here, 66,000, 65,000 on Z-Shawl. Played really well. Dodrio, it's one of his favorite Pokemon. We always expect something from him. Look at the side of Matka believers. You see 71,000 from that Leafeon, but everyone else kind of falls short. If you're doing as much damage as your supporter, even less than your supporter, where did things go wrong for you?
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. And Matka believers are really going to have to pull something out here because True Gravity demanded respect in that game. But of course, we have Fearless Draft, so True Gravity are not going to have access to those mons that you said it was an unconventional sort of meta that they picked on that team. Maybe because of how comfortable they were on those mons, and of course, it means they don't have them now. But this is it. Fearless Draft means that they're going to have to come up with some plan coming into this next game. Of course, Matka believers have already used a lot of strong mons in this game. Mammothswine, Hooper, Mew, Leafeon, and Blaziken are all very, very strong mons in the meta at the moment. So it's going to be interesting how they answer in this next game because after that one, you are really going to have a bit of a bruised ego. So they really need to come out swinging into this next one.
I would say somewhere in between the games. Matka believers lost to Comfort while we're trying to take something to counter. So that's something that we'll need to watch out for. True Gravity banning Tyranitar this game, which is interesting because if you have seen Matka believers all tournament, I don't think they have played Tyranitar once. Anyways, look at Mimikyu ban, which is amazing. Slowbro is always something you need to ban. Charizard, it's broken. You need to get that thing shut down. Suraj finally coming up with the Embryon pick. So what's the defender left? You still have Slowbro that True Gravity can play. And Tensei on that Slowbro is pretty good.
A Tita ban is interesting. I mean, I don't know a lot about Maka Believers, Ravage. You are the one to ask, I guess. Do they have a really strong Tita player? Because unless they're building a comp where Tita is really strong against it, I don't understand why they've gone for that ban there.
I'm not sure. It might have been something like we don't need to ban anything else. Let's ban Theta. That has happened with True Gravity before. So I'm not sure if they are going for something like that this time. But Vulcan is this time taking the Hooper for itself. And True Gravity will show how you need to defend that Hooper highway for as long as possible. Rebel getting that Gyarados pick is huge. We saw how much damage, how much control this Pokemon has once it comes online. And with that Pikachu, they have some early game control as well. So Matka Believers, again, going for the most basic things that you need to do, pick the strongest Pokemon available to you.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision with how the last game went, and they're going to really need to capitalize on it. Buzzwole getting picked up by True Gravity. We obviously saw the changes to the leech life in the most recent patch, but it was still feeling like a decent mon anyway. And it's going to be interesting because obviously that Gyarados needs to get up close. It needs to be that melee situation. If they can handle that, it's going to be a good one for a good battle for True Gravity. But I do like what Maka Believers are doing here, Ravage. They've got themselves a very strong comp.
Right, and when everything is available to you, why wouldn't you pick something like this? Knowing Psyduck, I know this is one of his most comfortable Pokemons. He has a Lucario, a Buzzwole, and there was another one on the top lane. Lapras was his one of the most comfortable Pokemon as well. He used to play that as an attacker on the top lane. But yeah, right now Buzzwole is pretty comfortable. He's on Buzzwole. Looking at Tensei, is pretty comfortable on that. Mammothswine, Vulcan is one of the best Hoopas you'll see in India. And a player, I'm not sure who that player is, but Psyduck actually switching to Zeraora. This is interesting for me. Oh, they're just playing with me. Anyways, let's keep that aside. Look at Matka Believers. Yes, once you have all the picks available to you, why wouldn't you take them? Right, that's what they went for. You have all the right picks here. It's a do or die match for them. Go big or go home. So they went as big as possible.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right, buddy. Because of course, if you do lose this game, you are out of there. So this is the game where it is go big or go home. And I like the fact that they have gone big. Zeraora, though, I really like that pick over on the side of True Gravity because we've seen how much that was used in the World Championships recently, Ravage, and it was used quite a lot.
So look at this team comp here. Zeraora is gonna have a good time taking that Gyarados. It needs to be as close as possible. But with that Volt Switch, it also has the ability to get fight as much as and when he likes. I'm sorry, I'm just talking out a little bit. I'm just tired with all this stuff going on with the entire day. Buzzwole, look at Buzzwole with the Hoopa combination. That's one of my favorite top lane combo. Hoopa and Buzzwole can really put a lot of pressure in the early game, and once Buzzwole gets his power spikes, it's just gonna pick you up and keep you aside for the time being. Look at that Magikarp is gonna have a tough time. It needs that effort value, but for that effort value to go up, that Ceruledge needs to play a big role in the first interaction that they're gonna have on the 750, 850 Bs.
Yeah, they need to get up there as quick as possible because obviously if that Buzzwole gets level 5, they're going to feel pretty strong in the top lane. We see the Zeraora rotating up there as well. We've got some good defense coming in from Pikachu here on the bottom lane. And with those little bits of farms there, we will see an evolution on the Umbreon. No, we won't nearly. I thought we were, but unfortunately the Katsu does pick up some XP. And here we go. The birds have spawned. We've got the Magikarp there, but he gets picked up by Buzzwole and they get sent back to the Pokemon Center by Zeraora. They're going to get a good defense on the Ceruledge, but look at the oppression coming in from True Gravity right away, Ravage. Goodbye, Ceruledge. A lot of points going in. It is just a chancey there to defend against them, and I don't think that's going to be enough. Some nice stacks going in from Buzzwole as well. That was True Gravity all the way in that top lane.
Definitely, we saw how comfortable you are with that Pokemon side. Like we already know, we have been seeing this for a long time, and right now, what he showcased was thousands of hours of gameplay on one Pokemon. So he has been playing this for a long time, since the beginning, since it came out, and it was their plan all along. So this is what I was talking about. Buzzle is gonna pick your one Pokemon out from the bunch. It's gonna pick it to their side of the group, and with that discharge, it's gonna be a huge amount of damage. And once you force a man advantage on your side, it's gonna be a little tough with that Magic Carp having a really bad time out here. Blissey goes down, there's no heal left. But with that Buzzle still engaging, Gyarados comes online, and as soon as it comes, take down the massive bodybuilder that is Buzzle. Umbreon is in the fight as well. The fight is going in the favor of Mudcup Believers with the Pikachu. It's gonna be a big push from Mudcup Believers right now. This can be the comeback that they needed. With one of the portals going down for Hoopa, this is gonna be tough for True Gravity to make a good hold of the top lane again.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed there. Mudcup Believers coming out on top. They're back into this game now that this Gyarados is online. That is always the decider on the top lane, right? How you can get that Gyarados rocking straight away, Ravage, because you don't want to risk not having it there. We're seeing a better resolution from this Piloswine. They're getting themselves higher on those levels. We've got a Rip coming in here from the Blaziken on this Registeel. We have the Blissey and the Umbreon down here to try and do something as well. Of course, they've got the best secure right now with that overheat, and that is going to be enough to lock in that Registeel. Gyarados has grabbed that Regieleki, and it seems like they were going to push in, but I like the fact that True Gravity have now decided to not push that goal. They don't want to give up any more XP over to the side of Mudcup Believers when they don't need to.
Right, and True Gravities are showing finally Mudcup Believers the respect that they deserve. They have come a long way in this tournament, and they're not gonna go home this easy. With the fight breaking out once again, Zeraora is shining like a little star right here, because he's picking up all the important KOs with that Gyarados going down as well. This is gonna be a tough one for Mudcup Believers to defend this goal zone again. And it's finally True Gravity coming back, but Cerulege isn't done yet. It's still engaging in the fight, but was it worth it? I'm not sure. So right now, what Mudcup Believers had to do to take their top lane to get this XP back, they had to commit a lot of resources. That was a full 5-man coming out of top lane, leaving the bottom lane for Blaziken to stack up as much as it wanted. And right now, True Gravity is coming back in the game. I don't think it's in anyone's favor right now. This is one of the most balanced game I've seen at 5 minutes. Yes, there is a little bit of level advantage for that Blaziken. It's already level 11. And look at its scores. It's not that even. It's 108 to 165. But with both teams losing the top tiers, tier 1, it's not that big of a difference. I don't think this will matter in the next 2 minutes.
No, I agree, but you are right, Ravage. It's such a close game right now that it shows that Mudcup Believers have really come out with a strong comp, and it's working for them right now. Are they going to be able to capitalize on these objectives spawning, though? We see the Blissey go down straight away. That's going to be a 37 overcap, but they stop the Blaziken from doing it. Instead, Gyarados gets yeeted into the wall, and they're going to be sent back to that home base. Good push coming in from True Gravity. They decide to break the goal even. That's risky for them in regards to scores, but it does buy them more space in this bottom lane. And with this Zeraora concentrating on picking up anyone that is in their direction, they get a triple KO. And the Dragon Current from Gyarados doesn't pick anybody up, Ravage, because the Hoopa portal was enough to buy them that space for healing. And now with the zoning that has gone on from True Gravity, they lock in the Regice. There's everything they wanted out of that fight has gone True Gravity's way.
I'd like to call out a commentator's curse. As I said, the game was going even. True Gravity just made sure that it wasn't even anymore. So right now, if you haven't been watching the game, True Gravity is completely on the lead. And we're talking about how they were bullying the opposition in the last game. They might try to do that again, because look at that Hoopa's position. That Mamoswine, and there's other person down there. They're gonna score a lot of scores. Mamoswine there will be able to stop someone from the jungle to rotate fast enough. Cerulege now going into a 3-man army that True Gravity has set up on the bottom tier with only 13 scores left. They are in the commanding position in this match right now. Cerulege is finally able to take down that Mamoswine, but was it too late? I believe so. Mudcup Believers have something going in their favor with the Pikachu Gyarados combo taking down that Regieleki, so they'll have some info in the top lane that someone is gonna be there at all times.
Yeah, wow, True Gravity really taking a lead in this game now, but Macca Believers are going to push on to this P1 here, Ravage. We see the Umbreon Unite move coming out. That's going to do a lot for picking up some stuns, but we had the answer from the Mappa Crash in return, and I feel like that's going to be too much for the tanky Umbreon, and they're going to have to back up a Macca Believers. True Gravity currently have an answer for anything that comes their way from Macca Believers, and I feel like that's going to give them such an advantage, but we are 50 seconds away from the Rayquaza fight. We're getting a push onto this T2. That is a risky decision. Is the Blaziken going to go down? They do manage to get out of there because they're concentrating on the Mammothswine. They're buying space for them to get out of there. But we have 30 seconds till Rayquaza, chat. We have a spawn coming into the bottom objective and a jungle invasion from True Gravity. They're not letting up at all, Ravage.
Right, if Matka Believers have anything to do in the final fight, you need to make sure they keep the Pikachu alive as long as possible, because it's whether it's the Buzzwole, it's the Blaziken, or the Zeraora, they're all gonna go into their composition. They know how to break the front line, and they will go directly in the back line to do as much damage as to that Pikachu, because they know once that Pikachu is down, there's no poke damage or anything like that coming. But someone getting caught in the bush is going to be bad. That's going to be the Umbreon going down without using its Unite. It just came on after he went home, but right now looking really tough for Matka Believer. It's a 4v5 fight, and True Gravity is probably gonna hunt them down right now. They don't know they're in their top side. They're still waiting for them to show up, poking the Rayquaza bit by bit, and once someone shows up, that Mammothswine is gonna start the engage.
Yeah, they're kind of trying to draw them into the engage with the hits onto the Rayquaza. They need vision on where they are. They know a couple of them are in that top lane. They've just witnessed that Umbreon come back, and I feel like they're getting very weak. The wish has to be used on them themselves, and that's going to be a good position. The Zeraora is going for a back cap. They know they're in the lead. They want to concentrate on giving themselves even more lead. Dragon Current comes in. Is it going to be enough? It does pick up the Mammothswine with the damage and the Cerulege Unite. Oh my god, Psyduck has gone back to the goal. They've got the healing there, and it seems like nobody is yet winning this fight. Although, as I say, that Buzzwole Mammothswine go down. Goodbye, Hooper. And it seems like Macca Believers might have the answer right now, but Blaziken is the one that they need to fight. The damage dealers are here, and Blissey has gone. That's going to be most of the mons from Macca Believers, Ravish. It's just the Pikachu left, and they're not going to be able to do enough against the damage that is True Gravity right now. I don't know what's going to be the answer for them, because we have 30 seconds left in this game, and it seems like True Gravity are going to do it all the way.
So that's going to be a problem with the Zeraora being there, because as much as you go in, that discharge is going to do damage to all of them. So they might not have a poke damage dealer, but that Zeraora is doing that work for them. It was an amazing fight. At the end, that's what it seemed like in the end. But I believe it was Zeraora's Unite which did a lot of damage to all of them, because they were all in the circle, all in the range with the discharge, boosting up that damage. And that Mammothswine just tanked a lot of for itself. Psyduck went down early, and in the beginning of the fight, the Umbreon did have a deja vu moment when it was picked up by the Buzzwole again. And I'm just surprised how the Cerulege survived the Buzzwole Unite. I'll need to see that, but I think it was the Gyarados that came to the rescue. A great game by Matka Believers, a great journey they have had in this tournament. But True Gravity, staying true to their name, low to the gravity in the bottom tier, finally managed to secure a game.
Mate, I tell you what, that game, it honestly felt like Macca Believers were doing a good job up until about the halfway mark. And then True Gravity were really taking themselves a lead. They've come into both of these games and played fantastically well. It was almost as if they just needed a bit of time to adjust to the meta comp that was coming in from Macca Believers, because obviously it was pretty strong in the early game as well. You had that Cerulege straight away, Umbreon, Blissey, and Pikachu. Really strong early game. They just had to come into it, did True Gravity, and it showed how they can play that so well. 111k damage coming in from Zeyzal on that Blaziken. You mentioned how strong they are on that Mon, Ravage, and they really showcased it there.
Right, and if we look at the top laners here, which is Psyduck with the Buzzwole and Rebel with the Gyarados, you will see they have not engaged as much, because you look at something like Z-Shawl and someone like the Zeraora, they're doing around 100k damage. And then you see something that actually takes the most engage. But it was very targeted aggression, I would say. They had one job, pick one player aside, and the rest of the team finishes them off.
Yeah, wow, what a battle. But here we go, chat. That is going to be True Gravity moving into the next stage of this losers bracket. And it's not going to be any easier for them because Seoul Esports in losers round 2 are going to be taking on the losers of 8, which is going to be either Zenny Game Squad or 6 Upper Moon. So Macca Believers are gone, but True Gravity are going to go up against either India Elites or Flip It. And India Elites have been proving themselves to be fantastically strong in this battle so far. But we have Husky back. Welcome, Husky. How are you doing? How was that game for you? Oh, you might be muted. Oh, you're muted in Discord. That's okay, chat. It happens every time.
You know what? It's early. I woke up at 6:30 for this. Anyway, that was a really good game. I think that it was 2 very convincing wins for True Gravity. They're just kind of showing why they deserve to continue in this round. So they're going to make it another day, and I think that Maka Believers really did put up a good fight. Unfortunately, they are going to be going home, but I liked the Zara Aura pick. I think that was my favorite part of these couple games. I love seeing a Zara Aura come out and do as well as it did. So, fun games that we saw.
Yeah, we really did. And just a final shout out, chat. I am going to be leaving now for the day. We've done a lot of casting. I've had an absolute blast doing so, but Husky and Ravage are going to be here to really close out this show. So you don't want to miss any of the action. But of course, we do have some giveaways going around in our chats across YouTube and Twitch. So make sure that you get involved in that. We're going to be giving away some Google Play gift cards, but we have some targets that we need to hit to be able to do just that with some likes over on the YouTube stream. We need to hit 50 and 100 likes to be able to provide a gift card each for that one, as well as subscribers, and then we have 470 followers over on the Twitch, as well as 500 followers. So please do get involved in that. The sooner we hit that, the sooner we can do the giveaways. But I'm now going to give over to the amazing Ravage and the amazing Husky to provide you with some fantastic casting in these next games.
Well, thank you so much, Tana. It's been amazing casting with you last week, this week, and we have more matches tomorrow as well. So I believe there are, I guess, 2 more matches left for today. And looking at the flow of things, so you have already seen how the last week our teams performed, Husky. But this time, with the invited teams, do you think there is still quite a power gap between them?
Not at all, actually. I feel like the invited teams just kind of give some extra edge and really some motivation to these teams that have qualified via the tournament itself. But still, the invited teams are showing why they are invited teams in this tournament. But I think that everyone is putting up a good fight. Everyone wants to win this tournament. Everyone is putting on the show of a lifetime. So it has been a really fun tournament so far, and it's only going to continue to get better. We have 2 sets left for today, and then we're going to be casting the rest of this tournament. Tomorrow, we will be showcasing these teams. And if you had to pick right now, Ravage, who do you think is going to end up taking this?
It's hard not to pick SATU. I'll be completely honest. But yes, I'll consider for a while that SATL does not make it to the finals. All right. If I keep them aside, there's one team that is doing amazing in this tournament since last week, and I believe it was one of whose favorite as well. That will be IND Elites. There's definitely something special about them, the team composition that they have. Yes, they lost the first game going back 2 weeks, where they gone down to the lower bracket, and then they had a flawless run. So with Andy Elites, I feel like the team composition, their team communication, their coordination with each other, the trust in each other is quite high for them to actually make it through the finals. Flippet is also someone that you should keep an eye out for. But yes, apart from SATL, I would completely vouch for Ideal Elites.
Yeah, they have looked so good so far. They sent SAUL Esports down into the losers bracket in the first round that we saw. And those were some really, really intense games that SAUL definitely could have won, but IND Elites was showing why they deserve to be here. And I'm excited to see this next match that we're going to be seeing them again. We're going to be seeing IND Elites versus Flip It. Kind of a run back from last week. That was one of the first games that I saw in this tournament was the IND Elites versus Flip It, which were insane games. Hopefully we get games that are just as fun in this next set.
Right, and at this point, I would say Flippin and IND Elites have a lot of information about them because apart from the last week as well, in phase one as well, during the weekend was they faced each other a lot of times, so they had as much information as they need going into this round two of the AEOS League India Phase 3, which is going to be against IND Elites and Flip It. It's gonna be a match to watch out for.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun and exciting. A lot of aggression the entire time. These teams are very aggressive, forward-playing teams. They love their big damage Pokemon, and they deal out KOs like it's nobody's business. They are pushing, pushing, pushing the entire match, and I really feel like even before seeing what these teams are picking up, like it's gonna go either way. I feel like this could be another set that we could see a game 3 for.
Definitely, and looking at Scepter here, I'm pretty sure he's gonna take a mage, but they have already banned Pikachu, which is interesting. I don't think I've seen Pikachu ban in quite a while right now. Trevenant goes down, which is interesting. Again, when you had something like Slowbro that you could have banned, you'd pick Trevenant. Okay, that's their choice. And Flip It, just going with the basics. Charizard, no Gyarados. They are not dragons, but they perform as myths.
Yeah, they may as well be dragons, right? And instead, Flip It's going to answer back with the Umbreon Ceruledge. So 3 really strong, meta-defining picks out the gate. And we're seeing the Slowbro come back for IND Elite. Slowbro looking really good in the previous set that I casted, the SAUL versus Felixum set. They looked really strong. And Hoopa as well looking really strong. And Ragnar, known for a really strong Pikachu, is going to have to go with the Chandelure. Heavy backline damage and just a ton of pressure that can provide.
Right, and fun fact, Scepter and Shrey have played a lot of matches together. They used to be in the same team back in the day. Doc, Scepter, Shrey, they all have been part of the same community. They know each other personally. So at this point, both the teams actually know each other so well that they might just be banning Pikachu to make sure that someone from Flip It does not take it.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember Ragnar's Pikachu from last time, so if I had to guess, I would assume that they're trying to ban it from him. We are seeing the Lucario as the main top lane pick here from Flip It. A Pokemon that's really, really strong, but we don't see too much of anymore. And that could be an answer to the Blaziken top lane pick, which is really strong, but Lucario, because it doesn't have to evolve, it has a bit of a stronger early game, so trying to counter the Blaziken from getting all those early stacks.
So again, we were talking about this with I was talking about this with Tano in the last game as well. This is where your comfort comes in. With the Lucario, it's gonna be obvious that everyone has played so much Lucario back in the day that you exactly know what it can do. You know its limitations as well. You know when you can engage, when you can disengage, and it's a really hyper aggressive Pokemon. So with that in mind, that's gonna be something interesting with Flipit's type of gameplay. They like to aggress like you said before, they like to go into that base, take the fight to them instead of waiting for them. But Nohara here with the gold badge on the Blaziken, I wouldn't say he's much out of comfort here.
Yeah, I think that, like you said, a lot of people know how to play Lucario, and it's just one of those Pokemon that you can kind of go back to in the top path, especially against something as powerful as Blaziken, and a gold badge Blaziken, no less, from Nohara. That's going to be a super interesting time to watch them try to get online early. But we are seeing, instead of Hoopa assisting this little Torchic through their stacks, we're going to see them go for an invade.
Yes, so this is what I wanted to discuss a long time ago as well. When you see there's only one person in the top lane, do you just trade stacks? Why don't you try to go and get the kill? You have 2 people here. You can actually take this fight. At this point, Torchic is no match for Lucario, who's already 3 stacked at level 4. Now he's gonna get the kill, but you have already given Torchic all the stacks that he needed.
Yeah, Torchic already has everything, and you kind of wanted to exactly prevent that. So either as soon as the Hoopa was not in the lane with them, I feel like the Clefable should have just stayed with the Lucario and pushed on the Torchic instead, just to kind of trade, because the invade either way is going to waste a ton of time. So at the very least, you can get a KO for it. Lucario does tick into level 5 though, as these birds have spawned.
Right, and look at that Cleffa right now. It's already only at level 3. It's the only one lacking in levels. Cerulean, however, was managed to get to level 5 thanks to that Cleffa defending its jungle from the Hoopa, but it doesn't look very good for... Actually, no, I was trying to say it doesn't look very good for ID Elites right now, but look at them. They're doing quite well. It's all exactly the same score. The game is pretty even, but with that Kumbaskin versus Lucario is the fight that I want to see. Lucario is pushing on with that Bone Rush, but the power of funds is actually able to sustain himself as well, healing from uh, the Clefairy, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna play with Gravity. That's going to be a little bit problematic for ID Elites. Right now, again, it's coming for the push. Cerulean in the game with the Lucario stacking as well. 19 points dunk and 2 kills for Clefairy, which is interesting.
Yeah, this Lucario immediately taken down for that. The Wicked Blow is there, so unfortunately Lucario was not able to get the stacks that they needed. But the Clefairy now has a good amount of stacks on that special attack specs. They will go down to the Combuskin, who is about level 6.5, so a couple more stacks for them, or another KO or assist, and they should be able to tick into that level 7, getting that Blaziken evolution that's just so powerful. But the Ceruledge was there in the top path, and they were able to take down the Urshifu. So again, with these teams, just the back and forth, constantly pushing, taking members down no matter how high of a level they are.
Right, it's going to be a constant barrage of fights here and there, all over the map. Look at the bottom lane right now. There's also already something going on. Doc taking down that Umbreon is going to be big, because without the defender, his Chandelier is a little bit stretchy when it comes to its HP. A lot of damage dealt by that Delphox, with the Fire Spin taking 2 people down, and Doc right now is just taking as much information for his team as possible as Regirock spawns in the bottom lane. Lucario is still on the top, stacking, and I believe he'll also take the Regieleki once a top tier goes down. Look at that Cerulean. He's back in the fight with the Chandelier really low on HP. Hoopa pushing on that Chandelier, taking it down, goes back to home, and just look at a Slowbro. He's in between 4 people, and he's as comfortable as you can be.
Wow, the Revenant Ren there wasted. Ceruledge did not hit anybody with it, so it doesn't look too good for them. IND Elites is able to come back into this with a secure from the Wicked Blow on the Urshifu. And we're going to see some insane secures from IND Elites with Wicked Blow and Overheat at the same time. Flip It does get the top objective. Like you said, Lucario was able to pivot onto that, but IND Elites just kind of was able to take over that fight from that absolute throw of a Unite move from the Ceruledge, hitting nobody, but they might just give it away immediately as they're pushing onto this tier 2.
We said the fight never stops with these two teams, one tier after the other. I don't think there's any objective right now, any benefit of pushing this tier 2. But as long as you're getting kills on this board, as long as you're farming that damage, it seems like these teams will do it. So right now, if you're looking at the levels, I would say Andy Elites is on a quite commanding situation with the Hoopa Unite going down. I believe Flipit has already lost its second tier, which means the home base is right now open, and you have a Hoopa, so they might try to just sneak in a goal at the final 2 minutes, and they might not want to take the weak passes in.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well. They could just go... They have a couple different options, especially with the Hoopa. Unfortunately, IND Elites did overstay their welcome, and the Delphox was taken as a bit of a consolation prize, and Flipit's going to try to convert onto that, but the Urshifu is there, and it's going to have to force Flipit to back up instead.
They still had the Chandelier Unite, so they could have still pushed that bottom tier. They want to make sure the scores are as close as possible to make sure the Hoopa does not unite in their base. So right now, I would believe Flipit is going to push the bottom tier once again. They're not going to give up so easily on this tier. It's still 80. There's no point dunk, but Hoopa in the bottom lane. A top fight is breaking off once again. Urshifu on the top lane. He's going to take on the Lucario. 4 people here, taking the first tier down as well. They're just finding people who's not with their team and taking a KO. I don't know why would you do so much battling. It's not about the chaos in this game, guys. It's about how you play as a team. But right now, I don't think Flipped is and IND Elite as well are thinking that way.
Yeah, I think, IND Elise was able to get that Regieleki. That does walk in. Slowbro looking for that slow beam on top of the Lucario. They do not quite get them, but the Urshifu is there for the pickup with that big throat chop. And the IND Elite's score lead is just increasing over and over again. I'm not sure why Flippit would continue to push on the bottom instead of defending the top pad. They are going to try to get the Slowbro, but the Slowbro with a big eject button off to the side. Ceruledge does pick up the Delphox, and here comes the Revenant Ren, but the Hoopa portal reset is there. And Flippit trying to regain some of that momentum, but this Slowbro takes so long to go down. The Hoopa Unbound does come out to try to prevent any further damage from being done, and I believe they will be able to do so as Urshifu takes down Ceruledge once again.
The Elites is doing a pretty good job defending their bottom tier 1, and right now with the Unites online, but nobody has to unite. There's no point pushing. But you're giving 3 knockouts to Urshifu. Was that even worth it? Pushing it even for 4 knockouts for Urshifu right now. You need to understand that at some point you need to disengage from the fight. Now look at this Umbreon. He's walking into 4 people. I have no clue what he's thinking right now. Why would you walk into 4 people on a lane that you have already lost? There's nothing left on this lane, and you're just feeding Urshifu levels at this point. Level 14 with just 40 minutes for Rayquaza to ascend.
Having a level 14 Urshifu in this final fight is going to be ridiculous. I mean, I wouldn't even be opposed to IND Elites just straight up ripping the Rayquaza on spawn because of the good secures that they have. Level 13 Blaziken, level 14 Urshifu. It's going to be really difficult for Flippit to get in on this fight, especially with how behind they are right now.
Right, and that Sander needs a level 13 as soon as possible. That Lucario needs a level spike as soon as possible. With the 6 seconds to go, I was talking about this with the Hoopa Unite. They're walking to the center base. They know with 4 scores they will be secure here. All they'll need to do is defend the bottom tier, their home base actually. And I believe, yes, IND Elites is ripping off the Rayquaza here. Delphox is there, and look at that Ceruledge finally taking down that Rayquaza. They're going to score, but ideally just needs to defend the score for as long as possible. But just 1 minute, 30 seconds, that's all you need to do. They have defended their bottom tier. It's going to be tough. If they don't score here, you actually only need 3 people to score. And with that Cleffa down, Lucario down, you have 3 people who does not have enough scores. I guess this is going to be a game for IND Elites.
Yeah, even with the Urshifu defending tier 1, so even if you do have shields on Flippit, that true damage is going to break right through them. Umbreon and Chandelure both holding on to shields, but I do not think they're going to be able to get in unless we get a full team push from Flippit. All of them need to get together to push onto this bottom tier 1 pad. They have a Delphox there, they have the Urshifu there, and here comes the Fire Spin, and the Urshifu jumps it onto the Clefable. Here comes Ceruledge, though. They're trying to fight back. The Revenant Ren is out, but it does not hit anybody, and there are no scores made from Flippit onto this bottom tier 1 pad. So though they got the Rayquaza, it was just unable to be converted on by them. They might be able to score a little bit here. Chandelure is going to get 17 in, but it's not going to be enough. IND Elites with the hero play from Hoopa is going to be able to take this a game number 1.
Right, and I believe that was a good prop from IND Elites. As soon as they saw the bottom tier is about to go down, they just set up a fanciful fireworks from Delphox. The Urshifu falls back to the second tier, waiting for the heal. They know even if they lose one of the tiers, it's not going to be game for them. Blaziken in the end, taking down 3 knockouts for itself. But yes, once you lost the second tier, against a Hoopa, it's always gonna be difficult because you don't know whether the opponent's team is going for the Rayquaza or for the goals. It can be either of the two, so it's always gonna be difficult if you lose the second tier against a Hoopa.
Yeah, and the question is going to be, though, what's IND Elites going to do in this second game? Because they won't have access to the Hoopa anymore. They can't go for a play like that, and they've taken 2 of the heavy secure Pokemon that they play off of the field. So I imagine we'll see a Blaziken ban, because you're not going to want Flippit to take that. But Urshifu could go over to Flippit, and they could have that secure similarly to IND Elites in the first round. You can see from some of these damage numbers here that Blaziken just putting up absolute numbers, but the Chandelure as well was able to poke from the backline the entire game. Unfortunately, it was not enough to defend against the score lead that IND Elites created.
Well, looking at this comp right now, I believe there was definitely something going on with either team's mind, whether what they want to do with the second match of this set. Because you never see a Pikachu ban. There's no one who
Mm-hmm.
bans Pikachu. So if you're shutting down someone like Ragnar and you're banning his most played Pokemon in game one, will you do it for the entire 3 games? Will you lose out on a ban like that? You already know the 5 Pokemons that Flipit cannot pick. You can play around that. You can ban the other Pokemons that they play. We already know Shrey has a little smaller of a pool, I would say. I would not say that he's just stuck with one Pokemon, but his pool of Pokemon is a little small, so you can try to shut him down as well. Again, you cannot avoid the meta Pokemons. But I'm pretty sure at the next game, IND Elite's Doc is gonna bring a Trevenant. Scepter is
Mm-hmm.
probably go on something like an early game on like what's the new one that's called? The fairy type Eevee.
Sylveon?
Sylveon, yes. So that's probably going to be their play on the bottom lane. They're going to push with a Trevenant and a
Mm-hmm.
Sylveon because they know that right now Flippet is going to play under pressure and they need to make sure they carry this momentum that they have right now into the other game.
Yeah, they need to play on the attack. They can't be playing a defensive strategy because they know they have the upper hand on Flip It. So if they can get a good early game team composition together, it's going to be really difficult for Flip It to come back. But that being said, the Blaziken, the Gyarados, they're on the board for Flip It. So they could go with something like that if those things are not banned out. And we already see Ragnar wants that Pikachu. We're going to have to see if IND Elites bans that away once again. The Mimikyu ban is out. Unsurprising. They do not want to see the Mimikyu in our game number 2, but we'll have to see what the other bans are going to look like.
Right, Blaziken ban is obvious. You already know they have played Cerulean. You don't want to let them play Blaziken as well. Cerulean is getting banned, making sure IND Elise, no one from IND Elise gets a chance to play the Cerulean. And the final ban from IND Elise is going to be interesting. Do they ban the Pikachu? Ragnar has stated his intentions. He wants that Pikachu. And it seems like they're actually banning Trevenant, which is interesting. I wanted IND Elite's dog to actually play Trevenant, but looking at the earlier games from today, it can also be a Snorlax.
Yeah, it's a good call, but I think,
yes.
they want to force them into that Gyarados pick so they can pick up the Umbreon, which is what I imagine that we'll see here, because Umbreon was not banned instead. So they wanted to choose, I guess, between Umbreon and Trevenant, what their first pick was going to be, because they know Flipit's going to pick up that Gyarados first pick, and it gives IND Elites the option to counter with 2. So we're going to see the Umbreon and the Blissey for IND Elites as the core frontline, which I really do like. It's going to be, oh, they actually grabbed the Pikachu! As I say it, they grabbed the Pikachu instead of the Umbreon, so actually Flipit could go ahead and take the Umbreon, but they don't want Ragnar to get the Pikachu, so they're going to steal it from them, and instead Flipit's going to grab Eldegoss and that Crustle.
I actually don't understand this. You know they're gonna pick Umbreon. They have already stated their intentions. At last when they change it to Pikachu, why would you not let them have Umbreon? You pick Crustle, which is not a bad Pokemon in any manner, but once you have the option of Umbreon open, Nohara going with that Garchomp, and after playing around 2.5 thousand battles with Garchomp, I can say one thing. If you play it right, that Gyarados might not get to evolve. So you need to make sure you play this one right.
Yeah, I'm really also interested in the drafting strategy here from both sides. I feel like I understand the intention for IND Elites to throw Ragnar off with that pick because they were going to immediately take it. But to not pick the Umbreon, instead take the Crustle is definitely interesting. Not that Crustle is bad, but Umbreon is just so strong. And you're picking double Mage into it as well. So Umbreon's kind of cooking into this team composition, and that's going to give Nohara on the famous Garchomp like some opportunities to really do some damage to that team comp of Flip It.
I'm also confused about one thing that Flip It did. Once you see something like a Garchomp coming in the game, you know it's gonna dive on your backlane Pokemon. That's what it does the best. It has Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush. With its Unite as well, it has a lot of space it can cover. And you still take something like a Gardevoir and uh what's
And a
that called?
cram.
Cramorant.
Cramorant,
Cramorant.
yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm just so tired from
Yeah,
all
no,
the
you're good.
stuff that
You're
has been
good.
going on the entire day. However, yes. So why would you take two Pokemon that prefer the back lane and is considerably squishy?
Mm-hmm. And
Again,
especially I love this Garchomp into the Gyarados as well. So as we
hmm,
were talking about before, IND Elite's picking up a really solid early game team composition, just like except for the Garchomp, but that's really just kind of in contest to the early Magikarp. So I think that IND Elites is really going to be in the offensive this game, especially when you have a Magikarp that, if it evolves, is going to be really difficult to get there.
right. And then you also have something like a Sylveon who's already invading on that Gardevoir, and I believe Sylveon is much better at securing farms than Gardevoir at this point. Eldegoss just come to help, but with Eldegoss gone, who's gonna save this magic card? This is exactly what I was saying in the last match as well. Once your supporter is gone, you're not that good in the top lane alone with something like a Magikarp or a Torchic. That Garchomp does not need to stack as much. It's one of the few Pokemon in the top lane on whom I believe stacking items is a base. It already has so much DPS that you actually don't need to stack, and that works in their favor. They don't need to have to push the coal all the time. They can just stay here, wait for the Magikarp to come because that guy is gonna stack, and you just take the knockouts. Look at it, he's already almost level 5, and once he hits level 5, he's gonna get that Dragon Rush, making sure that he can actually pick someone off from their position and just dive in. Yes, and look at that, the beast is completely theirs.
Yeah, that's exactly what you wanted to do there. And Magikarp in a lot of trouble. Blissey, again, this is the second time they've KO'd that little Magikarp. They're just slapping them around. But meanwhile, the Cramorant does come up to pick up a KO there on that Leafeon. So getting a return KO, definitely really important. Leafeon is one of those early game Pokemon that you want to try to shut down if you can. But shutting down the Leafeon means that this Garchomp is already the highest level in the game at level 6, and they can kind of start bullying here.
Right, and look at that Garchomp. He's just annoying them at the moment. He has that Dragon Rush, and he's giving no chance for that Magikarp to be any safer. And I have no clue why he's even trying. If you want that Magikarp to evolve, you just send it to another lane. You switch lanes with that Crystal. He can actually hold off a lane on its own with the massive amount of HP that it has. You're letting Doc score a few scores. It doesn't matter how much he's scoring, but he's getting as XP, and that's what's important right now. He's against 3 players. I think he's gonna go down, annoying them a little bit more. But what he does best is wasting time. Magikarp finally might be able to evolve. He dunks 6 more. A level 6 Magikarp might be a little painful to watch. And I believe right now he's level 5. Having a hard time with the Garchomp there, goes down again, and that's what I said. A level 6 Magikarp is not what you want to see on your side.
Yeah, I mean, didn't see a lot of the fights that were happening. We were watching the Umbreon score 15 instead of watching the mid fight, unfortunately, so we didn't get to see that. And we got to see, the Cramorant kind of running around, and we didn't get to see the Magikarp get KO'd again from the Garchomp, but they finally get to the bottom path and get their evolution. So at 7 minutes, as the objectives are spawning, the Gyarados finally comes online. So IND Elite's early game composition really does their job of making sure that Gyarados is prevented from coming online for as long as possible, but they are just going to go with the rip here. Registeel getting very, very low, and it is Eldegoss to pick it up, so Flip It could keep themselves in this game right now, but here comes the Emerald 2-step from the Leafeon. Even though the Gardevoir does go down, Leafeon picks up the Gardevoir in response, but they go down as well to the Cramorant, and now Flip It is just going to continue their reign of terror. Now that the Gyarados is here, they can just start ripping through members of IND Elites. That's exactly what they're going to do, while Garchomp was taking that top objective.
Something I don't understand sometimes. Was the top objective so important that you let your entire team go down and let the team who's on a back foot gain all the levels that they needed? Gyarados is already level 8, which is sad to see once you have lost the early game so badly to a Garchomp who already has his Unite. He pushes the Regieleki in, but was it worth it? No one is gonna go and score there.
Yeah,
Was
not
the
enough scores
Regieleki
are going to
worth
go
it?
in. Yeah, it does go in, and Garchomp gets another score, but it's not like it's an insane score lead. Umbreon does score 17 in the bottom path, so they will increase the score lead by a little bit, but it's not by much, 159 to 123. But it does look like Flip It wants to go for a push onto this top pad. Eldegoss getting 3 points in. Umbreon is running up there right now to try to join. Here comes the Gatling Bolt missile from the Cramorant, and the Cotton Cloud Crash comes down to keep the ball healthy, but the Pikachu with a huge Thunderbolt combination takes down 3 members of Flip It, and that push is stopped immediately.
Right, look at in the bottom lane. Gardevoir never joined that. Never joined that fight, and that means that once they are losing the fight, you need to come back here. There was no point going to the second tier, scoring in there, because if you do that, they're gonna take your tier 1. You lose the only positioning you have in the entire map. With another Unite coming in here, actually, the Blissey is stuck in the Rockster. Crustle goes down to Pikachu with the Pikachu Unite going quite big. They're dealing a lot of damage. Garchomp is here. He starts with Registeel. And if they're able to manage to get that Registeel, you have a Garchomp Unite. They're probably going to push the second tier here because they wouldn't mind if the top tier 1 goes down. And if Gyarados stays there to take the Regieleki again, I'm going to be really pissed.
Yeah, we do have a Flip It jumping onto this Umbreon in the bottom path, and that was a really good macro decision from Umbreon right there. They distracted so many members of Flip It because they did not want the tier 2 taken. Meanwhile, Blissey is distracting the Gyarados long enough for the Gyarados to be distracted from the fight and the Garchomp to start putting in work. The eject button for the wall, but they do go down. Umbreon is now being chased, and Gardevoir is the one to pick up that KO, so that ended up being a mess, even though it was a great macro decision from IND Elites. Flip It did come back there off the back of that Gyarados. As consolation, though, the Garchomp will get 24 points, so hanging on to the score lead is IND Elites, but Gyarados is able to rip down that objective. Regieleki is going to be walking into that tier 1, which if I'm IND Elites, I'm just backing up here and letting that in.
Right, and it was a good decision to let that go. And with 5 Unites on Flip It side, this battle is something that they need to pick because this is the last time that you're going to get to use your Unites. With the Pikachu Unite coming in, they're already quite low in HP. Gardevoir Unite is in as well. Garchomp finally goes down to someone. Pikachu dealing a lot of damage. The little mouse is just on top of its game right now. It's his meta. It's his patch update this time. However, and the Elites finally make 3-player back at the home base, which means Flip It has got all the levels that they needed. Gyarados finally goes down after doing so much damage to their team. It was a trade knockout, I would say, but at this point, Flip It has managed to put themselves back on the board at a position where this can be anyone's game.
I think that was worth it for Flip It since they're still playing on the back foot. Even though they do lose the Gyarados, I don't think it's that bad for them as it would be if IND Elites ran into that same problem. So I don't mind that play from Flip It. They got in some scores, but they still are down by quite a few points. Not enough to go for any kind of crazy base push like we saw in the previous match, but definitely a good amount of points. Lets them kind of have the goal of the positioning in this final fight. They will take this bottom objective, it looks like, for free, while Garchomp and Umbreon start positioning in the pit early.
And we already saw, okay, Leafeon takes on Regirock. That's going to be big for Andy Elites. With that defense buff right now, they can engage whenever they want. They have 30 seconds to make sure this buff actually counts. With 5 Unites on everyone's side, 7 seconds, they'll the Rayquaza ascends, not Gyarados. Gyarados is already ascending with that bounce, taking a lot of damage with that Pikachu Thunder and Thunderbolt combo. And look at the positions right now. It's going to be Doc who's going to scout someone out from the side of Flip It. He scouts out Cramorant. The fight has already begun. Rayquaza is being poked right now. Garchomp is waiting for its turn. And it's just going to be a battle of poke at this point.
Leafeon wants to go for a gank behind, but here comes the Gatling Bolt missile from the Cramorant. They're immediately going to engage onto the Blissey. Blissey has to use Bliss Assistance onto the Pikachu, and the Rayquaza is down. IND Elites was able to jump in with the Leafeon from behind. It came all the way around the entire team and jumped right in. 4 members down now for Flip It, and it's going to be an IND Elite secure on Rayquaza, and they are going to take this game number 2. They're going to be sending Flip It right down to the losers bracket.
Since the first game that they played in Phase 2, IND Elites have not dropped a single game, and that is something that not a lot of teams can do. You are having such a flawless run that it's really hard to ignore what you're doing right now. Andy Leach is doing an extremely amazing job. No matter what Pokemon you give them, they're just making sure that counts. The Gyarados versus the Garchomp, they made sure they had the early game, they had the top lane with the invade, they had the early game completely in their hands, and in the late game they just played on that lead, making sure
Yeah.
that Flipit needs to see the the lower bracket for once finally in phase 3.
Yeah, and even though the Gyarados ends up at level 14 by the end of the match, the Garchomp keeping them at bay for so long just gave IND Elites the upper hand throughout the entire match. And again, I just feel like having the opportunity to take the Umbreon away after IND Elites drafted the Pikachu, I think that was the way Flippet had to go. But the double mage into the Garchomp, who was just dealing a ton of damage, and the Leafeon as well, being able to dive into that backline constantly. We saw them in that final fight go around everybody and jump in. And we see 1,000-point game here in this game number 2. IND Elite's really showing up, and they're going to be moving on in the next round of our winner's bracket.
1,000 points is what I've been craving since the phase 2 of this tournament. A lot of teams dominated, but no one like this. You would not see a lot of knockouts on the side of IND Elites. Yes, 8 is the maximum number there, but we have seen games with more of those knockouts. But the positioning of the team, the way they played, the way they countered each and every Pokemon is what that matters. Doc with 12 assists is huge. He was in control of the entire bottom side of the map, which you
Mm-hmm.
need to learn if you're playing something like a defender or a supporter. You need that vision on your side. You need to make sure you know the opponent's position. You always have the bush control on your end, with Scepter doing 93,000 damage and Ragnar not getting a chance to play a single game in the set with a Pikachu, and the Elites finally moves forward.
Yeah, that Pikachu really put in the work on the damage front with 93k damage, and I think that the play from IND Elites was really smart to just kind of shut Ragnar down and kind of tilt that player specifically, force them onto picks that they didn't necessarily want to play. They performed really well on both Chandelure and Cramorant, so they still did amazing, but it was very clear that they really, really wanted that Pikachu, and IND Elites just kind of ripped that out from under them and took some really, really convincing wins in that set.
So this is what I was kind of talking about. Once you have played so many games with the team, and once you know their team dynamics, once you know that Ragnar is always going to pick that Pikachu as long as he's going to have the chance, and you shut down one player, you actually play with their mental state at that point. Okay, I'm
Mhm.
not getting the pick that I wanted. And we saw
Mhm.
in game 2, he had already picked Pikachu before they were trying to ban that. Please do not ban Pikachu. I want this Pokemon for my
Yeah.
side. And they still made sure that he did not get it. With the option of taking Gyarados or Pikachu in the first pick, they
Mhm.
always had to pick that Gyarados.
Yeah. You
And
have to pick the Gyarados.
yeah.
Mhm.
And that's where they lost the mental state of Ragnar, I would say. At that point, he was just playing a Pokemon that fits the team and not the Pokemon he wanted. So I believe comfort did play a role finally in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that was a really great strategy by IND Elites there. They were just able to kind of bait the draft that they wanted. They baited out the Gyarados, and then since the Gyarados was picked, they can go with the Garchomp, knowing that that player especially knows how to counter the Gyarados early, and they did exactly what they needed to do. Very clean playing the entire round, and Flip It was really just on their toes the entire time.
Would you say not picking the Umbreon on the side of Flippet cost him this game? Because yes, Crustle is a good defender. It's a good Pokemon. You can always play it in rank. But when you're trying to counter a specific Pokemon, you need to make sure your team does not get countered. So
Hmm.
if you're not
Yeah.
giving Umbreon to them, you're keeping Umbreon to your side. You're not picking it as a counter to any of their Pokemon, which would have also worked with a mean look on that Garchomp. You could have
Hmm.
just a Pokemon that actually relies on the mobility that it has on its attack. On its Unite as well. If you just mean look Garchomp on its Unite, it just keeps rotating in one place. You could have avoided a lot of things happening in that game. So was
Yeah.
Crustle a comfort pick at that point, or did they just miss out that they changed Pikachu in the last second?
Um, it's hard to say. I don't know if I would go as far as to say not picking Umbreon through the match. I think that Flippit was already playing from behind, and they just kind of wanted to go with the strategy that they were prepared to go for. Seeing the Umbreon not get banned, they were like, okay, we're choosing between Gyarados and Umbreon, and we're taking the Gyarados. And that was just kind of in their head from the beginning that that was what was going to happen, is they weren't going to get Umbreon. And it might have been just a mispick and they didn't realize, or they might have just wanted to go for what they had already planned. Potentially they talked about the Crustle strategy before. It's hard to say. Crustle's a very good Pokemon, but into something like Umbreon, it's just not as strong.
Yes, it looks good on paper, but in practicality, it does not uh, like it does not have that impact on the game that Umbreon has. It has a lot of mobility crystal. It has a lot of HP. It
Mm-hmm.
Unite, you can actually tank a lot of it. But when the operator is not going for a tank, when they're not going for a lot of attacks or a lot of mages that deal a lot of poke damage, when
Yeah.
they're just going for burst damage with something like a Leafeon and constant DPS with something like a Garchomp, I don't think Crustle was a pick to go. A Snorlax could have been interesting. The one
Yeah, a
Pokemon that I would like to
Snorlax for
see,
sure.
yes, yes, the one Pokemon that I would like to see in the defender role is Goodra. No one is talking about that. It's yes, it might not be as good as something like Umbreon or something like a Slowbro, but once you have a chance, you can actually, if you're going to soak in a lot of damage, that Pokemon is the way to go.
Yeah, exactly. But we do have our next round, our last set that we're going to see today before we come back tomorrow. And we have Zenigame versus Six Upper Moon, which was the winner of Phase 2. They were Bad Match 5 last week, but today they are Six Upper Moon. And we're going to see some standard issue bans with the Hoopa ban coming out. So that means I feel like Zenigame has a plan for their first pick, and they do take that Mimikyu.
Right, Six Upper One back with their original name. This was supposed to be their original name from the beginning. They went with Badmas 5 so that no one in the early tournament can scout them out or play against them, targeting them. With Kid here on the top lane, he's gonna go with the Gyarados. You're banning a lot of defender supporters, which I like in a game. On the other side, if you're letting something like a Gyarados run free and you're not picking it right now, Mimikyu might be for the counter of that Gyarados specifically, but is it worth giving such a powerful Pokemon freely to the opponent?
We do see the Mamoswine coming out as the tank pick. So instead of the Slowbro, since Umbreon was banned, they're going to go with Mamo. So they're looking for some CC to really set up the Mimikyu and Leafeon for that dive. Now, Six Upper Moon hovering over the Pikachu. So that's a good counter to something with all that dive. They can just kind of stand back, stand behind that Trevenant, and hope that they can rain in enough damage. They are going to select that Pikachu, and their support is going to be that Clefable.
He's pretty comfortable with something like a Clefable. He actually plays a lot of support. His favorite, I would say, is still Blissey, but I have no clue why they haven't gone with Blissey. It's not banned, and you have a Gyarados on your side. You can actually get a lot of value from Blissey if you want to with that Dragonite as well. A Blissey Unite onto a Dragonite, but this might be some comp that they have discussed previously. They might be comfortable with these picks. Sableye once again from this apple. We have seen this apple played Sableye a lot. Wait, it's not Disciple. It's 50. Yes. But 50 on Sableye is quite interesting. Illusion going with one of his favorite picks, which is Leafeon. He's going to do a lot of early game damage. Obito with that Mimikyu is what I will have my eyes fixed on, because that's going to be the main thing that you need to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that Mimikyu as high level as possible. If you want to make sure on your Unite, something like a Gyarados or a Dragonite goes down, because they have a lot of HP to back themselves up.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing though about Game's composition is there's no range and a lot of dive. The double speedster heavy dive, 0 range. They use the Mamoswine and the Sableye to set up the dive. So the goal for them is going to be to get into this Pikachu and then work your way back up. But it's possible that Dragonite could be the counter to that approach, especially with Outrage and Hyper Beam both offering some different interesting plays that could be made by 6 Upper Moon. Overall, I like the 6 Upper Moon composition way better, but Zenigame could be cooking up something interesting with their comp.
Right, when someone picks up something like a Dodrio or something like a Sableye, I would say that's where they're playing on comfort. It's just game 1. They might still just be scouting for game 2 and 3. They might not want to just exhaust all their picks in the first game. They might just be scouting 6 Summer Moon, what they do, how they're playing the game. Dodrio already in that invade. 3 people collapsing on Dodrio. I don't think it's worth it because right now they want that Magikarp to level up as well, and it's gonna be a tough time for that Magikarp top lane.
Sableye, yeah. Sableye there, able to steal away that blue buff. And Dodrio not able to pick up a red buff, but that's okay because they wasted a ton of time and they also did not go down. Clefairy now in the top path trying to defend against that Sableye, but it's just not going to happen. That little Magikarp needs to get their levels as fast as possible, but it's going to be really difficult for them now that the time was wasted. And here goes Leafeon with the level 4 gank. They jump up and pick up a KO immediately onto Clefairy, leaving Magikarp there all by themselves. But 6 Upper Moon trying to make up for that in the bottom path with a couple scores.
Leaving Magikarp by itself, I don't think it's a good question. If you're giving up on your top laner this early in the game, you need to make sure he rotates to the bottom lane where you're winning the lane actually. Sableye, again, wherever you look, it's gonna be in the jungle. And it's just doing a lot of damage and it's gonna be a little problematic for that Dragonite. Gets taken down by the Leafeon. Magikarp just flopping around at this moment. It's too funny to watch for me. But look at the Dodrio and the Sableye combination. They went for that invade combo and they're getting that invade. Dodrio finally online in the game with 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. It's gonna be causing some trouble for 6 Upper Moon.
Yeah, Zenigame just wants to press in and put as much pressure on as possible, especially in this early game. They're just living in the enemy central area. Already level 5 on Dodrio. They do have that tri-attack, and it's going to be difficult for 6 Upper Moon to try to catch that Dodrio out. They will try, though. There is a Gyarados now on the map, but there they go, taking down the Dragonair that's caught all by themselves. Trevenant finally evolving. They can start frontlining. Gyarados now looking for the Dodrio. They have to use the full heal. They will be able to get out on less than 1 HP.
That is quite interesting. And Dodrio is a Pokemon. If there was someone who could have got out of that fight, it was always going to be Dodrio. He did manage to get out. He's already level 6. Mimikyu level 7. Level 9 for Leafeon is going to be big. With the level advantage on your side, Zenigame will definitely have the advantage going into the second beast. And if this, no one is actually contesting the bottom beast here, Dragonite gets to level 8. And if it gets to level 8, it's going to get the move that it needs. Level 9 with the Unite. And Dragonite already has the power spike that it needed. It's going to engage a lot right now. It's going to go to the bottom tier. And they're probably going to push the bottom tier. Just letting go of the top tier right now because that Dodrio is just gonna make sure that Gyarados is a little bit annoyed when it decides to get out.
Yeah, already this early in the game, 6 Upper Moon's forced to play into objectives and just ignore the Dodrio and Sableye, let them do whatever they want to do. They're already planning that this game is going to be a Rayquaza game and that they will have to win in the final fight. But they're still hanging in there. Mimikyu now jumping onto Clefable. They go for the play rough, but it misses, and Clefable is able to get out of that. Now Gyarados going to be able to take down this Regieleki if the Dodrio is not able to take them down. They're only level 7, so it's going to be difficult for them. They're just going to have to back up. Not a single member of their team wanted to come up and help them defend that.
Right, leaving Gyarados again in this entire matter is interesting. They left him alone when he was a little Magikarp as well. The problem with 6 Upper Moon is that they cannot let this game to go on to something like the Rayquaza fight, because if you're just depending on the Rayquaza fight and you want to secure the Rayquaza, you cannot when you have something like a Leafeon, something like a Dodrio, something like a Sableye which can also secure the Rayquaza. You cannot depend that you're gonna take the Rayquaza and you're gonna win the fight. If you wanna come back in the fight, you will need to take fights right now. You will have to break the top tier, and you need to force Zenigame into a Rayquaza fight, a full 5-on-5 Unite versus Unite fight. If you want to win this game, Dragonite finally take down that Dodrio, which is big with the levels that it's getting right now, level 10. You need that Dragonite to make sure to. I don't think Hyper Beam will be able to secure the Rayquaza from the Dodrio, but it's an insurance that you need, and for that, you need your Dragonite to be as high level as possible.
Yeah, the Dragonite is able to back up. They are level 11, highest member on their team, matching the Leafeon on the other side. So it was definitely good for them to pick up the Dodrio. Mimikyu, though, does take down Clefable. It is just the support, so out of anybody, that's who you'd want to be taken down. Dodrio is not ready to leave their central area, which is, of course, the enemy central area. But Dodrio says that is our blue buff, wants to take that away. And with already a top tier 2 goal broken for Zenigame, they're going to have the ability to send this Regieleki directly into the base. Leafeon already picking up the Regirock in the bottom path, and they're going to be pushing the tier 2 for themselves as well. 6 Upper Moon just in a really difficult spot here in this game number 1.
Right, and with this early game advantage with that Leafeon running wild here, it's going to be a difficult time for them to come back. Zenigame has the secure that they need on the Rayquaza. They had the lead that they wanted with the early game composition that they went for. This comp, no matter how bad it looked on paper, right now it's doing wonders for their team. So even if they go into a game 2, even if they somehow manage to go into a game 3, just exhausting some Pokemons like Sableye and Mimikyu, which generally gets banned so early in the set, means that on the second games as well, you have the advantage of making sure that you have more pools of Pokemon to play with. A bigger pool of Pokemon to play with.
This could be the fight that 6 Upper Moon needed right now. They are moving in. They got a couple KOs. Mimikyu then turning back around to take down the Pikachu, but they were able to pick up 3. The Leafeon and Mamo are down. Dodrio is now down as well, and now that this Gyarados and the Dragonite are online, they're just able to start ripping through people. Here goes that Hornleech takes the Sableye, and they capture them, but they get out on 1 HP. The Gyarados trying to chase them down, but they're unable to. Mimikyu trying to save the day right here. I really feel like 6 Upper Moon needs to back up. They got what they needed out of that push. 3 minutes and 10 seconds might be a little bit too late for some of these Pokemon to use their Unites. They are going to back up. They're going to walk through the enemy central area. And I would advise that they go home and do some farming, but they don't want to quite yet. They're going to look for another engage. Gyarados, though, backing up. They push the Sableye out of the way, but Clefable is captured and taken down. They will get the Sableye, though, as a bit of a consolation prize here. And now everyone just kind of hovering around this bottom objective that's going to be spawning in just a couple seconds.
Right, and it's a red ice, it's not that big of a deal, but even if they take that, they'll get the experience that they need. Level 14 Leafeon, you need something to counter that down. Gyarados finally secures that red ice, and it's gonna be another fight with that Sableye. They have spotted the Sableye, definitely someone has that icon above their heads. And the Sableye is here. Pikachu might have a hard time dealing with the Sableye alone. But look at that Regieleki. If they're not gonna take this Regieleki, if 6 Upper Moon is deciding to go for the complete flip, will they be able to secure their bottom pad? Because Dodrio will knock out in the last moments of the game that Regieleki that's going into their home base. 6 Upper Moon is going for the complete rip. It's a showdown here at the Rayquaza pit. The Unites are coming down. Pikachu is already united. Gyarados with the secure. 6 Upper Moon has finally managed to wipe out the entire Zenigame squad, and I don't think there is a comeback from this, but with the Regieleki still hitting the center, it's interesting to see. No one went to score, no one went to back up. You never had a chance to secure the Rayquaza with that instant burn from 6 Upper Moon, finally giving them the game. I believe that's the game. There's still a possibility of comeback, but an amazing play by 6 Upper Moon.
I have no idea what even happened in that last fight. They just went for it, and Zenigame was caught off guard. And once again, for the second time today, we've seen one team in the pit, one team not yet in the pit, and then the flip just popping off, and 6 Upper Moon able to take that one from Zenigame, even though they looked so good throughout that entire game. But that's what you kind of, if you're going for that early game scoring focused composition, you give up that better team fight composition that 6 Upper Moon had, and they were able to rip down Rayquaza and secure it here. So they're just looking to defend now from the potential push of Zenigame, but they're not going to be able to have it even with 40 seconds left. It's just kind of garbage time now in these last couple seconds of the game. There's just no way that Zenigame can come back here, even with a Dodrio who can score really well.
Right, there's no coming back here because with 26 seconds left, even if you look at the scores, you don't have enough scores on your side. And with four people again down back at your home, and you pointed out something really well. If you're going for something like an early game scoring comp with Dodrio and Sableye, then you lose out the firepower you need in the team fights. With 6 Upper Moon did have once everyone went in the pit with so much damage going on there. There was Pikachu Unite, there was Trevenant Unite, Basic doing a lot more. Gyarados, I believe, also united there. It was so much firepower that anyone who entered the pit from Zenigame squad was just wiped out instantly.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what the problem ends up being there in that last fight. They're just too squishy. The Mamoswine and no healer is not enough to prevent the onslaught of damage that 6 Upper Moon had. And look at these KOs. The Dragonite ending up with 6, the Gyarados ending up with 5, Pikachu with 5, and they just I feel like all of it was in that final fight too. I feel like everybody was just wiped out over and over again in that final fight. Really good playing there from 6 Upper Moon. They were able to really take control of that last fight, and that's exactly what they needed to do.
They already had an idea that someone is going to take the Regieleki. Once they got the buff from the Regice, they got the levels. They just centered in the Rayquaza pit. Everyone was in the same bush. For Zenigame, it could have been a matter of luck that if someone did check that bush, they would have found an entire squad of 6 Upper Moon there. However, because no one checked there, look at the damage here. 49,000 for Pikachu, 70,000 for Genius on that Dragonite, which is good looking at this game where they were trying to avoid fights as much as possible.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
for the second game, it's going to be a little bit difficult because Zenigame is not going to hold back on the comp. Even if this was their comfort picks, they have the option of a lot more Pokemon open right now.
Yeah, that's very true. They kind of went with some picks that are not as often seen in the meta. So they could go back to some of what is expected to be seen, and especially with how good that they were playing in this first game, despite the composition kind of being a little bit trolly, for lack of a better word. They were playing so well, and they held a lead for so long in that game. So I really do think that a potential better composition for them with better picks, they kind of baited out some of the big picks from 6 Upper Moon. We could see a really close game, and once again here in game number 2.
Right, so this is what I was talking about in the early game as well. Even if they lose this game as well, Mamoswine is mostly a second choice of your defender. Sableye doesn't even come in the choice at this point. Same with something like a Dodrio. It's the second choice if you're going with the speedster. And even with Mimikyu, I would consider for some people, it's not the first primary choice. So if they're playing with all their secondaries right now, I think they're going to bring the big guns.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the big guns that 6 Upper Moon does not want Zenigame to have is that Blaziken, so that's going to be banned out right away, followed by likely the Umbreon here. They do not want to see these Pokemon. They know that 6 Upper Moon has some defender strategies up their sleeve, so you don't want to give them the potential strongest one in the game.
Right, and that's what they're thinking as well. They're banning Gyarados and Blaziken. And Zenigame, if I've known anything about them, they're gonna ban another one of the supporter or defender. They wanna make sure that 6 Upper Moon does not get one of the broken supporter defenders. And they ban Mimikyu, which is interesting. I'm completely wrong. I should not speak.
That's the caster curse, but they do not. They played the Mimikyu in the last game, and they don't want to see it on 6 Upper Moon. I have a feeling they just don't like playing against the Mimikyu, but it now gives the Cerule edge. I was gonna say it. I should have said it earlier because then I wouldn't have been caster curse. The Cerule edge is given over to 6 Upper Moon. Still a really, really strong choice. And we didn't see it at all in the first game. Neither side played it, but it does give Zenigame the opportunity to select another all-rounder that's very strong, which is Urshifu.
But is it really that necessary to reveal your core damage dealer so early in the round? You have your Blissey, which is a good secure on the end. There's still an option open for Slowbro. I don't see anyone picking Slowbro right now, which is interesting. But Blissey, and I'll have to see what Swifty takes. Adi's going with that Hoopa. We see that Hoopa. It can secure Rayquazas on its own. It's very good. He's very micro-oriented on that Hoopa, so he's very comfortable with that Pokemon. Swifty again taking that Trevenant, which is interesting. Obito here. I would like to see what he brings to the table, which is going to be a Serena.
Serena is really good into something like a Cerulege because it can prevent that dive, since Cerulege really thrives off of squishy Pokemon to take down. And there are not any squishy Pokemon over on Sonic Games Squad. So I really like the Serena pick here. I also really like the Trevenant pick into the Cerulege and the Hoopa especially, but I'm not super sure about the Mamoswine pick. It doesn't excite me as much as a Slowbro would have, but I think that they really just want that early game. They want the Ice Fang. They want to be able to isolate opponents early. And we do see the Garchomp and Alolan Ninetales to round out 6 Upper Moon's composition. Definitely not mad at those picks. You want the strong backline damage from the Alolan Ninetales. And in response, it looks like the Mew is being selected for Zenigame.
This is classic Six Upper Moon from back in the days when the team was formed. They had a pretty solid strategy with the Mammothspine and a Ninetales that you freeze the entire bottom lane. So that's what they're going for. It's gonna be the freeze meta. They're just gonna be annoying in the bottom lane. They know they have to deal with something like a Mew and a Trevenant. And if you wanna stop a Trevenant, you just do as much CC as possible to them. Mammothspine is already a very CC intensive Pokemon. Ninetales as an attacker, it has a lot of CC. So that's what they're going for here.
Yeah, the Ice Lane is so strong even still with this amount of CC that you have on it. But it's possible that the Mew could fight back against it because you can't CC anybody that's not actually near you. So Mew could stay back as far as possible and make sure that they're still getting the damage that they need. What the interesting part about this is going to be is seeing how Zenigame wants to deal with the central area. I imagine they're going to send Cubfu in it, but against a Hoopa, it could potentially invade, and that's going to be difficult for a Cubfu to contest.
So that Hoopa is definitely going to invade. It's Adi if we're talking about, he's definitely going to invade. And it's probably going to be someone from the top lane. It's going to be the Blissey who's going to come as a guardian for that Cubfu, because you want that Urshifu to come online as soon as possible. It's the same thing in the top lane again. It's going to be an even contest with that Bond Speed and that Gibble. If I'm not wrong, that's called Bond Speed. But yes, it's going to be an even contest in the early game. I think Gibble and Serena are both a little bit weak. So whoever wins the early engagement here, because you don't have your supporters, it's going to be a complete 1v1 on top. And whoever wins the top lane early will have a better control in the center lane as well.
We see the Hoopa about to get taken down here, and they do. It was a bit of an interesting play there from the Mamoswine to also try to dive into that central area, but they were immediately sussed out by the little Phantom. So Phantom was able to do their work of making sure that nothing bad happened to their Urshifu, and they're going to still be able to come out of the central area. Likely with their level 5, they do hit it right there. We'll see what type of bear it is when it decides to evolve. But Alolan Ninetales also getting online. They are already level 4 as well.
Right, and look at that Urshifu finally coming online. There's battle going on in the top lane as well. On the bottom lane, they just poked each other, went back to take their secure reserve farms. But that Gibble still not getting level 5. It's gonna be a little tough for 6 Upper Moon. You need your top laner to be on a decent level enough to have some kind of power spike. It seems like the Serena finally won the top lane. It's level 5 right now. It's looking good. There's not many score from either of the teams and not many kills. So both the teams are playing very safely right now, which I don't think you have seen in India often, right?
Yeah, this is a region that is built on aggression. They constantly want to be jumping in on everybody, looking for that contested farm, rotating around the map, and we do see the Garchomp and Serena both back off. Serena is going to be able to get their level 6 off of this Bunnelby. Meanwhile, the rest of Zenigame is in the middle, looking for those birds, and we didn't quite see what ended up happening there, but no KOs were had once again.
So both the teams are playing quite well. I kind of enjoy this kind of gameplay where you fight as per your limitations. You don't give out free knockouts. Again, on the top lane, there is a fight breaking out. Serena and Urshifu both taking a lot of damage. Ninetales is about to go down, but somehow survives. None of the teams is giving any kills, and this is interesting because Garchev is the first person to go down in this fight here, and with that, the entire Zenigame squad is in a good position to first. They'll take the birds for themselves and will probably fall back. Which is interesting. Trevor is just there to annoy. He'll fall back as well. But yeah, this is very, very passive gameplay by Zenigame.
Once again, we're seeing the prioritization of the top path. Looks like we're looking for some scores here. Serena looking for 30, but Garchomp is there. Really good anti-stacker, and here comes everybody on 6 Upper Moon. Zenigame wasted too much time, and they weren't able to get enough done. Urshifu looking for somebody with those rapid strike, surging strikes, but not able to. They go down. Hoopa looking for a little bit more right here, and Serena now jumping in with a big stomp. Look at the amount of stomps coming down, but Cerulege was able to get the Revenant Rend off. The X attack is popped in the Serena. They're going to be able to get away with the double drop kick. And the Trevenant did end up going down there. Blissey going down now to the Piloswine. And 6 Upper Moon taking that fight. But there's still a Serena on the map that could potentially steal that Regieleki. They could look for a stomp somewhere. It's getting very, very low, but it is going to be 6 Upper Moon to grab that objective.
Right, finally some kind of fight breaking out. Again, Hooper goes down first. Without the Hooper, they don't have that much control over the map. But right now it seems like the entire Zenigame squad is focused on dealing with that Regieleki. They won't want it to touch. No one is giving up on their pace, which is interesting. And also what is interesting is that all this time we have seen that people do prioritize the bottom objective when there's all the bases there, all the Pokemons are there. Serena is finally is gonna get away with that classic ride. But on the bottom lane, no one has prioritized on the bottom objective yet. We don't even know what it is. It can be Regieleki, it can be Regice. If it's a Regice and we have decided not to contest that much on it, I appreciate that. But if it's a Registeel, Cerulege is already taking some damage, so already someone is on him. Which means, yeah, he's gonna fall back. It's very passive gameplay. It seems like Zenigame might have control over the objective at the bottom.
We gotta start seeing some of the fights. Can we move the camera to where the fights are happening, please? That objective is getting very, very low, and the Mew is the one to take it with some big secure moves. A couple moves on Mew offer really, really solid secure, and Zenigame wants to push their advantage, but here comes everybody taken down into the bottom path with the hyperspace portal. Now every Unite move is coming out. We see the Phantom Forest, the Revenant Rend is also out. Serena now having to be forced to be backed up. Tree in the middle of everybody and being chipped away at by Garchomp. Nobody is going down yet except this Piloswine that did go down, and Garchomp getting very low, but they do take down the Urshifu before they are forced to back up as well, and Zenigame now has to back up, and the push was not able to be completed, but it was not fully defended against either. Both teams were just kind of jumping back and forth in terms of KOs and damage in that fight.
Right, and I really like this play from 6 Upper Moon. They're valuing their knockouts very well, which means that this is what I'm used to seeing in a professional game, where I mean in the world tournaments and where a lot of big teams come in. At the time where it's around 4 minutes to Rayquaza, you have someone at level 12 and that's the team that's dominating. So because you're not getting KOs, that means you need to secure the farms. Finally, the top tier goes down for 6 Upper Moon. Hoopa unites already. Garchomp actually scores in the bottom lane, which means he will be able to come back to the Hoopa unite. No, he does not. He goes to bottom tier, tries to defend that tier, and right now with the Regieleki, with the 6% on their team, Zenigame is going to push their leads with all the unites on their end, but Cerulege just stopping that completely, shutting it down. The push with the Mammothswine Unite is also being shut down. The Urshifu is having a tough time with the Busy Unite coming on him. Hoopa is finally coming back to his teammates. Mew is on half HP. He might be able to retreat. With such a big fight going down, Cerulege finally takes on the second KO. For
Where's the
amount
fight?
of
Show us
investment.
the fight! Show us the fight! I don't know what's happening. But the Hoopa had actually Unite moved onto the tier 2 goal in the bottom path. So 6 Upper Moon was, 6 Upper Moon was able to break that. And I don't know if the Red Jalecki was actually defended against. I believe it was. And we're trying to fight against the Blissey in the top path while the rest of 6 Upper Moon has started to convert onto this Registeel in the bottom path. It's going to be huge for them. So a good play by them. They decided to give up the Red Jalecki and then went to defend against it. But still, Zenigame squad was holding their own in that fight and able to get a couple KOs for themselves.
Right, I believe that was the momentum that they needed in this game, and I have been talking this about a lot. Once you have your center goal open against a Hoopa on the opponent's team, you don't know what the other team is going to do. Are they going to flip the Rayquaza, or are they going to go in the center goal and score all their points there? Because they're going to rip the Rayquaza.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the rip. The 6 Upper Moon just wants to end this tournament right now. Serena does use their Unite move, but it's Ninetales to get the secure on the Rayquaza. 6 Upper Moon is gonna be running for some more points. Serena is gonna get some in the bottom path. They're gonna get a 38 cap. It's gonna turn into 76 due to double time. But there goes Cerulege into the top path. They're gonna get 100. Garchomp's gonna get 100. It's now 463 to 243. Zenigame does not want to give up on this just yet. They could go for a push. There's still a minute 30 seconds on the clock, but now Mamoswine putting in another 73, and they're gonna jump all over the Serena with their Mammoth Mash. They either want to waste as much time as possible, and they do not want to go down, so they're just gonna walk back and forth. They're gonna look for Blissey. They're gonna jump around with some Earthquakes. They do not want to go down, and they want to waste some time. 583, 243, heading into the minute mark, and Zenigame really needs a good push to try to come back in this game.
What is interesting is that Urshifu's and Blissey's Unite is still available to them. So if they want to push, this is the high time. It's going to take you 20 seconds from your base to their side of the base. So you need to time that accordingly because Urshifu is still at the very back of its base. You don't have that much time if everyone is alive on 6 Upper Moon side. Cerulege with a big Unite just dealing a lot of damage to each one of them and just instantly disengaging. Ninetales is down. This is a 4v5 fight. You need to make sure you push one lane. Mamoswine comes to the rescue. Is it able to save one of them? Hoopa unites for the entire team to come in. Cerulege is actually going for another back cap and he might be able to get that as well. With the solar beam there, Mamoswine finally goes down. They might be able to give actually 3 players of Zenigame squad goes down, which means this game is done and dusted. For the final game of the day, 6 Upper Moon plays an amazing game in the finals of this set, and they just run away with this game.
Yeah, they tried in that last push. Zenigame squad did their best, but Cerulege just kind of adding insult to injury with that final back cap. The final score is 667 to 273. I feel like we see that so much more in the India region, just the decision to rip. And that was a really good decision. Once again, we're seeing teams make the mistake of not being prepared for something like that. And 6 Upper Moon on the back of the Ninetales is able to take it. And we see again why Cerulege is still so prioritized with 8 KOs in that match.
Right, and I think this is third time today that I have seen that if no one from your team is taking info of this Rayquaza pit in the last 10 seconds, you're gonna lose the Rayquaza fight because it's already started by the time you arrive.
Yeah.
No one from Zenigame was taking any information. The Blissey was defending the top tier, I guess, and there was someone in their jungle. I guess they were farming their Unites at that point. And they did not have their Unites ready for the Rayquaza pit. Even if you don't have your Unites ready, just wait in the Rayquaza pit for as long as possible because you don't want that fight to initiate before you. And if it does, then you just lose the game. Like 6 Moon just they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, and in the first game, we saw a much closer match than we saw in this match. Zenigame was just kind of on the back foot coming into this game number 2, and 6 Upper Moon really capitalized on it. I really think that the Hoopa, that play that we saw where they used the Unite move on the tier 2 of Zenigame's side while the Red Jalecki was pushing so they could go score, and then Hoopa immediately went to defend in the unbound form. I really think that was just an insanely good macro play the Hoopa just really carrying in terms of the macro, and that's exactly what you want to see out of a really good Hoopa player. So good job from them, and a great job to Six Upper Moon. They're going to move on in our winners bracket. They're going to be going to the semifinals versus IND Elites, which we will see tomorrow.
Right. And one more thing that I need to point out. As soon as they saw that no one was coming in the pit, Mammoth actually never used his Unite from Six Upper Moon side because they know they don't need to defend it against five players. They don't need to create space for their attackers. However, the way he used it was not that impressive. But if you have saved your Unite for after the final Rayquaza fight and you have already scored, there's a push coming. You know there's a push coming. You should save it till the end. He used it in their jungle, buying some time for his team. But yeah, he could have saved it for a much longer time. But with that, we have come to the end of today, which is interesting because for tomorrow we have some very interesting games. Zenny game will actually be taking on SAQL, which is worth a watch always. And Flipit is gonna take on True Gravity.
Yes, that's going to be some really fun matches. So even though we've gotten down into some of our final teams in this phase 3 of the AEOS India League, these are some teams that you are not going to want to miss. And make sure that you're following, you're subscribing on YouTube, you're giving some likes to the YouTube videos because we have some giveaways as well. So make sure you're helping us reach all the goals that we're expected, that we want to reach here. And then we will be able to do some giveaways for you. So be back tomorrow. Same time, early in the morning for me, but for some of you, maybe it's at a more reasonable time, and we will see you then.